Good evening, everybody. This is Bearded Sim Racer here with Eric Rude and Chris and Chrissy from Three Pedal Mafia. Excuse me if I could talk. Hope you guys are all having a great evening as we come back here to historic Le Mans for a second night of lemony goodness. We're going to have a 40-minute warm-up session here to get all the teams in and get them ready, and then we're going to have a 4-hour enduro race around here, Eric, and I know you're excited about that.
I am, yeah. This is the longest we've ever run a virtual race, so we'll see how it goes. We'll see how tired people get of dealing with their VR headsets and so forth. So,
absolutely. Chris and Chrissy, if you're around, how are you doing this evening? If you're not around, it's okay. They are cooking dinner.
Je m'appelle Chrissy. We should have been at Le Mans this weekend, but instead we're not. So yeah, we're here. Can't wait to see how the teams do this evening. It's gonna be awesome.
Absolutely.
It's gonna be so tired of this course.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very
hey, it is a scenic look as you're driving down the Mulsanne Straight, or I should say the Moose Long Straight.
Moose Long.
But hey, we're in the daytime, so that's adds a different. It's a little, yeah. The lights.
As we take a look at where we are tonight, again, across the pond in France at historic Circuit Day 24 Hours du Mans, as they say over there. So it's a pretty place over here. There's some wine, there's some bread, there's probably some cheese too. I think Steph would appreciate some cheese tonight. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, stay tuned. Again, join in on the conversation wherever you may be. You see the multi-platform chat up on your screen, whether you're watching tonight on the Lemons YouTube page, the Lemons Facebook, or on Bearded Sim Racer Twitch, Mixer, or the Bearded Sim Racer Facebook page. So everybody feel free to chat amongst yourselves. We'll have a lot of fun things to talk about tonight as we get a good look at this Chrome Mustang. I'm gonna have to fix something because I screwed up, and the miles per hour I thought would be great for tonight, so I'm gonna fix that as we're sitting here chatting. But yeah, Eric, so tell us a little bit about...
Is that like the trap speed? Is that what
Yeah. We had that last night with the with everything that's going on, seeing how fast the NASCARs were going and that and stuff too, so...
Excellent. I still haven't had a chance to watch the replay of last night, but I heard a lot of good things about the stupidity of it.
Absolutely.
Basically, we're going to be totally honest about it.
Well, if that's what you're going for, I would say mission accomplished.
Yeah, we're trying... Well, this is, of course, the RUNE Classic, so... You know, we always kind of daydreamed about being able to race at Le Mans. So this is as close as where we're going to get. So we figured we may as well make it very lemonsy. So last night we had a reverse gear only race, which was, of course, garbled by iRacing's user interface and setting it up. So that didn't go quite as planned. But we also had the night race with no headlights, the no pedal, no wheel race, and the finale, the Freedom 500 with a NASCAR, classic NASCAR, second gen Camaro and a pickup truck because freedom. So lots of awesome stuff last night. You can watch that on YouTube once this one's over if you have nothing better to do with 4 hours of your life, basically.
There you go.
When you said we always wished that you could race at Le Mans, I'm pretty sure somebody probably called you and said, we need another driver. Eric, can you come drive for us?
Yeah. It was actually...
Did that happen?
Yeah, Corvette Racing actually called me about, just showing up and drive. Yeah, Corvette Magazine, man. Speaking of which, I was on the road yesterday, hence why I missed out. So I love the Cars and Coffee Mustang also, by the way. And there were Corvettes everywhere. So my girlfriend, who was in the car with me, very tired of hearing me say, Corvette Magazine. But yes, Corvette Magazine called me to race with them, of course.
Yeah. Here's the conversation at that Cars and Coffee you made. Oh, I like my Corvette. You like your Corvette? Yeah. Oh, okay.
This is one of 250 in blue with a manual and a tan top, but a black interior. Isn't that amazing? So rare.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah. What's yours? Well, how is yours rare? This is every Corvette conversation.
Where did you get your New Balances?
I got my New Balance at the same place I got my shin high socks and my tan shorts. Thank you very much.
Cole. With my Kohl's cash.
That's Well, Judy got it for me. See, I don't get my own clothes, so Judy went out and got that for me with her Kohl's cash. She knows what I like.
Oh man, starting this race off right.
That's right. That's right. Of course, we have a lot of time. ACR Speed commenting on the blue with a tan top there. That's so good. We have many hours to fill. I love the excuse me change on the livery also there from Santiago. So if you guys have any questions about anything Lemons related, virtual or meat space, feel free to ask. We are, of course, going back to meat space racing in a couple weeks at Gingerman Raceway. So if you guys have any questions about that or anything else Lemons related, we have nothing but time to fill here.
I'm going to give a woot to the potential for meat space racing coming up soon.
Woot indeed. Can we get some woots in chat?
Maybe.
All right, we'll see if the miles per hour will cooperate now.
There's a woot, several woots.
Thank you, chat. We now have miles per hour through the amazing technology of Visual Basic Code. Yay!
There's Tom Lamino, real world Volkswagen killer.
So excited to see our kind of teammate
Oh.
out there. Oh, kicking some ass.
As he takes out the...
Take some in practice. That's really nice of you, Tom. Thanks.
You know, Tom will be telling you that that's the only time he's done that in this entire warm-up.
Of course.
Right when we
Absolutely.
got to him. Yep.
He never touches anyone, never hits their car. Oh, that guy is so cute. Oh, I like
Thank you,
him.
Hester Ray, for the follow. That's a Gunter from Adventure Time. All my
That's
all my
Eric.
things are Adventure Time. Yeah, I'm down with that.
I believe that's Eric Hesser of Wisconsin Crap Racing. Regular in all things Lemons iRacing and real iRacing. Or real
Thank you, Eric.
racing. Jeez.
Tell your friends.
There's so many woot woots in the chat. Thanks for listening and writing up. There's so many
we love
different
our
spellings too.
viewers.
It's awesome.
They interact.
With H's, no,
yes.
1 O.
Sure.
There's PHs. There's everything. It's great. Spelling.
Steph Schrader
who
asking
cares?
if we can ban Miatas, Eric.
No.
I'm assuming she's referring to Meat Space.
Nope. Not banning Miatas. Although I will tell you, the one Miata I most would like to see is a Miata with an MGB motor in it. So somebody make that happen.
Nice. Negative Earth throughout the whole vehicle.
That's right. Yeah, we love backwards quality swap. So going back
Nice.
to the engine that
Yeah,
inspired the Miata, but making it much worse.
that's a fantastic. That's a fantastic idea.
Back in the day, Spank, before Lemons, made an Austin Mini-powered Honda CRX at the time when, Honda-powered Minis were all the rage. So he got like an 85 CRX, took the whole motor out and stuff, stuck a 1275 Mini motor in it, and brought that to the Mini Meet and thought he was hilarious, and so did everyone else. But that was, so he was really a man in search of an avenue for his creativity, and he found it here, I think.
That sounds very much like Spank. That's fantastic. John Pagel in the comments talking about Balto, his 0.7 liter Miata, which was maybe the most annoying car I've ever heard in my entire life, but it was awesome. So that car had a snowmobile 3-cylinder engine in it with a CVT, 690 cc's or something, 100 horsepower, weighed about 1,200 pounds, was super duper fast. Very cool car.
I feel like since there's only like 15 people listening right now, we have to do a plug for this week's Everyone Racers show, for which we had our great friend Mike Spangler on, and it was pretty epic. So I'd say go check out last week's episode.
I caught the first 5 minutes of it today. Didn't have time to listen to the whole thing, but man, Spank's a fantastic guy and a great interview. And just he's never at a loss of words. I don't think Spank is.
He's in a theme the whole time, and the video didn't work out as we planned, which is unfortunate because he was in a theme the whole time. So when you hear him, it's not what real Mike Spangler is like.
Oh, that makes me. I didn't. Yes. Okay. I'm very excited to hear.
Except that the real Mike Spangler is like committed to the theme and just does it right. And so this is one more time he committed to a theme. He followed the bit through, and it worked great. Oh, and Clang and the Jetta. Nice job there, Alan.
Alan
Well
Evans,
done.
our first F in the chat for the night. Not sure where he died, but that was a good one. And never lifted. Yep. F's in the chat to the right.
He is committing to holding the gas down while he's on his side, trying to get to the Jetta breakdancing, but it just didn't work. Oh well.
I will say we had Spank work for us in Lemons in the penalty box, just generally being the MC at a race at Gingerman, where we're going to be in 2 weeks. And he committed so deeply to it, to being Gallagher for that weekend, that he like shaved his head and grew the big mustache, wore the striped shirt, and then smashed a watermelon during the driver's meeting. It was one of the greatest things I think I've ever seen in Lemons.
I mean, that sounds about right. Yeah.
We're working on the audio quality for Eric's microphone. He is transplanted in Oklahoma, I believe, right now. So there's that. So we're doing our best. So apologize to the chat for the noise. Burnout takedown sound effects.
Working on the mic here. I'm not on my usual setup, so doing my best with what I got.
That's right. As we get a look at, looks like we are up to 2, 4, 6, 8, I love counting, 10, 12, 21 teams entered in tonight's race. That's going to be fantastic. So we have about 22 minutes left here in the warm-up period. We're letting all the teams get in, the guys practice, and guys and gals practice their driver changes, all that fun stuff. So we'll see if we can get a look at some of the liveries that are out here tonight. That's always a good time. Let's see what we've got here. On Eric Hesser's car, looks like a PS4 or an Xbox One controller. There's always that good argument between whether it should be PlayStation or Xbox. And he says, no pedals, no wheels, pure winning. You should feel bad losing to us. Yeah, they're using controllers. They want everybody to know this team is the controller team. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on Wisconsin Crap Racing tonight. The IP and Pools hat. That's funny. Good stuff there.
Those are two brothers of
Nice.
the Hesser family in Wisconsin.
Nice. See here, we've got the Pisswasser Miata, which we're very familiar with. Sean South for No Business Racing. Looks like he is teamed up with Charles Gerard. That's a new name. Wonder how many people went out and got ringers for this race.
I know of at least two. We'll get to them when they get in their cars.
Nice. Let's see here, we've got Matt Larson rocking the Vans Off the Wall scheme on the 501 Miata for Drop Packets Endurance Racing Team. Matt Larson is teamed up with James Pankos tonight. Again, that's the team name of Drop Packets Endurance Racing Team. We've got Chris Seislek in his Mooshlong Jetta. That didn't take long. That's less than 24 hours, and we have an official paint job for the Mooshlong Straight. Well done. We'll take a look at this here. Oh, yeah, Mooshlong Canadian Lager with the moose on the side. TDI.
There's a
First
level
Canadian
of
lager.
happiness that comes along with that is very hard to put into
Oh
words.
man, like this is like some serious Photoshop work right here. Look at that. It's incredible. Let's pause it since he's like flying off the track. There you get a good look at that. Well done. Well played. So that is Chris Sizlak and Alan Evans for TD Eyesore Racing. You gentlemen, kudos to you. Well done. Well played. And such a quick. That was such a quick.
They've done their
page job.
research.
They did. That means they either they were around last night or they heard about it. So that's great. Yeah, Steph in chat chiming in Mushlonged with a D on the end, but that is good though. Familiar
Let's see
with
if
the I'm
Holds
sorry.
up for
Go
the
ahead.
next couple hours though.
Yeah, we got lots of
We'll
time.
just see if it holds up for the next couple hours. It's just a long race tonight.
Oh
And it's a
yeah.
Volkswagen, which means should have a check engine on about now, and then it should have a couple gears in about an hour, and then it's probably going to be blowing smoke in about 2.
It's like a spot-on assessment.
I used to own a Volkswagen.
Oh, okay.
Mine
Well,
didn't
then, yeah.
do those, but I did own. I owned probably a couple, probably 25, 30 Volkswagens, literally.
That's a
Not
lot of
exaggerating.
Volkswagens. That's a lot.
Yeah.
ACR Speed on
Everybody
Twitch. How you doing
makes
tonight?
mistakes.
What's that? I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm just saying everybody makes mistakes. This is the first mistake is my ex-husband, so there's that. But Volkswagens, second mistake.
I'm sure you folks hear the squealing 3-year-old in the background of my house. She's in a very good mood tonight. Hallelujah for a
She
noise
should be.
gate.
Yeah, we're at Le Mans. I mean,
That's right. She's very excited.
what's
Oh,
not
something about
exciting
birthday
that?
cake cereal. Just got myself a bowl of Timbits birthday cake cereal. Really? Interesting. Focus on crashes. That's a
turkey cat
solid bet.
looking good there.
Oh yeah. I meant to talk about that. I'm sorry. Amanda Tully in the familiar Momrath Cheaties Trolley Street Stock. With some sweet left front damage. It's always good. Amanda is teamed up tonight with David Carpenter and Tom Pyrek. So that's a solid team right there. They're going to have a great time. Making it happen with 3 drivers. Let's see if we also have a team of 4 drivers. Escudiera Boricua, the excuse me, sorry car. There are 4 drivers in that tonight, guys. We got Jim Chen, Ryan Dunham, Santiago Iglesias, and Carl Vierthaler. I wonder if Santiago's driving from a sim racing controller or his Buick that he rigged up with the CAN bus hack. It's a Buick, right? Yeah, I think so. But yeah, so there's a team of 4. That's pretty cool. Harbor Freighteners. I like that. That's Brandon Rossman and Joseph Blackwell. And they've got, looks like Kanye West and a few other sweet things painted on their Mustang. Let's take a look at, oh, wow. My greatest pain in life is I will never be able to see myself perform live. And it's Kanye and I'm not sure.
Our
Is
Lord
that
and Savior.
Jesus?
I think it's Jesus
That's
and Kanye.
Jesus.
And Kanye, of course, Kanye has a Trump hat on.
Wow.
I'm Shakespeare in the flesh. I just told you who I thought I was a god. Nice, Jesus is king. Oh yeah, Kanye West. This is great.
I love these. This
is
is
nice.
awesome.
That's really well done.
I love the team name.
That was,
I'm gonna let you
there was
finish.
effort put there.
That is so quality. So the Harbor Freighteners. That's a great name. I shop at Harbor
we've had
Freight, so I can
several,
appreciate that. Yeah, that's Brandon
several
Rossman
Harbor
and
Freight.
Joseph Blackwell. Oh yeah.
We've had Hazard Fraught as the. We had a couple different Hazard Fraught teams, which is great.
So I have a question. How many times has someone come up to you at a Lemons race and ask where the closest Harbor Freight was?
Oh man, not that often. Just because there's usually not one near a racetrack, because racetracks are in the middle of nowhere. So,
Well, also, like, if you have a thing called a smartphone, then you know where the nearest Harbor Freight is.
but asked where the nearest.
No, I know. I
junkyard
just
is occasionally.
junkyard. That makes more sense. ACR Speed on Twitch. I'm using a service called Restream.io. I stream to one place and it sends it to all 5 platforms. But yeah, I do have great internet. Shout out to Spectrum for 0 drop frames consistently. So we have here Jonathan Samuel for ASDF Racing and the Stank Samuel painted up Miata here. What's the reference with the pie or the something flying out of the pie?
It's some kind of internet cartoon.
Okay.
ASDF is.
ASDF is a cartoon. Okay, cool. I just figured
I
they
don't
just
know
couldn't
anything
come up
else
with a
about
name. That's what we thought the first week, is they just couldn't come up with
Yeah.
a name, and then we were corrected.
Yeah,
That's right.
We were corrected with that eventually.
I gotta say, I like the cow on the longboard. That's a nice touch.
that is good.
Longboards are nice and stable, so that'd be good for that cow. Ooh, and something with cheese on the right rear fender there. So nice.
Le fromage.
Yes, exactly. Well done. So that's ASDF Racing for Jonathan Samuel and Tyler Stank. So they'll be out there tearing it up tonight. Let's look at some of the other cars. We've got Tiagi Racing. That is the Cars and Coffee Mustang. That's a solidly played pun there. I like that. Folks in the stands, watch out. That's Tiagi Racing for Mike Porter and Eric Kuhn, Tony Payne, and Corey Porter. Ooh, we've got some family maybe in this team, so that's pretty cool. Good to see that dynamic out there.
Do you like the mocha color there with the Cars and Coffee?
Oh, yeah. It's the color of sweet, sweet caramel. Well played.
I feel like Earl Scheib is a reference, but maybe that's a real thing.
It didn't look like odd to not be a real thing, so maybe it is.
Earl Scheib is like a crappy paint bodywork place, like Mako.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah.
Here we have Alex Levinson, the far from winning Jetta. He is teamed up tonight with Tom Lamino. Excellent.
Yeah, feel free to hit that Jetta at any point with Alex there. It's usually black and pink.
So is there a target on it now? Is that what you're saying?
There has been for about 2 months. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good
I don't
times.
even understand that whole reference. It's something that came up in the Discord chat, and I'm just on board with it.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah, absolutely. The other night we had Alex was in our Everyone Racers Monday night races, and he was coming up to pass me, and I was very excited because I totally pitted him. I said, "Ha! I finally got a chance to hit the pink and black Jetta." And he was leading our race at the time. It was all good fun.
So this is the Super Happy Fun Club with Brian Trainer and Soggy. Soggy sent me the wrap here, and I believe all of these phrases translate to sentences that repeat the same word or something like that, or the same syllable in French. It's some TikTok video that I've not seen, so I'll see if I can get him to send me the link to that.
Nice. Here we have Greg Schnittinger
I wanna see
Go ahead.
I want to see Soggy's car with Superman underwear on the outside next time. I think that's necessary.
There you go.
Considering that Soggy often wears Superman underwear on the outside of his pants at most races. At least he used to.
Wow. All right, here we have Tiagi Reserves, which I'm assuming has some form of affiliation with Tiagi Racing. I'm assuming. Anyone knows? That's Doug Ellison, Stephen Wilson, and Alec Nelson. Stephen Wilson. That name sounds familiar.
Yeah, he raced at Indy last year, like the real Indianapolis 500.
IndyCar. Nice. So we have an IndyCar driver in Lemons. That's great.
He was an IndyCar ringer. Yeah, we've had a few. Zach Veach has raced in Lemons before.
It's because they don't have a whole lot to do right now.
Yeah,
sure. Sure.
They're headed back to racing, but yeah.
Zach Veach is hilarious. I think that's great that he comes out and does meet space with you guys.
Yeah, he raced with Brett Sloman and Mark LeBron
Nice.
at Barber several years ago. Yeah,
Nice.
in an MR2. Turns out that pro racers are very fast in slow cars. Who'd have guessed?
Yeah. Shocker. There's a whole lot going on in this car.
What else do you have for news, Captain Obvious? This is great.
Some special headlights on the side of this Miata. Is this a scheme from a different car put on the Miata? Is that what's going on
I
here?
think it is. Which
It
is
looks like a
great.
solstice. It's like a solstice on the Miata
That's
or a Jetta. What is
lights
that?
on the side?
What has those? Yeah, well, those lights. What the heck has those lights? I'm trying to figure it. We're going to deduce this. Let's see.
Is this our first iRacing hat card then, if we've put the Solstice graphics on the Miata?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Huh.
That's fantastic. I love that.
Well played.
Intentional or otherwise.
Yeah. So that's Gatorade's Better. It's Garrett Shander, Peter McDade, and Jesse Thomas all working together tonight.
Excellent. That's a good lineup. I mean, good is relative here. We should be clear on that.
Oh, Sean's not on track.
They'll get there eventually.
It's a nice look at the Ferris wheel they have out here. So we see if we see any cars come by. See if we see anything out of the ordinary.
Well, I mean, Lemons being at Le Mans is out of the ordinary. So
Oh, sure.
out of the ordinary, outer of the ordinary. Let's say that.
There you go.
Something like
Here we see Scott Cotier in the Cotier Brothers Racing entry, the Mustang. Scott and Mark working together. Both from the Midwest portion of these United States of America, apparently.
Yep, they've raced with Nate Schlavine both here and in real life, I believe.
Nice. All right, it's officially time for a different song. What should I play? See what else we've got on track out there. Chris Blizzard, the Onset 2 entry in the street
That'll
stock.
Chris and Anton Lovett, I imagine.
That is correct.
Real life teammates, usually racing well, they've raced all kinds of stuff together, but they've raced Anton's Volvo 544 a few times. It's a great old car with a GM V6 swapped in it.
Looks like that Matt Sicko is out there on his own tonight, and he's the only car that has one driver tonight. So we'll have to see if how he does throughout the course of this 4-hour race. We're getting ready to go here in about 7.5 minutes. Yeah.
I feel like 4 hours is a long time.
Yes, it is.
That's a long ass. I've done 4 hours in the meat space Lemons car a few times.
Excellent shortcut
like,
there.
We bring snacks and drinks and stuff.
Yeah.
Be different
Yes.
in just driving this.
Yeah.
It's different. You're sitting in the same chair. It's not
Well, I don't need a cool shirt, and I don't need
like you're just gonna be up and
my heart rate's not 130 the whole time like it
somewhere.
is in the race car. Anyway, 4 hours is a long
Let me get
time.
this goo.
It's
Let me
really
have a
hard.
Camelback.
Yeah, it's really hard to tear open the little energy packets, the goo ones, with your gloves on. I learned that the first time we tried.
You need some more Dick Trickle is what's going on there. You need the pack of smoke tucked under the shifter.
Well, then I need an open face helmet, or I just need to drill a hole in my closed face helmet enough to smoke
That's
through it, right?
just a cigarette sized hole. Yeah, that's totally it. Never mind all the problems that's going to happen when you burn half of the cigarette and then it's inside the helmet entirely. But these are all solvable problems.
Yeah.
So, looking around, lots of lovely, lovely cars out here tonight. We can go on board, see what it's like to drive a Solstice at a whopping 115 miles an hour down the Moose Schlong Strait. Sorry.
Can the Solstices get to 5th here anywhere?
Doesn't sound like it. Still pulling in 4th, it sounds like. Yeah,
Consensus
125.
was it's slower in 5th because you lose the speed as you shift, and then it's too low on the revs to actually accelerate.
All right, cool. Good to know.
Yeah, it's not as thrilling as you thought or would think.
The gaps between the gears and the Solstice, you could fit a Pro 2 light truck in those gaps. It's that big. It's kind of disappointing when you shift and it falls down that far.
How does that even happen? Like when you're engineering a car, like how does that process reach that point?
Well, it's the Solstice. I mean, think about it. It came out how many years after the Miata? Like 17?
16, 17.
And yet they managed to screw it up in a whole variety of ways that were completely avoidable. And this comes from owning 4 Miatas and having a race Solstice. So, yeah, it's GM at its finest.
Because that's all GM does, right? It's find things. Very, very fine things.
Yes. They don't nickel and dime every single part of every single car.
Oh, Matthew Cox in chat's talking about cigarette holders that you could use those with the full face helmet, like Cruella de Vil style.
Ooh,
You'd shove that in through the visor hole.
Please never
Slit
actually do this.
MC.
In real Lemons
Thank you for the
race, but
follow.
Yes.
Yeah, that's great.
Plus, that's classy, though, isn't it? No?
It is classy. It's very classy.
I just picture the one dude who raced at Le Mans entirely by himself. I can't remember who it was or when, but like he drank wine during the race. Like he had wine in a flask. Yeah. Oh, God, I need to find the story.
Wine in a flask. That's yeah. You have to find that.
He ain't gonna make it through the race sober. So
Wow. Wonder what year that was too. Probably in the 50s or 60s.
Probably the 70s. That seems about right for early 70s.
Oh, Mustang doing Mustang things through one of the chicanes.
Nice job there, Scott.
Yeah, well played. He was trying to take Route F, but he got lost.
I will make my own track. It is better over here.
Absolutely. Well, the shortest distance between two places is a straight line, so that's his thought process, it looks like. Birthday cake bunnygrams. That can't be a real thing. Are you in the Charlotte area, Matthew Cox, based on your message about North Carolina and South Carolina roads? I've got it set to show crashes, but I don't think we're going to have a lot of those at this point here, as we're down to about 2.5 minutes before we're going to grid up for 4 hours of fun.
The driver was Pierre Levay. I don't know about the wine thing. I can't find that anywhere, but he was also one of the drivers who was killed in the 55 Le Mans disaster.
Oh, okay. And as we see a Mustang doing Mustang things, again. I wonder if anyone's hit the boom lift over there yet. Behind the tire barrier. That would be a challenge. 10-4, Matt. I'm in the Charlotte area myself. Stunt Granny on Twitch. How you doing tonight? Good to see you again.
So the Nemesis team has been stuck in trading paints hell and been trying to sort that, and I don't know whether we will or won't, which is really annoying.
Just send it to me. Just send it to me.
Okay.
Yeah. Save the file in Photoshop as car_your iRacing member ID.tga and send it to me, and I'll put it in the folder, and then I'll refresh and it'll be there.
Boom.
Boom. Probably about 12 megabytes, so you're probably gonna have to Google Drive link it or Facebook it.
All right, I'm in VR right now. I'm gonna get Pete to send that to you there, Brian.
That'll work. Yeah.
Can you? What is your email?
beardedsimracer@gmail.com. So we get a look at Alan Evans in the Moose Schlong Canadian Lager Jetta, getting that sweet. You know, anytime the Jetta turns, it does that crazy hopping thing, and I think that's what helps it breakdance so well. So it's exciting. Mental Ward in the house. Mental, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. I apologize for being late. I'm going to blame a local home improvement warehouse for being inefficient, but really it's my own fault.
That's okay. It's okay. Was it a blue one or an orange one?
It's a blue one. Normally I'm an orange one, but the blue one's there. And actually, I'm still in my truck. I haven't made it to the house yet.
I was going to say, if you're in your car, there's no way you would be late, so you can't be in that. You're in something else.
Oh, no, because
Mustang
if I
doing
have
Mustang
to get anything
things.
bigger than 2x4 or 2x2, I can't take the car to the home improvement store.
Right. You might be the first person broadcasting from their car, driving home from the hardware store. That's pretty cool. We're innovating.
That's right.
Absolutely cutting edge. I tuned in just in time to hear that somebody went and they themed their Jetta Moose Schlong. I am so happy.
Yes.
This is the most responsive audience in the world. I love these people.
And we love our viewers too. They pay attention apparently because they take what we talk about and make joke cars from them. So we have to love that.
So great. So great.
With the quickness too.
Which it both makes me afraid and happy that they are paying enough attention to the things that we're saying. I mean, I just assume no one's actually paying any attention to us, but maybe I'm wrong.
Good times.
I feel like they're just paying attention to Moose Schlong, really. So it relieves us of any responsibility.
Well, aren't you? Isn't that what you're paying attention to?
Yeah.
All right. Let's get a look at our starting grid tonight. Starting on the front row, we'll have Soggy and Sean Yoder for Nemesis Lab on the front row, both in Solstices. In the second row, we will have Black Maven Motorsports driver Raymond Muratori and Majid Jaber for Black Flag. They are both in, looks like, Miatas. And then in the third row, we'll have a couple of B-Class cars. They're going to be... I want to make sure they're both Jettas. And I think these are... Oh, no, they're both Mazdas. It's on the screen. Look at me. Read the screen. So we got Matt Larson and Charles Gerard in row 3. Back in row 4, we see Alan Evans in the first of the Jettas and Jonathan Samuel also in a Mazda. Is there only one Jetta? There's 2 Jettas. Nice. In the next row, we've got Garrett Shander and Eric Hesser, both back here. Actually, that's another Jetta, so there's 3. Yeah, counting's fun. And then Eric Hesser for Wisconsin Crap Racing back here as well. In row 6, we've got Matt Sitko solo driving and Tom Lamino for Team Far From Winning. That's Bear Pope Enduro color name for Matt Sitko. Santiago Iglesias and Nate Schlavine back there. Nate in the first of the Class A cars. He looks like, in a Mustang. And then let's keep digging here. In row 8, we've got Mark Cartier and Joseph Blackwell, both in Mustangs. Blackwell in the Kanye Mustang. And then in the row behind that, we've got Anton Lovett and Doug Ellison. Mike Porter, Jay Becker, Amanda Tully, Andre Andreev behind them. And I believe we're getting ready to come around and take the green flag as all the cars are lined up single file here, working their way. Pace truck's about to disappear. Soggy's internet starts blinking.
I can identify.
Oh, yeah, it happens.
For a guy that claims to have no driving talent, very little wrenching talent, Soggy has been making a lot of these races, and we are continuously seeing him up front.
And the green flag is out, ladies and gentlemen. We'll watch the whole field go by here, and then we'll pick up the fun times.
What is the truck? Is it a Silverado or is it an F-150?
The pace truck?
Yeah.
I believe it's a Silverado. Because Ford has been the last to license on iRacing. Oh, so we've got contact between Jonathan Samuel and Soggy goes around. Looks like he chose to restart. Oh, he's backing up. He hit the lag switch to blink out to get out of the way. That's always safe.
It's like he knew he was blinking out and just mashed it in reverse.
Absolutely.
Good save.
Keep it on focus on crashes. It's always a solid bet. So we got the cars. This is where we're going to be the closest together. So we'll try to enjoy this moment of the race. as they go on to the Mooshlong Straight for the very first time. Wow, that's actually really cool seeing the different cars just in such a historic place too. That's great. We're following now with Sean Yoder from Nemesis Lab.
Tell you what, I'm really enjoying being the obviously slowest thing on the track. It's wonderful.
Yeah, the guy that drives the Mirthmobile told me, he's like, if there's multi-class racing, I want to be in the slowest car. And I'm like, okay, not me.
It's so slow.
Oh yeah, 100 and it was like 125.
Should be enjoying each other's company now that they have another 4 hours to drive.
Jonathan Samuel goes around. He tried to make it 3 wide through there, folks, and that's not going to work. Cold tires too. Yeah,
Sean, have you gotten 5th keeper in the draft yet?
I got a
F's
big
in chat
bumper full of some
for Jonathan
Mooshlong.
Samuel.
You should.
What about Mooshlong? I'm sorry, I interrupted. Yeah, I had to do some crank it up for the start there.
I really think that in the next 4 hours, some of these cars are gonna wish that they saw these other cars around them, because I think the field can separate themselves away from each other, and they're going to be doing laps and laps by themselves, and they're going to wish that they had friends around them.
Flare OZ with the follow. Thank you. Flare OZ, something like that. Did you get Mooshlonged in the rear, Sean?
No, I front bumpered the rear bumper of the Mooshlong Jetta.
Excellent. Manual trans.
Once we
Thanks
get
for
our
the follow.
textures loaded, you'll see some more Mooshlong love.
Oh, nice. There it is.
We have 22 cars here tonight. Is that what I saw?
That is correct. 22 different teams out here, and this is amazing watching these cars work their way into the Mulsanne corner, which of course we know.
Mooshlong corner.
Mooshlong corner. Well, it's the Mooshlong Straight, but now we're going to call it the Mooshlong. Let's go with the Mooshlong corner. But yeah, you get the idea.
Sponsored by America's Concept French people, as we hear mental and traffic.
It's always fun.
This car is so slow.
I can see you
What a
back there, and they're all
mistake.
just pulling away. Do you have friends back there? This is
Well, there's
epic,
always
just
been
the
a lot
gaggle.
of folks that have driven the Solstice on the regular races, so I figured there'd be like more Solstice to play with.
All right, so I'm going to have to do this twice.
Did you adjust?
Go ahead.
Did you adjust the setup on the Solstice at all, or are you completely stopped?
You can't really do anything with it.
You can do like air pressure and camber and caster.
You can make it notably better with some setup changes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
But the gearing, not so much, I assume.
No, gearing's
there's-
fixed.
There's no gearing.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So we got some. I love when it follows the car that's blinking. That always makes for quality entertainment at home. This is so great with all these cars out here. Man. Well played. Excellent decision to do this. All right, so now I'm going to figure out what your iRacing member ID is so that I can refresh it and they will see your car. So you're going to switch between Sean Yoder 2 and Nemesis Lab, or are you just going to...
Yeah,
That
Sean Loder
SRT4
2 and
Live,
them
thank you for
slap.
the follow. Appreciate that. Sorry, say that again?
Yeah, it's going to switch between Sean Yoder 2 and Nemesis Lap.
Okay. I'm going to have to do that
I'm
twice.
running down at 3 hours, 55 minutes, and 42 seconds remaining. Ryan says this was a good idea. So that's not going to come back and haunt him later in the show. or anything.
Never. All right, let's see here. Sean Yoder 2. 309763.
Wilson here. Steph Wilson is his teammate. He was very excited to have a ringer involved in his Lemon
Of course.
team as he comes to serve a drive-through penalty. I assume is what that is.
Okay. Sorry, folks. I'm doing, in addition to production work, I'm now doing paint job work for our racing folk on the track, which I'm happy to do. All right.
ACR Speed asking if we can make everybody run a setup that is awful to drive. We can
Yes,
do that, and we usually
we
do
can.
that with the kind of the trash races, but less so with the races we let people take more seriously, I suppose is the right way to put that.
There you go.
If you just leave it on the stock setups, then yes, it's an awful setup to drive.
It's not
No
that
doubt.
bad.
What we've discovered is a lot of the baseline setups will fail tech at certain tracks for reasons that I don't understand. So, iRacing, it's like a 94 Chrysler Concord.
It should tell you in the garage, where you're failing tech at.
For the Legends, for example, we have found 5+ seconds just in the setup between the one you get and what you can make them do.
Oh yeah, I found 10 seconds in the Solstice last night.
Miata 13B, thank you for the follow on Twitch. Appreciate that.
Exactly.
But it's
Dancing Gunter
I found
appreciates
10
it too.
seconds in the Solstice last night, and it is still so slow.
Okay.
I like
so
seeing the A cars rip through traffic on the Moose along there.
Absolutely. Okay, so we're going to do a thing now, and this should work.
Looks like
Can I ask a very serious question?
Go
I don't
for
know
it.
if you can, but you can try.
Why are there still cars
No.
behind
Nope.
me?
That's a
Talent.
valid question.
So we wait for iRacing,
It's like
iRacing to
So happy-
refresh
I'm happy
textures.
Pierre is here. Pierre
Yes,
the cat.
Pierre is going to keep us company tonight.
He has let on we.
Absolutely. There. Oh, it came right back to the same
We
one.
think.
I have failed.
Right, le cat food avec le fromage.
I'll keep working on it.
What is French for cat food?
I don't know.
Shot
the
food.
food is shot.
Food du chat. Well played.
Matthew Cox
should've
says
worked.
Solstice still has a lot of room for improvement. Man, that is the understatement of the century right there.
That should have worked. Interesting.
I will admit that I was not following automotive journalism super close about 15 years ago, but were automotive journalists actually excited about the Solstice? I feel like they were. And that would be like the caveat statement, and there would be, there's still some room for improvement.
I mean, the Solstice is so GM, but Bob Lutz, it's a combination where Bob Lutz said, no, we need to have a car that actually kind of handles and it's a good chassis. So, part of it, you see Bob Lutz, every single wheel you can adjust, camber, caster, toe, you name it. It's got a limited slip. It's, balanced nicely. It's got room for big tires and big brakes and all that stuff. And then there's the GM part of everything else is just, what did we have on the shelf? So they got the 2.4 out of a Malibu. Talk about an exciting engine. The transmission from a Colorado.
That's exciting.
The trunk doesn't make any sense at all. The fuel tank takes up most of the trunk, and when the top is down, that takes up the rest of the trunk. So
Senior
What can we
Shad,
do to
thank you
take
for the
this
follow.
sexy body and make it gutless? That's what we need.
That's right, stunt Granny Roomba Cat in the house. We watch a assortment of drivers. It's on Focus on Crashes right now. Trying to get your Mooshlong paint job to show up. It's not cooperating, so I guess I'll have to take it to an open Photoshop during our broadcast. Let's try that. That should help.
Pushing boundaries here.
Oh, yeah, well, no, we're good. Just it's Adobe and their memory leaks. And it uses the GPU, so that should be great. Putting this top flight computer to the test. Jonathan Samuel with these also teammates with Tyler Stank in that ASDF Racing Miata. Oh, that is excellent. All right. Why didn't it show up? Oh, wait a minute. Are you in a rookie Solstice? Is that what's going on? Is there different Solstices?
No, definitely not.
No. It's there. It's got your number. It's even titled correctly. Check that one more time.
The plural for Solstice is shit boxes.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Solstice. That's also correct. 309763. Yeah, that's right. Well, fail, I suppose. I'll try and refresh again. As all the cars go white, iRacing re-renders all of the liveries back onto the cars. So your guess is as good as mine. That's what you see on your screen. No, I'm kidding. We'll see if we get a Mooshlong livery on here. Nope. Fail again. Dang.
Is it just green?
Yeah, it's going back to your default iRacing paint shop thing.
I don't get it, man.
I have trading paints off, and I have your file, so I must be doing something wrong.
It worked fine all day. That's so weird.
Huh. What happens if I do trading paints again? Let's try that.
This is a good demonstration, by the way, of what happens when Lemon's teams have mechanical failures. We go through this series
The Big
of...
Cheese 105. Sorry, I have to say him or I'll forget him. It doesn't put it in my chat for some reason. Thank you. Go ahead. So you were saying about lemons and serious racers?
Oh, yeah. Just when a problem crops up, you go through this weird set of parameters. Well, what if I try this again? And then it works the second time.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's anything automotive. Especially oh, yeah.
This worked perfectly for, 3 track days, and then go to start the car for the race, and it fails in an unexpected way.
Fuel pump goes out, or there's loose ground or something.
These are the same people that fix their cars in the paddock by revving the hell out of it a whole bunch.
That always fixes it.
Again and again. Oh, it totally fixes it. Yeah.
Bouncing off the chip, yeah. Huh.
I'm going to go ahead and point out that I just turned a blistering 5-minute 26.684 lap around Le Mans.
This is a nice car. I have to figure out how to get it in here. This is going to bother me.
5:26. That's quality like 1930s Alfa Romeo 8C times.
There we go.
Maybe. I think they were faster.
Oh, it's car underscore team underscore. Okay, I got to figure out what your team is. This would be great. How the heck do I figure that out?
Nemesis Lab Motorsports, sir.
No, it's a number. It gives you iRacing gives you a number. And that's why you're 15. Failing at. That's why you're failing at trading paints, because you guys aren't putting it on your team, and iRacing sees you as right now you are Nemesis Lab Motorsport. So if you go to trading paints and put that on your team paint, that should do it for both you and Nemesis Lab. Yay. Or figure out what that number is, and I can do it. Sorry. Talking shop
I was
during
about to say you need your OBD1 reader to plug in.
That's right. Yep, and a paper clip.
Yep. Yeah.
And a 9-volt battery.
OBD1 is just something's wrong.
Yes.
What is it? Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. It worked, though. I mean,
Ish. Yeah, I had on my 1990 Oldsmobile I had recently, I was...
Oh, F's in chat for you.
I think it was for Eric Hesser, but maybe it is for me.
Oh, my bad.
I'll take it either way.
Either way, root F right there. You see it. That's where we're at.
And we'll restart my audio channel again.
Oh, you're good.
Still not working?
What's that?
The livery wouldn't work.
Did you put it on... I have to figure out what your team number is. I'm not sure how to do that. Can I search
It's not the car number, it's the actual team number, huh?
Yeah, the team number. Let me see if I can figure it out.
We'd like to point out we build really nice chassis. We had nothing to do with iRacing or trading paints coating. And, yeah.
Let's see if I can...
And that's your story, and you're sticking to it.
Damn right.
In his defense, that's a man who spent all night last night trying to find a bathrooms at Le Mans, and he couldn't.
I did, and I didn't really find any. But I did broadcast from the Ferris wheel.
Jumping
Excellent.
from cart to cart.
So what you need to do, Sean, is go to My Teams under iRacing, and it will have a team ID number for Nemesis Lab Motorsport. I need that number to fix this.
I believe his number is 867-5309.
Yep, that's the number I put in there, and that did not work. I tried that.
I got that number off a wall off the bathroom in the So.
Yep.
All right, so Pete or Fred, if you guys heard that.
Yeah, Nemesis Lab Motorsport. I don't know. Well, hold on. All teams. Hold on. Maybe I can find it. Hold on. Maybe I can find it. Hold on. Oh, look at this. Search. Nemesis Lab. Sorry, I'm learning. There's features that I didn't know. Look. Well, hey, hold on. I just found you. I got this. 1, 2, 3, 6, 3, 5. 1, 2, 3, 6,
Hey,
3,
also,
5.
Ryan, while we have some little bit of downtime, Steph Schrader says she's trying to join, but the channel is appearing locked.
2, 3. What did I say? 1, 2, 3, what? 2, 6, 5. Sure. Dun, 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 dun.
Sorry, we're on the quiet side. We're actually eating dinner now. We finally
Nice.
finished making it. It's great.
Oh, that's okay.
Excellent. What are you having?
6, 3, 5.
We're having seared scallops over a mushroom risotto with a cranberry pomegranate reduction
Really?
Very nice.
and a Sauvignon Blanc.
Excellent.
All right, excellent. Well, it sounds like somebody's unhappy about that in the background.
That's my 3-year-old. She's actually having a good time.
Well, and I figured it was either the 3-year-old or if you've ever been to the CNC Mayhem factory, their cat makes that noise as well whenever it wants something. It sounds exactly like a small child.
What was the name of the team again? Talking about a lemons.
Chris and Chrissy.
Nemesis
they're
Lab
the,
Motorsport.
Oh, okay,
No,
sorry.
I'm talking to you about the people with the cat. Mental.
Oh no, Chris and Chrissy. That's what the three pedal mafia Pennsylvania headquarters is known as, the CNC Mayhem factory.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yes.
I didn't know
Excellent.
that either. That's excellent. It's, Eric Hester wipes out in one of the moosh long chicanes there.
All right, it's gonna work. It's gonna work
For
this
them
time.
again.
Yeah, let's do some as we refresh the paints again. F's in chat for Esther. There you go. All right, we'll see if this
We're trying to
actually
make
works
the
now.
cat into the
It
microphone. It's not
I gotta
working so
look at
well.
it in Photoshop. It is definitely going to be worth the effort. So
Why is there a
There it
cat
is.
going in circles on a Roomba? Because there is. That's
Here we
pretty
go.
much it.
Are you
All that-
new
all that
here?
work.
Seriously? Why is there a cat going? Why do you not have a cat going in circles?
Fred's
on
4
you?
HP. Thank you for the follow. So here we go. All that work paid off. So we've got the livery and onions Nemesis Lab Solstice here with some front end damage. Moosh
Very
Long
nice.
Stout.
I'm so
Nice.
happy.
Oh, balls gin. Nice. Well played.
Oh, there we go. That was Sean. You were asking for that, weren't you?
I'm so happy. So happy.
That looks great.
Falcon Northwest too. Wow. Excellent.
Hopefully that was worth all the crap that you just went through.
Oh no, that was fine. Yeah, no, I looked at it in
That's fantastic.
Photoshop. Oh, you got the truck nuts on the back too, of course. That's great. No, I looked at it in Photoshop first, and then I was like, yeah, it'll be worth the
I
struggle.
mean, balls, gin.
Balls gin.
What else are you going to put there? And we have 6 balls on the side of the car.
That's not
And
enough.
we have a beautiful bottle of balls gin on the roof.
Look in your mirror. There's a Mustang rapidly approaching you.
I saw him. You can't not see that car. There was
Very
chrome
reflective.
glistening off of it, so like something off of Nixon that I won't talk about.
That's even better when you go on board and you get a close-up look at the livered and onions on the hood. It's nice.
That's good. I should probably get Venus and Heinous in there for your bingo card.
There you go.
Absolutely.
Venus and heinous. So
now,
Jacob
I apologize.
Ackelson says that his 8-year-old son loves Roomba Cat. So there we go. What's your
There,
son's
that's why we have a
name,
Roomba
Jacob?
Cat.
It's just for him. It's great.
I have to go ahead and give a shout out to Pete Panaya for sweating over that livery. And,
Oh yeah, and
also
Emmanuel
for
Trans is
Fred
right.
for the livery and onions idea. That's hilarious.
Well played.
I apologize because I'm late. Did we already talk about Mike Porter and the Cars and Coffee get up on his Mustang?
Yeah, we did. Nemesis Lab Pete, thank you for the follow.
Oh, hey, there we go. That's awesome. I also like, and I don't know if anyone, Eric, you probably remember this, but he's got the Earl Scheib. Is Earl Scheib even still a thing?
I had to ask what that was earlier, and
Oh
Chris-
my God! He'd paint any car for $99.95.
You don't know
right.
what Earl
was-
Scheib
yeah,
is?
Yeah.
What?
Okay. Yeah. No, it was like oh crap! What was the rust proofing of the same era?
Yeah,
Oh God, that's gonna
I
bother
mean,
me now.
Earl Scheib
Yeah.
was everywhere,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
he was nowhere.
Yeah, like like the rust proofing that I cannot remember. Somebody help me out in the chat. The rust proofing that was everywhere. Z-Bart.
Rusty Jones.
Z-Bart. Oh, yeah. Rusty Jones. Nice.
Rusty Jones too. Yeah. Rusty Jones is some fantastic Malaise era reference.
Earl Scheib would paint any car for $99.99. They'd also paint any wheel, any trim, any window, anything that was not taped up before it arrived.
How much for a window? Is it okay if it's cracked?
$99.95 on everything.
Yeah.
Everything.
Oh, okay.
They would not mask
Drive-through paint
anything.
booth.
There was an Earl Scheib across the street from my high school, and I'm told actually if you went in there and you did all the prep work and you did all the masking, and then you if there was conveniently a case of beer in your car, you could actually get a decent spray job. But that's all they were going to do. They didn't mask anything off. And I remember there was this Sunbird this lady dropped off to have it painted pale blue, and that thing rolled out of there on blue tires, not just the wheels, blue tires, just like everything.
Well, I mean, all those people do is spray. They just spray all day. So they're actually probably kind of good at it. You just have to do everything else because, the prep is 80% of the quality of a paint job. So
exactly,
if you do the 80% well.
Did they just hire straight off the GM painting line? Is that how that works?
I have no doubt. Exactly. Howie Makem himself was holding a gun at the local Earl Scheib.
That's man. If I know I've talked about it before, but you need to read the book Rivet Head by Ben Hamper about working in a GM plant in the 80s. Yeah, I
started reading that, and I moved and I lost my copy of it because he started out in the bus factory, and basically he had PTSD before that was even a thing because he used to like kick around hot rivets and stuff like that while they were building them.
Wow, Eric, Tommy Mackinnon, which I recognize that name from iRacing. Red's Queen, thank you for the follow. Wants to know if he can get in on this, even though he hasn't raced in a real Lemons meat space race before. Can he get in on the? Great. If
I'm going to use the broadcast for something that I shouldn't be able to use it for, but I'm going to because Fred can't hear me. So Fred, I'm pitting at the end of this lap, so get ready to take over the car.
Getting back to Tommy's question, you can get in on it. Go to isuckatracing.com. There's instructions on how to apply for the league.
Repeating that so you can hear it, that's at isuckatracing.com. Should be in the video description depending on where you're watching at, Tommy. Oh, you're on YouTube. There should be in the description, there should be a link you can click on. Also, if you're on iRacing, you can apply for the 24 Hours of Lemons iRacing League, but you do need to go to the website at some point in that process.
And I highly recommend you do it because if you've never done Lemons Racing, this is a great way to make some friends and allies.
Oh, yeah.
Which is absolutely key to success in Lemons.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, having a friend or a familiar person at your first race goes such a long way.
Mm-hmm.
See these Miatas doing 126 miles an hour. 130. There it is. You see 130. Ooh, 131.
Oof.
Up to all the way up to 132 in the draft. That was great.
Oh my God, they've got me by 8 mile an hour. 8 mile an hour.
They're
everything.
They're tucking it in. I did one of the earliest races of Lemons at Altamont, and my teammates I did not choose well. So it was quite a number of years before I raced again. And when I hooked up with the 3-pedal Mafia, we were at the Wartburg. And I went back to Oklahoma and I told all my Oklahoma friends, we have to do this. And we bought a Miata out of an impound lot. Still had the half-drank Bacardi Breezer in the cup holder that I'm certain got him pulled over and got the car impounded.
Wait, is that a crime in Oklahoma?
The Bacardi Breezer. Had it been, Bud, he probably would have gotten away with it.
Valid.
Plus, it's all 3-2 beer in Oklahoma, so there was no way they would have been drunk. But I remember our second race in that car, we raced it was one of the 17 last Texas World Speedway races before Volkswagen finally killed that place. And we were doing every bit of 107, 108 on the banking on the main straightaway. Like we were just warping time. It was the most amazing thing ever. And that Miata engine is singing like everything it's got. And you could feel the paint and the shake, and the paint is peeling off, and the stars are starting to go like you're going into hyperspace. And then along would come Brian Pollock and that damn Ford Fairmont doing roughly 140 and just suck your will to live right out of you as he blew past you so hard your ears popped.
So he was going plaid then.
Yeah, he really was. Actually, he was going wood grain, I think, is the speed that the Brown Wagon Appreciation Society car went.
Hey, Tommy, no problem. You're welcome. Yeah, I agree with you, Kyle P117. We should keep doing this even, and we are going to. It's just going to be a reduced schedule, so keep the car counts up and let Eric do what he's got to do for meat space stuff. So, but yeah, if you guys want to keep doing races and stuff, we'll keep putting up sessions, absolutely. As far as the broadcasts and stuff go, we'll do them as much as we can, I think is the understanding, with depending on what your schedule turns into.
Yeah, we're definitely going to continue this, and we also encourage people to hold their own hosted races and just hang out with other Lemons people. We're just happy Lemons people are still hanging out with each other while we're all separated. So
I'm assuming people would join the Discord would be a good place to set up announce the races and stuff like that, and like the general section, stuff like that.
Yep, there's a Lemons Discord and also an iRacing Facebook group. So both of those are great ways to disseminate that information. If you're going to hold a hosted race, lots of silly stuff happening too. It's really great.
Phoenix the Fox is asking about Discord.
Shameless plug for our hosted race every Monday night. Sorry.
Oh no, that's great. Yeah, tell everybody about your Monday hosted races. Actually,
so we try to we treat them as a warm-up session for Lemons, but we try to host a race. The E1R races, usually 2 races every Monday, and then occasionally, if you pay attention to us, we'll have a silly race on Fridays. But I think Lemons has really owned that whole space. So it's we have a smaller group. It is password protected. You can get a hold of any of us on our social media for the password. If you listen to the show, it's not hard to figure out. It just keeps the Russian spam bots out.
But we would love more people to join us, because sometimes Monday is really late for us. So, if you're doing Road Atlanta with or Barber, we did, a week or two ago, there was like 10 of us, and I didn't see another car on the whole time. So happy to have all of us join on Monday. If you want to race, let's do it.
Similar setup to cars that we do here, or do you guys do something a little different?
We try to mimic Lemons in and of itself, because we use them as warm-up races. Because we're finger quote real iRacers, end quote.
Right. Absolutely.
I want to give a shout out to the Dinner with Racers people, who do a lot of really fun stuff. Also, I've seen some of the stuff they've done. It's the same level of fun ridiculousness that we do. So shout out to them too.
Our first race is usually whatever Thursday race is happening with Lemons iRacing. We do that track, but sometimes the first race is pretty serious, and the second race is usually something more fun. And we do all legends or all track the trucks that don't go on the actual track.
Just shouting forever for the follow.
Love the trucks.
Yeah, we usually try to have a good time. Well, we're always a good time, but the first and second race are figure eights. Oh my gosh, we had such a good time a couple of weeks ago. We did the figure eight, and it was a mess.
Pit stop time, everybody. Let's see.
Speaking of pit stops, hey Fred, I lied. I'm coming in at the end of this lap.
Nice.
I just realized you're talking to your teammate and you're not talking to Dr.
totally
He's talking to him over the broadcast because he's watching the broadcast.
Dr. Floridaman's dog, Fred, who I thought maybe might be listening.
I'm talking to him over the broadcast because we don't have the team radio set up, and I know that at least one of the guys is watching the broadcast.
Nice.
So I'm cheating, big time.
That's
Excellent.
not cheating. That is utilizing assets available.
I was
going to
say that's smart. They say work smart, not hard. So if he's watching, and you're on the broadcast, just talk. He'll hear it depending on where he's watching it within 4 to 30 seconds from now. So it makes sense to me. Just give him a heads
honestly,
up. Whenever you hit Mulsanne corner. Go ahead.
Yeah. Everyone in this race should be watching it anyway.
Absolutely, that's part of the fun.
Totally true. That's part of your penance.
So I have to say, we have been watching the Netflix show Formula One, Try to Survive, and it is so awesome. You have to watch it. It's one of those, like, I feel like
What's it
I'm
called?
watching normal racing. Formula One, Drive to Survive.
Oh yeah, I've heard about that.
I think we're on season 2, but it is, this the show that we actually would do our half-an-hour workout to. But it feels like you're watching racing. It is a wonderfully done. Yeah, wonderfully done show about, insight into different teams, different people, the drivers, what goes into having the driver, what becomes a driver and how you have to fight for your seat. It's really, really good. So I have to say, if you
There's a
are
lot
looking
that
for a new
goes into
Netflix
that.
show.
Yeah, and like
It's
and
actually
like
more
those-
interesting than a Formula One race.
That does not surprise me. Yeah, I'm talking to you, Bernie.
Really
That's
good.
right.
'Cause, at all of our Lemons races, I know that there's F1 driver or recruiters that are sitting in the stands are saying, okay, which driver are we going to pick? There's everybody's driving for their, knowing that there's people that are trying to recruit them. And no, I'm just kidding. No, that doesn't happen at all. But yeah, really, if you want to watch some racing, it's pretty awesome. So
Nice.
Netflix show.
Nice. It's crazy, like the
Highly
logistics that go into racing in different countries like that.
Not to mention the money. I got to see the Formula One race in Abu Dhabi about 7 years ago, and it's along the harbor at Yas Island. It races under the hotel, and at night you would walk down through we would con our way and get past the security onto the port, onto the pier rather, where all these yachts are backed up, and it makes you question every financial decision you've ever made in your life, including being born to the wrong family, because dear God, the money.
ACR Speed, have a good
And
night.
they showed
Thanks for
that
tuning
one.
in. We
Actually, the
appreciate
last one we just watched had that. It was at Abu Dhabi. They show the tracks, but it's really awesome to see how all of the race teams deal with each other. And, it's just one of those things where we thought, if you want to be a professional, you thought you could do that. But, when you watch these things, you're like, there is no way that any of us can do that.
And you also see how the other half lives. I say you also see how the other half lives, and then go back to your little hovel.
All right. Did we just get disconnected, or we'd find another dead
you're
spot
good.
in the conversation?
No,
Okay.
you're fine. You're good. You're good.
So
Ryan
and trying
Lewis,
to keep
who's
things.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. You were talking about racing. I was going to just.
Oh no, I was just going to
meander.
say Ryan Lewis, who's a professional race car driver, just got in the number 48 for Priority Fill Racing, and he was, I think, 31 seconds back when he got in the car, and he's already down to 29 seconds. So he hasn't even completed a half of a lap yet, and he's knocked 2 seconds out of that lead. So.
Yikes. Okay, see, that's exactly what Chrissy was just talking about, and I don't understand what it is about people who don't race cars, that they think it's easy because they drive every day. But, these same people, like, I went for a run today, but I don't think I'm ready for the Olympics. But, you play golf. Why aren't you on the Pro Tour? It's so easy. You swing a stick and hit a ball.
Right.
Car racing is easy. It's not. It's as challenging as any other sport. And you don't recognize that until you really see a true pro just throw down.
Oh yeah, and I read a book about it was like called Golf School or something like that. It's about like all this program you have to go through to get on the PGA Tour, and it's like you're constantly battling with people to get on, to get in that spot. I don't know if it's like that anymore, but I thought that was really cool to hear about too.
Yeah,
and all the stuff that they go through when they're not on the course.
Between being a good amateur and a professional, the gap there is immense at anything like, baseball, racing, golf, it's all, it's hard to appreciate till you've seen a professional in action, just absolutely, totally laser focused. Yeah.
So Evan Shea asked when Lemons was going to go racing at Le Mans in real life, and the Speedster on Twitch is suggesting that we could go down there and drive around for 24 hours because they're all public roads. The 1932 track still exists, all public road. So yeah, you totally could do that.
I'm not paying to ship my crab can to France.
You just fly over there and rent the cheapest thing you can.
Joel, we talked about buying a $500 car there, though.
Oh no, absolutely not.
No,
Buying
go
one
rent
there, that's
a
whole
car for
different world.
$500. Yeah.
Yes.
Take out the insurance, of course. Yeah.
And these are if Chris and Chrissy, they're dear friends, but they're like any good dear friends, they're horrible influences. And as soon as we all agreed that we were going to Le Mans, which we are still going, Chris and Chrissy start sending links to $500 diesel.
No.
Yeah, this year. Yeah, but they start sending links to $500 diesel caravans from a Jalopnik article, or
Right.
what was some of the other things we were looking at? What the van that Chris lived in Germany, the little Ford Transit hatch or like sedan delivery thing.
Chris lived in a van
It
in
was a
Germany.
Fiat Fiorino. So we had
There it is.
Whoa!
You have to Google
for how
that.
long? Hold on,
about
I'll pull
a
up
year when
picture.
I was 10.
Okay. How do you spell
so look for
Fiorino?
like a 1980 Fiorino, like Beefarino, you know.
Oh, got it.
That makes
Oh,
it
yeah.
easier.
Oh, it's like a little.
you have
It's
to
like a
spend
little.
time
It's
with
like a little
Chris.
Ford Transit van. Yeah.
Yes, except in the 80s.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's like an economy car
oh.
with a box on the back.
What year should I put in here to get a realistic 1980? Okay, check that out.
The Ford
Oh,
Transit's
yeah.
been around since like the
Oh,
60s.
They had like some sweet
Yes.
camper options with that thing. That's pretty nice.
It's
When
There's
I
a
was
good
in
look.
Germany in the 90s, my buddy
There's a
had a
look at a
dually
Fiat
axle
Fiorino.
Ford Transit from England
First
with a
gen,
right-hand drive and everything.
1977 to 1988.
that's it. Except his was red, so just like that.
Wow.
Okay, well, hold on.
Wow. Look at that.
He learned how to drive a manual in that car
You
with
said
him
red?
and his mother.
There you go.
Europe.
There's some red.
That's it. There you go. That's it.
Okay, so a
There was
red
also
Fiat
a,
Fiorino, not Ferrigno, Fiorino.
There was a Fiat 126P camper also, which is the Polish-built Fiat. It's much smaller than that, actually, but a camper is also a fantastic little weird thing.
126P. Okay.
So if
Oh,
you're
wow.
into this hobby, that's how you spot your good friends, is they send you temptations like this. Like, oh, here's one of those
Polski
things.
Fiat 126 is a cute city car.
Well,
Produced
cute's
under license
relative.
agreement between Poland and Italian company Fiat. That's what I'm just
If we're
reading from
interested in
Wikipedia.
If we're interested in a battle here, I know right now we're looking at Mark in the Mustangs.
Here we go,
But if
right
you
here.
To Andrew
Yep.
in the
Yep.
50 Shades of Rust, he is being run down by Amanda in the Momrath cheater trolley, and successively passed by.
Yep. There goes the street
Amanda.
stock. Yep. She's
Yeah,
hitting
and, oddly
145.
enough, she did not chop his nose off as she is often wont to do,
Well done, Amanda. Well played.
or as we call
So-
it, getting tullied.
That's right. So the
It's only totally
126P
if
had a
there's
camper option.
two.
Oh yeah, it sure
Yeah.
did. Oh, where it pulled around the little camper. No, it was part of it. Wait. All the pictures I'm
Yeah.
seeing are of Fiat 126 pulling a camper.
Well, that's a thing that happens in Europe also. They tow everything
Yes.
with everything else.
Yes. That's why if you want
This-
a decent
Communist
a
Poland's
decent tow rack
beloved
for any
baby
of your
ride.
German wagons, you have to buy them from Europe.
Wow, this is great.
Oh man, and he's trying to pull the same trick. He's trying to draft on Amanda as she's punching a hole down the Moose Schlong Straight.
You know, I feel like rental cars around the classic Le Mans circuit, just for an afternoon, would be enjoyable. I could get into that.
What is that guy that's spinning around with like an ice cream cone? What is that?
Oh, that's
The
a
chicken-
French parrot. It's a French parrot. Sorry,
French
forgot I had that
parrot.
on
It's a
there. I don't want to give
French
anybody at home.
parrot with
I
a
don't leave
ice
that
cream
up there too
cone.
long.
Oh, he went away.
There we go.
No,
I
that's
turned it- yeah,
that is a
it was up there
glass
for a
glass of wine and some baguettes, and he is wearing a beret.
No,
Oh, yeah, it
LaPierre.
is a glass of wine. Yeah, it's just moving really fast. Huh, how about that?
He's aerating it. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah,
Instead
there
of
you go.
holding a pretty line, he holds a pretty wine.
I feel like we're
Dad
going to keep
joke.
laughing about that later because that one's. There's a lot to unpack there. Well done.
So I'm not even a dad, and I threw that out.
Yeah, the
I
new
am, and
the
I
new
appreciate
Fiat Fiorino. There's a look at a brand new one. Just for you, Chris. This is what a new one looks
Bust it
like.
out. Let's see it. Now the Speedster is throwing some links up in there in the chat as well. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what that was.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Oh, you're
I
fine.
got 4 screens in front of me. I'm doing like
That's
half
great.
Mac and half Windows.
Still halfway correct then. Well played.
Yeah. Oh wow, they do still make it.
Yep.
There you
That
go.
first
Chris.
stint was
Are
pretty
you watching
consistent,
on
and then my
YouTube, Mental?
wife just brought me a gin and tonic.
Nice.
Things are going to go downhill from here, y'all.
So Chris
I
Tudor
hope
on
you,
Facebook says, I once watched some Ford engineers thrash a rental Ford Taurus around Barber. I'll never buy a formal rental car. That must have been fun to watch.
That's sound advice. Also, never buy a used rental car.
Yeah, my
You ever
my
seen a
grandma did
group of
that.
journalists
Transmission
or
shifted hard.
high-performance driving instructors driving a rental car? Don't buy them.
If
So
you
it's
were
now
with us
down to
during
28
the
seconds.
Sonoma broadcast, Brian Loans, NHRA announcer, was keen to let us know the Chrysler 200 was the last car you could throw in park at 40 miles an hour.
Because
I remember-
full waiver.
That's right.
remember
Steph
in
is
the,
asking if you're drinking Balls Gin, Eric, or have you not? Or I'm sorry, Sean, or have you not got that yet?
I'm not. It has not arrived yet, but it is on our car. It's
There
on
you
our
go.
car.
I think he went through all of his balls gin last night.
We haven't gotten it yet. We're waiting. It's coming.
I remember in the early 90s, I had to rent a car, and I paid the extra $30 for the week, and I
There's
got,
the balls
instead of just
gin.
the regular Pontiac Sunbird, I got the Pontiac Sunbird convertible. And back in the day, you could actually start a car after it was already running, and it made a really, really horrible sound. And
Oh, you
people
could- yeah,
hate it when
yeah.
you do that at the stoplight on purpose.
That's a starter gear to moving ring gear is what that noise is.
Yes.
That's a great noise.
You know, want to hear the most annoying
Mechanic
sound in
loves
the
hearing
world?
that one.
Yeah.
I can't tell you how many forklift ring gears I had to do in the field because of stuff like that happening
Yikes.
back in the days of working on forklifts.
So Charles and Santiago are duking it out for 15th and 16th way back in there, but it's actually not some bad racing between those two Miatas.
Oh, you're right.
Excellent.
It's,
Yeah, they've
the
been together
lead
since
is
the beginning.
still 28 and a half seconds. Brian Lewis
I
behind
hope-
Mark Cartier.
Yeah. Hopefully Santiago managed to make it in his house and he's not doing this from his car again.
Yeah, I was
Bad
wondering
internet.
that too. Yeah.
Chris
Actually, I
Tudor.
kind of hope he's still doing it from the car. I think that's baller, and I think that should be applauded. And perhaps he should get a medal.
A Buick-shaped medal, perhaps a medallion, even.
A medallion would be perfect.
A Buick-shaped participation trophy.
Definitely a
I think all
medallion.
Buicks are Buick-shaped participation trophies, really.
I believe that's called an encore.
For those who may, and I imagine it's the same audience we've had the last couple of nights, but last night we did the Silly Hats race, and Santiago, an experienced rallier, hacked the CAN bus on his new Buick and was racing, and we had video from inside his car using the actual controls of the car to steer his sim iRacer in the Silly Hats race. And that's an event, Eric, you like to put on once a week, where it's no regular controls allowed. You have to do something silly. We had a French horn last night. That was brilliant.
Yeah, we try
Lots
and
of
get
flight controls.
every week or 10 days or so, we'll try and get one in.
I still can't wrap my brain around the French horn. I just can't. It doesn't compute with me. And the fact that he just stood there and just fisted the French horn for literally like an hour and a half. It was glorious.
Believe it or not, that's how you play a French horn.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
It's
exactly
French.
Yeah.
It's very
yeah,
French.
and Tyler is not the guy that was playing saxophone before. Who was the saxophone guy before? I feel like I offended Tyler when I
It's
insinuated that
Joseph
he could.
Blackwell, who was in the Kanye West car tonight.
Oh, nice. Well, I feel like Tyler was highly offended that I insinuated he played saxophone. So sorry, Tyler.
Yeah, see, you're getting the horns confused with the woodwinds.
Well, no, I just thought it was the same guy. Us musical people are generally pretty talented, so I assumed that he was like that, where he could play multiple instruments. So, no offense,
Fair.
Tyler.
I'm rapidly approaching 50, so I've had a couple of those unpleasant examinations with a specialty doctor, and I've noticed my tone changes whenever I have something inserted, so I can understand how the horn would work.
You going more soprano, or are you going more baritone with age?
Well, yeah, I start very whoa, hey, and then turns into the Moon River, depending on depth. So
you go straight Chevy.
Yeah, exactly.
So here we have Ryan Lewis and Doug Ellison battling it out. Again, Ryan Lewis is what type of racing does he do? Sports cars?
He's a sports car guy.
Yeah, nice. Hitting 152 before he had to slow down.
Is that them coming up behind the Nemesis Lab car?
Eventually.
Yeah, but you're blinking out, so you're okay.
Right.
I was going to tell you, everyone's having lovely internet issues tonight.
Dusk Till Dawn theme, or is
Yes.
he making fun of the movie Dusk Till Dawn?
Probably both. So this race is, on to dusk. So I did he flip it? Yeah, he did.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, from dawn to dusk. Doug Ellison. That's cool.
One of my favorite Rodriguez films.
That's awesome. Well done. Well done. And then they have the IndyCar driver with them. So these two teams that are battling right here each have a professional driver on them, but they're not both in the car right now. So Doug is doing a fantastic job of staying with Ryan here. So, well, this will be a hot battle that we'll have all night to watch, and hopefully, with it being a fragile Mustangs, that we've got quick repairs. So yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun to keep an eye on these two.
He's making a run in the draft. We can see the shadow, but looks like Wilson. Is it Wilson? Yeah, he's having none of it.
It's Ryan
Slams
Lewis
the door. No, Ryan Lewis. Sorry, Ryan Lewis. Nope. Sorry, buddy. Oh, that way is closed too. No.
Yeah, but hotness in this battle going on right here.
Nice.
It is weird to see like actual racing a Lemons event at all.
Right.
It happens though. I remember one of the my first real Lemons events at Eagles Canyon, and a friend of mine has been a driving instructor for a number of years, and it was his first Lemons race, and he got out of the car and said, there's a lot of people out there that sure are this is their first time on track, but there were quite a few people that know what they are doing behind the wheel of a car. And I think Chris, how many races you got under your belt right now?
Like 54 or something stupid. I stopped counting because it's depressing.
So you've got like Anton Levitz and stuff like that are into the triple digits of races, and you're going to get good at this whether you want to or not.
Yeah, that's totally true. The closest
Despite our best effort.
The closest race ever in Lemons. I mean, there was the tie also, famously on the East Coast. That's a long story, but the closest race ever was 2 seconds at Road America, which was. It went down to the wire. So, I mean, it happens.
Wow. At Road America, too, of all places.
Yeah, it's 4 mile racetrack?
Yeah, so it's 4 miles. And the car that ended up winning was basically out of gas with 2 laps to go. So they basically nursed it around for 8 miles while the car behind them caught up. And, by the, The winning car was the Lemonade Z30, which Chris Chrome, Lemons racer here in iRacing, was his team, and they ran out of gas on the front straight and had to get pushed in.
Nice.
Jeez.
I mean that's giving it all. Good for them. Like
these guys are
really
still duking it out here. This is excellent.
Which cars were that close? It was a E30 and I believe it was a Civic that finished second to them.
Wow.
There was also a 300ZX and a Celica all within another 45 seconds. So there's 4 cars in under a minute over 14 and a half hours.
Oh, Ryan getting sideways
So
there.
yeah, Chris
Matthew
Tudor,
Cox.
if you heard that, that's
thank
what
you
it
for
was.
watching.
It was a
Have a
Honda
good night.
Civic and a BMW E30. So nice. Getting in a private chat, I've got a message from Uncle Dave here. I don't know if he's running with Amanda or not. I know they've run before, saying that the Camaro pit stops are actually taking a lot longer than some of the other cars. So that's going to be a factor as this race continues. Man, Ryan Lewis is not playing around, stepping it out as he comes out of that corner.
There was also famously a race at Thunder Hill in 2009 where the leader had the second place car behind them and rolled over and lost because they rolled over. So
He lets him go. He totally let him go there. I wonder why. Huh. Did you guys see that? The brake lights on the straightaway there. He's letting him know to go. Huh.
Well, maybe we're talking second and third, so maybe they are working this draft to try and catch first place.
They did have it knocked down to 26 and a half seconds, so they have made up 4.5 or 3.5 seconds already. So I would say that it's about
They're kind of a long
last
way
lap
apart
was
for
almost
that,
2 seconds. Yeah.
And I have done this early in a race. You know, you find a partner and you cooperate with them. Chris, I think you didn't you do this and set a race record with the Honda?
I wasn't cooperating with anybody. It was just, it worked out that way.
Just good racing.
No, you mean the time we got fast lap on the Civic? It was
Yes.
there was a red flag in the course, and I was stopped right behind the leader because we were racing pretty well, and I was in second. And so the red flag let the tires cool off, and the people in front of us had gone off and just kept driving a little bit after the red flag. So once we went back to green, it was the two of us with clear track and nobody around us. So it was game on. Yeah. So that's really what it takes to get a fast lap of a race, is a car that's capable and the luck of no traffic, really.
yeah, which is not frequent in Lemons.
No. Which I kind of like though, because it really keeps you on your toes. If we wanted an empty track, go ahead, Chris.
I say New Hampshire last year, for example, like we were running our best was 122, right? And the fast lap of the race is 121 something, but on the telemetry we have, a bunch of times coming up into the treehouse, I was showing 2 seconds faster than best lap coming to the treehouse when I'd hit traffic, and then it would end up being back to a 122. So, it's having one clear lap without any real traffic makes a huge difference.
And it factors in just the reality that traffic management is a huge part of any endurance racing endeavor.
I cannot agree more with you on that. I did the 12 hours of Bathurst with a couple of teammates, and started from the pits out of 53 cars. When I left the pits, I was in 47th, and after my double stint, when I handed the car over, we were in 7th place at Bathurst.
Whoa.
It goes no matter which class you're in. Like traffic management in a C-class car is just as important as an A-class car, really.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I think it's more so important in the cars that are closer in speed, because if you lose any time with a car, the situation where you're in a class with cars that have similar speed to you, it's such a big difference too. 3 or 4 seconds a lap, especially if you get stuck behind somebody.
Or if you're in a really slow car, you don't want to get, dive bombed at the last second and lose the momentum that you fought so hard to get. So you try to clear things out in the corner to make sure you make it.
I think some of the masters of C-class traffic management is the Idle Clatter crew out on the East Coast, is usually Southeast, but that car just is on. It's predictable. It's out there. It is constantly turning laps, and no one complains about it. But they don't lose a lot of momentum.
Idle Clatter, of course, Diesel Mercedes, Ted Ford and Hyatt Busby, Lemon's iRacing regulars, also part of that team.
Plus, they're just great people.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And really, they're the best honor you can pay to a Class C car is say you are never ever in the way at all. That's from having driven one and having passed many of them. And they are that. Like, they do their thing. They're never in the way. It's clean. It's polite. I know where they're going to be. They're predictable. It's great.
And they usually look awesome.
They really do.
So Idle Clatter has a Mercedes one W123 that is done up with it's a hat car with the Toyota Hilux body on it.
Well, and they raced it as a Mercedes for a while too. Wasn't it the Planet Express, or is that a different team?
Same team, different car. The Planet Express is a W126 S-Class.
Ah, there it is. You would think I would be better with my Mercedes.
Because we've got a lot of time, here's an old W116 S-Class story. Back in the 70s, my parents, before I was born, had a 450 SL. And then when I came around, well, that's not going to work. So they got themselves a brand new, at the time, 1979 300 SD Turbo. And then this, gas crisis thing hit. And my dad said, I want a bigger gas tank. So he had an auxiliary 20-gallon tank put in the trunk of the S-Class. So he could go 1,000 miles between Phillips. And so he thought that was the best. And then he also, in our house that didn't have oil heat, he had a oil heat tank put in of 250 gallons full of, of course, oil heat, which is got dyed diesel fuel. So that was in there too, just in case. So he was prepared. And when we sold that house, that oil tank was still full of 20-year-old heating oil. Who knows what happened?
That is awesome. Of the mini cars I have had that I regret selling, or rather, of the mini cars that I've had, there's only about 4 that I regret getting rid of, and one of them was my 84 300 Turbo. I loved that car. It was just on the freeway. It took forever to get up to 80, but once it was there, it was you just sat there with one hand on the wheels, like piloting a cloud.
There is the Idle Clatter car there on the screen.
Yeah, excellent.
Oh yeah.
Mental, I've had the opposite reaction to 123 Mercedes. Like, I like Mercedes, we have one now.
Absolutely.
You bought our last one, and but my mom had 2 123s, both three of them actually. She had an automatic 240D, which was dangerously slow, and manual 240.
Absolutely, the 240 is awful.
Yeah. The manual 240 at least could keep up with traffic if you redlined every shift and drove it like you were stealing it, just to keep up with the minivan next to you.
Yes.
And then she had a really pretty nice 85 Turbo 300D, which, the last year of the 123, so it was a better transmission, everything that went with it. And I still just hated the driving experience. And then you compare it to our new E400 wagon, which is just amazing in every single possible way. It just doesn't compare.
Kind of not fair, though. A 30-year-old diesel to your new E400.
But even compared to things of the time, like, I've had plenty of 80s cars, and the driving experience of the 123 just leaves me cold. Like, the CRX of the time, or the even the Fiero was a fun thing to drive compared to that. The 123 was floppy. It had that bus-sized steering wheel that was just annoying.
I was living in Oklahoma.
Oversprung. Oklahoma.
I was living in Oklahoma, so it's a whole lot of just flat, open space. And I'd gotten mine, and I knew it was just going to be a big wallowy Mercedes. And for pointing something at the horizon, setting the cruise control, and going, that 123 was perfect.
Yeah, well, it's surprising the cruise control still worked. It was all vacuum operated back then, like the locks too. You'd lock it and you'd see them all kind of go one at a time. Yeah.
Yes, I did have the 40-second delay on my locks, and I remember opening the hood a few times and looking at all those vacuum lines and just trying to be as careful as I possibly could, because I was never going to figure all of that out ever again if any of them got disconnected.
I mean, yes, it's not the universe map that the 80s CVCC Hondas were. That who the hell knows how they did that up in the first place. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on there, without a doubt.
My original Lemons teammate had a veggie oil powered W123 non-turbo. I think that was the thing. It was the slowest, smelliest thing I've ever been in or near.
Oh yeah, yeah. They made 3 different varieties of diesel 123s. Oh hey, Peter and the Far From Winning car, making sure that sand is clean and safe for everyone. That's nice. Good. Just for him.
You think he's going to get around? Yeah, that's
No.
with our sometimes teammate and Volkswagen masochist Tom Lamino.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a mistake that can be made with a Volkswagen, Tom has done each one of them 4 times. So good for him.
and then paid a finger quote professional to make another one just to make sure that he was wrong.
This is why Tom keeps coming back and racing with us here and there, because his car's never ready or done or things. And I don't know why I made the mistake. When my car was hella blowed up, I said, well, Tom, I'll race with you for once. Yeah, that worked out really well.
And he's a wonderful teammate. He's a great person to have around. He's a positive human being. But yeah, don't know why he does it to himself. Yeah.
I mean, he just likes punching himself in the balls, apparently. So.
And for those of you that think we're being mean to Tom, these are things that we say to him on a daily basis in our group chat. So this is nothing new to Tom.
Or that he says about himself. Right?
Exactly. Yes.
Yes. So tell us about your trip to the blue big box home improvement store today, Mental. What went down?
Wow. We're that out of stuff to say as we're asking Mental about his
No, I just want to hear the story. I'm sure it's good.
Oh.
Yeah. Well, all right. You'll regret this. Last year, my office is remodeling, so they threw out a lot of the modular cubicle farm furniture, and I grabbed a bunch of it to use in my garage as a workbench, and it took some reconfiguration. I've been fooling with it for a couple of months to come up with a framework that's stable. And while I was figuring out how I was going to attach the shelves, a local DJ school, because you have those in Las Vegas, was selling workbenches, rolling workbenches. So and they actually fit in perfectly. Nice. So now I've got that. So I had to go as I'm configuring it, and this is one of the things that why I enjoy running with the 3-pedal Mafia, because Chris will plan everything out before he'll pick up a tool, and I'll just start hammer on stuff and make it up as I go along. So it drives him insane. But so as I am building this out, I needed more pegboard, so I went to go get more pegboard.
Mental, it's entertaining to watch, at least, no matter what.
Steph Schrader wants to know, important question, did Mental get wood at the store? I'm assuming.
Unfortunately, no. Mental got pressed pegboard.
Pegboard.
That sounds like something I'm going to have to go get a shot for later.
Yes.
But one of the rolling tables I'm going to convert to a welding car, because my old Harbor Freight
voice night here at Bearded Sim Racer, folks.
Seen better days, so I'm putting metal on top of one of those rolling carts to turn it into to a welding table. So I got metal and I got press pegboard.
You may want to disconnect from the voice channel and come back. A lot of packet loss from you.
Mental.
You got some packet loss in the house. We got a lot of packet loss tonight, so that's okay though. We got a lot of racing and a lot of chat going on. So, Stunt Granny wants to know, I rented an EOS once, and how ashamed should I be for having enjoyed it? Oh, an EOS? EOS?
I've seen the EOS, I think it is.
EOS?
That's a car I go months without seeing, and then I'll see 6 of them in a week. It's the weirdest thing.
The other day I was thinking, when is the last time you saw a Ford Taurus of the previous generation, like an 08 Taurus? I don't, like, they sold a ton of them. I don't remember the last
if you
time
go
I
to
saw
Southern
one, or
Illinois,
the
you'll find a bunch of them.
Montego.
Yep.
Yeah, if you go to like the
Rust Belt.
Midwest, you'll find a bunch. Yeah, the Rust Belt. Yeah.
I mean, Pennsylvania is not far off, but I can't remember the last time I saw one, and they're not that old. So I guess they're all in Illinois, apparently.
Yeah. That's like
So Stephen Wilson's in the car, and the lead's only 4.5 seconds. So there's second, there's first. So we'll go on board with the IndyCar driver and see what he can do as we finish our story. Go ahead.
I
just wanted to point that out.
Cutlass Sierra, same thing. They built.
I had an
like 3 million of
87.
them.
I had an
Yes.
87. Yeah.
If you're from the Midwest and you've never
Yeah.
been in a Cutlass Sierra or a Buick Century, then something is extremely wrong with you.
You're a Russian plant, clearly, if you've sat in the back of somebody's grandparents' Buick Century.
Or your friends in high school or whatever.
Because he inherited from his grandparents.
I've never been in a Cutlass Sierra, but I've spent considerable time in a Chevrolet Celebrity. Not only a Celebrity, but it was a Eurosport VR wagon.
My parents had a Celebrity wagon, dude. I don't know if it was Eurosport VR, but it was a Celebrity wagon. I was going to say, that son of a bitch is going to say wagon, isn't he? Nice. That's even more fancy, though.
We are long route for life on the 3-pedal mafia.
That's great. So
yeah,
my car
people
timeline was 89 Hyundai Excel, 87 Cutlass Sierra, and then 92 Ford Tempo. Those were my first 3 cars.
Oh man, you and I are Midwestern of the same Midwestern ilk then.
I'm surprised you're still into cars because I would hate cars after those 3.
I'm more into the cars that you see on the screen, to be honest with you. But I do enjoy going to like events similar to what you guys do. Absolutely.
The 89 Hyundai, that worst car.
I go to the SCCA down here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway every time that every time I get a chance to, whenever they're doing their track night in America and all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of cool cars and stuff out
Great
here.
track. Love Charlotte.
Oh, yeah.
Just a
the
great
Roval
area, great track.
is a blast. When they released the 87 cars that we got to see that were so awesome last night, those on a road course, like the Roval, I think is my favorite one out of the ones that I've done. Lime Rock is a hoot in those things too. You're lifting the left front up, when you get on the gas. It's good times.
Nice.
So yeah, we'll be racing some more of those soon. And a friend sent me a video of an 87 car at Eldora. Yeah, full on yeet, and it was amazing. So we may have to try that out too. The 87 cars on a dirt track sometime.
Agreed. Look for that in the future for trash racing.
And Eric, if you didn't get a chance to listen last night, we came up with another great one. Actually, your idea, but fleshed out a little bit. All Jettas, and you're not allowed to lift. You have to go full. It's the smallest track you can find, and it's the all Jetta, all throttle,
the breakdancing party.
brakes.
Yeah, I suggested Oxford Plains, Eric, because it has no walls except for the front straightaway, and there's dirt mounds you can jump in the infield, like they have light poles.
Oh baby.
Oxford Plains. Yeah. Ooh, we got some ska playing. Excellent. I just put everything on mix. This should be good. Everything that I've downloaded anyway for our purposes.
My car ownership
Battle for the
list
lead on
is,
your screen. Battle for the
Mercury
lead.
Topaz, Plymouth
Ooh.
Acclaim, Saturn.
Okay, the Saturn's okay, but
Saturn.
So one of
wagon.
my roommates had a Topaz. Topaz was the
Mercury version of the Tempo,
Sable.
yeah.
He had a Sable. Sable was the Taurus, right?
Yep,
Yeah, he had a Sable. Yeah, Topaz is a Tempo, right?
that's right.
yes, the
Excellent.
the Sable
Old
had
taupe.
that full light grill, like all the way across, the headlights across the entire
Oh
front.
yeah.
So
right,
SC2
Billy
or
Bobster.
SC1 wagon, Eric?
As the SW2, yeah. So it's a twin cam. It got 40 miles per gallon driving everywhere I went.
Phoenix
but
the
you got
Fox
to
says his
experience-
grandma had an old blue Taurus. I think, my grandma had the Tempo before I got it, so that counts, right?
There you go.
Eric, but your first 3, you got to experience all the big 3 right there. You started with,
I know.
with Ford, and you got some Chrysler experience, and you got some, the best of GM at the time. So, that's a broad
Solid.
start for your automotive horizons right there.
That's
I
right.
think I'm going to delay here, but we're about to see an accident here with our second and first place car, because if you look at Ryan Lewis now, his front end is a little chewed up, and I might be looking at a delay as they're coming through the S's onto the main straightaway. but something is about. Oh, I think, but. Or I missed something, but Ryan Lewis in the
Ryan Lewis.
48,
Ryan Lewis has hit something pretty hard. Apparently, let's see. Let's take a look at that.
Yeah, and he's smoking now. And lucky he's going to try and limp this one
there's
back
a broken
into the
street
pits.
stock. We got a street stock with a broken left front. Anton.
Front
Grab a
left
quick
is
repair. Let's see if we can.
migrating away.
Oh,
There you go. Both of the
break
Jettas.
dancing.
There's two Jettas in the
violence.
race, and they both
and they
crash.
take out the professional. Let me get a quick repair. Never
Yikes.
lift Mooshlong.
That's right.
Oh, here we go. Here's a good
Chris,
look at
it's
it.
not just you. I know you get annoyed when it happens to you. So it's, even the pros.
Wow.
F's in the chat for Ryan Lewis there.
Oh, yeah,
really.
that's awful.
I mean,
Yeah.
far from winning, somehow escaped. I guess it's probably because Alex Levinson is unable to get in to log in to race with them tonight, and that's why no one is hitting them.
Very nice. I'm just upset to see the Moose Schlong, get abused like that. Occasionally people slap a schlong, but really, there's just no cause.
This is what Ryan saw
Really,
as this went down, folks.
was flogged. It was
There's a
flogged
thunder
hard.
moment, and it didn't work out. That should have lifted Cole. Oof.
That was brutal.
That was amazing. One more time. Oh, God.
That jet was spinning like I don't know what. I don't have a good comparison for that.
I think he was just trying to give him a little.
time. Yeah.
I think he was just trying to give him a little bump, a little. Sorry, the breakdancing Jettas
Ryan.
make me laugh the hardest out of everything. I think it's just so amazing. Even if I would not eat, just don't change it. It's too good, and I like driving them. To be honest with you, they're a hoot to drive. You get punished for
Ryan
too much
is
steering
done.
input. Yeah,
Ryan had to succumb and call for the tow because he broke down on the side of the track. So it
he
looks
didn't
like
make it.
he did not. So he's stuck waiting on a tow.
That's
So we
too
are
great.
allowing actual tows here, not like the real Le Mans,
Yeah,
where you have to then
right.
hand the renters to the driver through the chain link fence,
I know.
etc.
Right. Is that still a thing?
Heartbreaking Nissan Delta Wing from years ago.
Is that still a thing though? Oh yeah, the Delta. Yeah.
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 The very
That you
first
have
race,
to make it back.
one of the Toyotas punted it into the wall at the Dunlop S's, and the driver
Yes.
had to stand there with a toolkit looking at things that he had never fixed in his life as one of the mechanics tried to talk him through the fence, which is great.
And he
That
was
doesn't happen very
limited
much anymore.
Yeah,
What year
and
was
he was
this?
limited to tools that would fit through a fence. So it was like,
Yeah.
like a Gerber multi-tool and one of those reversible screwdrivers from my motorcycle toolkit.
This was 2012 or 13. I don't remember which. And the tools were on board. There's an onboard toolkit. You can't pass them because that would be outside help. So all the engineer could do, or the mechanic, was stand at the fence and try and talk him through it. As cars are ripping past at 105 decibels, 40 feet away.
Yeah.
It's like one of the Couturier car looked like it was stuck in the wall there. Also, somebody was in the wall.
And the driver's sitting there with a Leatherman and his helmet on and trying to figure out how to.
Yes. Now the
there it
speedster
is.
put up RIP Delta Wing. That was not the end of the Delta Wing, that race. The Delta Wing lived on. Catherine Legg drove it for a while.
Yes.
It had a
She
couple
was
of
beating
different
the boys
engines
with
in it.
4 wheels too.
Oh, dude. Well, and yeah, she's a hammer. She can drive.
Yeah, no doubt. She's still
And
driving
actually,
for Shank.
Boy, I don't know what their plan is this year, but she was last year.
Yeah.
Nice. I always enjoy watching the GT class.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
GT racing's great, and I'm the only Lemon staffer who gives a crap about like actual racing outside of F1. So
Yeah,
Seriously,
nice.
It's
I've
weird
noticed
for me
that.
yeah,
That's refreshing.
yeah. Nick watches F1. Nick Pond's a big F1 fan, and also a big fan of Drive to Survive. But yeah, Jay couldn't be bothered ever, and
Yeah.
I don't know if Phil even knows what racing actually is. So.
I think Phil looks at racing the way a vampire looks at garlic. It just the whole thing of it. He starts to hiss and get all, his blood boils a little bit, and he wants to just move away from it as quickly as possible.
Has there been a Team Lemons car yet made up of Lemon staff people, and then you let people that would normally drive be the staff?
So, Conrad
doesn't sound like a great idea.
From on the West Coast is a big Alfa Romeo restorer and friend of Lemon's staff, and has an Alpha Spider that the staff drives on occasion. Jeff Glenn and Nick Pond. Jay hasn't driven an 11th race in a long time. He used to drive in them pretty regularly.
That's cool. That's really cool. Shout out to Jay for actually driving too. That's neat. I wondered about Judge Phil, like if he would, ever just go out and turn laps with people, not actually be in the race, go out and yell at people on the track.
The last car I think Phil drove was the limousine, and I think he only did a lap or two.
Okay.
I do
So
remember
the limo,
in 2000, I want to say 2010, one of the last Summit Point races, he was cellophane wrapped to the roof of Jeff's donk, the Pontiac donk that had been there, and had to go through and apologize via bullhorn to everyone in the paddock for being a terrible driver, which was one of his own penalties.
Yeah, that's the thing about being a judge. If somebody asks you to drive their car and you make a mistake, suddenly you're not doing the do as I say, not as I do doesn't go very far.
That's a good point too. I was just thinking that screw up somebody else's car, but the being a what's the word I'm looking for? Hypocrite.
Role model.
Yeah. Role model.
Same
Thing. Judge Phil's going to be a role model. You're giving a role model status. That's great.
The only thing really that could be a role model is Eric. The rest of them,
Chris Tudor. Kyle P117 on Twitch says that Judge Phil has talked about racing this year. He said, I'm assuming that was pre-pandemic, of course.
That's a good question.
Johan keeps trying to pull him into a car.
Oh no, that's right. He's going to race with Corey Dickman on the West Coast. They have some ridiculous build. I don't know what it is.
I'm in that actually because I've been we haven't made a West Coast race yet, and I was scheduled to do an event with them that the Air Force told me I can't go to next weekend, and I just got an invite to for his super secret project that I almost spilled beans on a few weeks ago.
Getting some robo mantle there.
Sorry,
Spoiler
I don't know
alert.
what's up with that, but I think I'm in that race with Corey in December.
All right.
Lost Robo.
Neil
I think I
Lowe's
dropped
is
off for a
saying
minute.
he'll be there. Yep. At Sonoma in
December 5th and 6th. So
Yeah,
if
you're
you
right,
have
Kyle. I
not
remember
gotten
him
your
talking about
racing
that.
this year, get on to 24hourslemons.com. Start looking at that schedule. And Sonoma, December 5th and 6th.
So when's Gingerman? Because that's going to be the first Meat Space race, right?
Yep, it's 2 weeks from. Yep, so 13 days to Gingerman.
10-4, 13 days away. So
Just in time to start welding up your cage.
Like James Panko's team name, Drop Packets Racing, we got a lot of that going on tonight with the voice chat folks. So we do apologize, but our robotic counterparts have decided to show up and take over. So you'll hear them cut in every once in a while.
I, for one, welcome our new robot overlords and would like to remind them that a podcast host can be very helpful in helping get the population subdued and working in their minds.
Hey, you know what? I'm a podcast host too. I just haven't done one in a while. But yeah, so I'm with you on that. That's right. You can check out the Bearded Sim Racer podcast on Facebook. Recently, we talked with Blake Cook of Filter Time about his struggles in his racing career and what he did to get kind of through that, and started a company just to try to get back to racing, and ended up turning into more than that. It was really cool. We talked to
Fantastic.
Gabriela Yolkova from the Czech Republic. She drives GT4 over there, and she's also a former W Series driver. Came on and talked about sim racing. She has a sim racing academy.
Is on
and
Facebook, or can I get the Bearded Sim Racer where I get my podcast?
It's just on Facebook. I need to do more with it. Actually, I think each one has a Google Drive link to an MP3
Okay.
in the description.
May I shamelessly suggest Shout Engine? They've been pretty good for us.
Cool. I'm assuming you were saying Shout Engine, but yeah, you may
Yes,
want to
sorry.
disconnect the voice chat and come back real quick. That might help with the robotic situation.
Damn it!
Yeah, I'll let you know. It's okay. It's okay. It's not a big deal. But yeah, I need
Shout
to.
Engine would be great.
I actually had an interview lined up with Steve Letarte, and that was pre-pandemic. And then when that happened, he decided to stop doing media stuff, and I did too. And then I started producing for Sim Racing Broadcasting and stopped doing the podcasts. So, looking forward to talking to Steve eventually whenever this other stuff slows down. But with what's going on right now, do as much of this kind of thing as we can. So, I know it's helping
Absolutely.
a lot of
Keep the
people right
community
now.
tight.
So,
Yep.
yeah, you might.
Make hay
that
while
might
the
be a
sun
bad idea.
shines right there.
What's that, Chris?
I said make hay while the sun shines right now, where this is the
Exactly.
thing for the moment.
Yep, exactly.
So
And
when we were at
would be more
at
fitting
SEMA,
would be more fitting to say that we're making lemonade, taking lemons and making lemonade.
yeah,
That seems
whatever
fitting.
analogy you want to use. It's fine. It's like a screen door in a battleship.
Yeah. So yeah, they drop
So when
packets
we were at
endurance
SEMA,
racing team. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry,
there
you were
was,
at
we
SEMA?
went to we went to a session about podcasting, and the guy there who runs the Dirt Every Day podcast was saying that they use Libsyn for their hosting, and I thought we should look into that, and yet it's in my notes, and I have not looked into that yet because we've been fine with Shout Engine. Apparently, Libsyn is even better in getting you into all the different podcast platforms, etc. So
Nice.
if you really want
Nice.
to actually try beyond this, give that one a shot.
Which Simpsons reference there, Kyle, are you referring to? Kyle P. Yes, it does make it a lemon party, Charles. I definitely think so. Everyone's making lemonade from lemons, and is it a lemon party? Welcome back, Mental.
Is it Robo Mental or is it real mental? Let's find
That's
out.
the question. Is it the evil
I'm
doppelganger,
here
or is
too.
it him?
Hey, how about that?
Yeah, welcome back, Eric. Hey.
I feel like I'm here. Am I here?
You sound good. But still, Eric and Mental are way louder than Ryan right now. So,
Huh.
I think we're doing that for realism.
okay, good. Well, it's true. So
If
Mental,
you
we've
right-click
heard
on my
from
name,
First
you can
Card.
turn me up. Yeah. Thank you, Raged Cactus 744, for the follow on Mixer. Appreciate that.
Ooh. Mixer
Ooh,
follower.
I haven't seen that in a while. Yeah. Hype bot. I like that. Hype bot. Everybody needs a hype bot.
How have you guys caught
Speaking of
this?
high bots, welcome back, Mental.
Thank you. Charles Holbrook made a Lemons Party reference, and I love that JP33396. That it's a different kind of live stream, and yeah, you're going to
Mental.
have to click that you're over 18.
That was too
You were
perfect.
trying to ask a question. Am I?
Couldn't have asked for a better time for. Oh man, that was great.
It's going really well.
It's all full robot. It's great. You know what? Maybe I should leave and come back. Maybe we should try that because I mean, Nora, I've never had to do that, but let's just try that real quick. Let's see, maybe that'll help the situation. Maybe.
I sound great to me.
Of course you do.
You always do, and your hair is magnificent.
So I've been in this room the longest because I was in here like half an hour before we went live. So maybe me refreshing wouldn't be the worst thing. So we'll try this.
I mean, I can try it too. What the hell? I don't even know how.
There's a little phone. There's a little phone with an X to hang up, and then you click back on the channel again.
While our host is popping out and popping back in, we're gonna just go down the rabbit hole of 80s TV shows. Now that involves cars. One of my personal favorites was Hardcastle and
Ooh.
McCormick. And that
What kind of car was
featured
it?
a number of. Well, it was a two different kit cars because Brian, the guy that played the judge on the show, complained about getting in and out of the original prototype because the doors were too bad. And he was he was a fitness guy before anyone was fitness people, but he was an old fitness guy, so he just didn't bend like he used to. So they had to change it. They were both fiber flab knockoffs of the Ferrari, the one that went against the GT40 at Le Mans recently. But they were supposed to be knockoffs of those. Mantas. They were the cars were called Mantas, but on the show it was called the Coyote X.
Nice. These F's in chat for Eric's internet, for Everything Bagels internet. F's in chat. Go ahead, continue your story. But that's what this F's for. It's for Eric's internet. You were saying. So
yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool that they can do stuff like that. Take two cars and make a different one.
Yeah, the Judge had a 67 Corvette convertible and also had one of those cool GM pickup trucks with the nice paint jobs, which GM has always had nice supporting character trucks. My wife and I are on a Rockford Files kick right now, so his dad, Rocky, always had that cool GMC. Yeah. There was the Fall Guy long bed 4x4, of course, the A-Team van.
The A-Team fan for the win.
Yes.
Have you seen the animated movie? I have a 3-year-old, so I've seen a lot of interesting movies lately. The Onward one about the elves and the magic and stuff like that. The dude drives one of those 18 vans. Even if you don't have kids, that's a great movie. It's I was going to say it's a great movie. That's how it came about. But yeah, that for me seeing it anyway. But yeah, it's a very, excuse me, a very well done movie. And Chris Pratt, basically playing that character cracked me up too. So
yeah. And Wanda Sykes playing the I can't pronounce what was she like 4 different monsters in one, but she's
the Manticore.
Manticore. Oh, she was fantastic.
Corey the Manticore. Yeah, she was awesome. Chris, I don't know if you guys are talking. I saw you lighting up, but didn't hear anything.
Yeah, Chris, we're not hearing you, buddy. Chris and Chrissy,
they may not be talking.
No, it's fine. When I have the mic on, and sometimes it picks up the background ambient noise because we're streaming through the TV and the multi-speaker stereo in the living room, so it sometimes picks up what's going on.
Oh no, we weren't hearing anything. I just wanted to make sure that you weren't trying to talk. Nice pass there by the professional IndyCar driver Stephen Wilson. I think he drives for is it Penske? No, I'm thinking of the guy from Australia that drives for Penske. Yeah, that was nice.
Yeah. But now, and this has nothing to do with Stefan, who's running up on our teammate.
Stefan, nice.
Tom Lamino there, but there's a great internet video.
I have a question for you, Mental. Are you watching? Where are you watching at? What platform?
So I'm on YouTube right now. Should I?
YouTube's about 30 seconds behind everybody else.
Oh, okay. So I need to.
Mixer would be the one to go with. And if you look at the broadcast text, I will put a link in here for you right now.
All right. Okay, it's going to take me a little bit because I got to go to my Windows machine and bring that up. But I hear you.
Well, it's just mixer.com/bearded sim racer.
All right, mixer.com/bearded sim racer.
Yep, there you go. And then there's a little gear icon at the bottom down by the volume. You want to click that and then make sure low latency is checked. And then what you see is actually within a second of what I click in OBS. It's pretty cool. It's a streaming protocol called Faster Than Lightning that Mixer exclusively has.
I understand every word you just said. No idea what you're talking about.
Well, there's people out there that might know about it, and they may try streaming and may have a need for this is what I use for a production feed. You guys see it the soonest, so what I put on the screen, you can talk about it as quickly as possible. It makes it seem more like you're at the track, stuff like that too. So we do it for all the big show stuff. Yeah, it's great.
All right, there's the gear icon, and I want to go to low latency, which is checked. Oh, fantastic. All right, here we go.
There you go. So you're looking at Stephen Wilson now coming into a left-hand turn right now. Apex.
So if you get on the YouTubes, don't go now because you're watching this awesome production. But when you're bored with this, get on the YouTubes and type in Chopper Reed, Harden the F Up. And it's an old Australian comedy bit. And it's one of Australia's most beloved folk heroes is in fact a criminal named Chopper. He's notoriously polite until he's not to be polite. While he was in prison, he wrote a couple of best-selling novels.
Wow.
And, Australians love their criminals. Eric Banta became famous for playing him in a movie, and that's why Eric Banta in the United States is a serious actor, and everywhere else he's a comic actor. But one of it's the Ronnie Johns comedy show, and he goes around going, making fun of people for being wimps, and one of them is, this is Steve, and he spends 2 hours a day doing his hair. Harden the F up, Steve. And I don't want to use the actual word because then we'll get, the explicit on the YouTube channel.
No, you're good.
And
well, I mean, Lisa said it
there,
probably 20 times last night. No, nothing happened
that's
yet.
a compelling argument, too. And then one of the other ones,
Lisa,
goes,
by the way. That was great.
Yeah,
good time last night.
This is Stefan. His name is Stefan. Harden the F up, Stefan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've heard of that. I've heard that. I didn't know what that was from before, but I've heard somebody say that before. Nice.
Is that like saying you might be a bogan? Is that what that is? Is that the same kind of shtick?
I have no idea. I just know it's Ronnie Johns doing Chopper Reed.
Say Charles Holbrook appreciates the Chopper Reed mental.
There you go. It's a great movie, actually, and it's worth watching. But Eric Bana had done stand-up, and then he had 2 sketch comedy shows and a sitcom in Australia. So everyone in Australia knows him as a comic actor. And then he did Chopper, and the director of Black Hawk Down saw him in Chopper and said, he'll be perfect for this movie. And so he keeps doing these serious movies in America, and including his recent, he helped produce Dirty John. And so
that was good.
Everybody thinks of Eric Bana as a serious actor.
Yeah. That was really good though, that Dirty John thing. And then I watched the documentary ones that came out after that.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed this show, and you get frustrated with how obvious things were that they weren't noticing and stuff, but that at least seems legit to that lifestyle those people were living, you know what I mean? That were
Yes.
It's crazy how much how close they were to each other and how much stuff was going on separately that neither one knew about and all kinds of other stuff. It was really crazy.
My wife and I listened to the entire series while driving across country in the RV, and
nice.
You find yourself yelling at the radio, "You moron! What's the matter with you?"
Oh yeah. Yeah, that was good. That was well done. He did a good job on that.
Yes.
So we should have pit stops coming up here pretty soon.
Another great movie of his is a documentary called "Love Your Beast." And Eric Bana still owns his very first car, and he's built it into 2 different race cars, and was the documentary about him doing the Targa Tasmania, or it was supposed to be a documentary about the Targa Tasmania, and it ends up being a documentary about how he wrecks that car. But it turns into this thing about the car is this common thread that keeps him and his high school friends together. So he's still friends with all of his old high school buddies.
Huh. What was that called?
Jeremy Clarkson's in it. Jay Leno's in it.
Jeremy Clarkson's in it? Nice.
Yes, actually, as part of the Dr. Phil is in it before Dr. Phil lost his mind.
When was that?
Dr. Phil is in an Eric Bana documentary?
When was this?
What planet am I on?
Right? No, I want to know when Dr. Phil hadn't lost his mind. What year was this?
This is back, I want to say 2007, 2007, before he got, basically he's turned into Jerry Springer now.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
You need to get a control of your Datsun.
Here we go. It should be time for, I'm assuming driver changes.
Yeah.
We'll see. He's Stefan Wilson in the pits. He's got a 1:38 lead on Scott Courtier, who, let's see, I think they may have already pitted. I'm hoping so. Yep, they just stopped. That's right. I had to scroll over. Here we go. There's a look at Scott.
So are they going to be able to get past them during this pit stop? Because those Mustangs don't take a lot. I guess it also is going to depend on what their suspension settings. I know when I first got on here, Chris was talking about the importance of really dialing in these Mustang suspensions because they'll eat their tires.
Yeah.
They aren't. Yep. So if you click over also before we get over, rather after we see how this is going to play out with the pit stop, but the poor car number 2 in position 13. Now this is the Scuderia Baruca of our beloved rally
Stefan Wilson
correspondent.
leaving the pits. Yeah, sorry. It switched on its own. That was cool.
It is going to come down to the wire. Yeah, Bariqua. But this poor Miata looks like it has gone through a meat grinder, which is, not how Santiago usually treats his Miata. So I think he might fuss at Ryan a little bit. This thing looks awful. It looks like something I've been driving in iRacing.
Real question in the chat there. Are the SA 2010 helmets going to be obsolete in 2021? We don't know yet. We're waiting on when manufacturers can deliver the next round of Snell legal helmets. If they can't get them in time, we'll probably make the 2010 helmets good for longer. So keep an ear out for that. We'll have an announcement out.
And that's unfortunately not a new precedent, because you guys had to do that with the last generation, didn't you?
Yeah, the certification is usually done, maybe not in the most timely way, and then the delivery of the helmet, once it's been designed and certified, takes a little longer to get into people's hands.
Yeah.
I would think this year is more. There's more difficult issues with supply chains, and it's going to be.
Yeah, we're supposed to actually take a meeting on that in the next couple weeks from a couple of the helmet manufacturers. There you go. There's the exciting behind-the-scenes look at Lemons.
Yeah. Well, make fun of the role performance all you want, but we talked about this with Phil last night. Safety is a priority, and that's not unique to Lemons, but I think that people like to disregard Lemons, and they don't realize how serious you guys get about this.
Yeah, and I mean, we try to be as flexible as we think we can safely be. An SA 2010 helmet, it's probably still good for another year. It's not going to be considerably worse off, but we want to move forward with safety regulations wherever we can.
Mm-hmm.
So we have a 10-year
Like I said
window,
last
I
night.
should say.
The Lemon safety inspection and tech inspection is so much better than many other series that I have experienced. Like I said last night, the one that the tech inspector looked at the Honda and looked at the belts and said, so are these the belts that the date is the date they were made, or is this the kind that's the date they expire? Which ones are the? That he was the tech inspector.
That's not
Just throwing that out there.
It's not a question you want to hear a tech inspector ask typically.
And I've had to walk a NASA time trial tech inspector through. No, you really should probably look at this. You should ask this question.
Hey, Mental, you're still a robot voice. I think you might need to not have both of your computers streaming this whole thing at the same time. I think you're using all your internet.
No, because this is literally how I do every one of these.
All right. Well, tonight it's
Fair.
Well, so back to the questions. Like we've heard the first three cars from Eric and Ryan. Mental, what were your first three cars?
Oh, that's an odd one. So my first three actual cars, I had a 1966 Oldsmobile two-door no post, a 79 Pinto, and a 76 Mustang Cobra 2.
Why was the
baby.
was the Oldsmobile no post? You said.
Mm-hmm.
Why was it called a no post?
It was just dumb marketing phrases they used in the 60s, but there was no B pillar. Well, rather the B pillar was the C pillar. So if you rolled down the windows, there was no post. Between the frame. It was a two-door.
Cool. Yeah.
So and you even had four-door
Nice.
no post, or they'd call them hardtop convertibles, which is
Right.
a misnomer because now we actually do have hardtop convertibles. But
Neat.
yeah,
That's cool. Thank you for explaining that. Yeah. Nice.
yeah. If I'd had a
What, your
brain in
Pinto?
my head, yeah. If I'd had a brain in my head, I would have kept that Oldsmobile, but I wanted a Mustang.
What year
And
Mustang did you
the
end up with?
76 Mustang 2 Cobra was qualified as that at the time?
Absolutely. I will not. I own two Mustang 2s, and I knew what they were when I got them, and I didn't care. I loved them both. Great.
I mean, I know you
love
make
my
bad
Mustang 2.
decisions, but
Yes.
Oh, so of the three first three cars, which of the three was your favorite of those? Like,
Oh, the Mustang.
You could have
Absolutely. No, I actually every now and again still go on a search. You talk about cars that used to be everywhere and are now nowhere. Try and find a Mustang 2. There's a great song lyric by the Drive-By Truckers, and it just basically said nobody kept them any longer than they kept a pair of shoes. And try and find a Mustang 2 anywhere around. The last time I even saw a reference to one was in Guardians of the Galaxy 2, when Kurt Russell's character is driving around in a very ultra rare 78 King Cobra with the T-tops. That was a real car.
And the King Cobra was all of what, 146 horsepower out of that throbbing V8?
Oh, absolutely. And that's if you upgraded the 4-barrel.
Sorry, I blacked out a minute. I just heard throbbing V8.
Nice.
We
were talking about Mustangs, and we have a Mustang battle on our screen here. This is for 12th place.
We need one of these painted as a King Cobra Mustang 2.
Yes. And good luck trying to find one. Even like they're hard to find on the internet just to reference them. If you Google King Cobra Mustang 2, one of the first one that comes up is a Revell model kit on the images.
So how long ago did you build your Revell model of your King Cobra? Because you obviously would have done that.
No, I learned in my teenage years that I am terrible at model building. It accentuates everything I'm bad at. Attention to detail, patience. Yeah, these are,
perseverance, sticking with something.
Good thing you chose endurance racing for a hobby then instead.
Yeah. Well, I've stuck with a bad idea for decades.
Oh, yeah. Mental's great at buying the model and saying how great it's going to be, and then opening the box and taking all the pieces out. And I'm stopping there.
That's where it stops. Yep.
Well, then I usually move and I lose some of the pieces. Yeah, that sort of thing. Hey, Ryan, I've been in an extended chat with Steph, and she's having Steph issues, but I've tried inviting her, and she thinks maybe you have to send her the link to the Discord.
No, she was here last night.
Yes, she was.
I didn't do anything special.
This is what happens when a film major who makes her living on the internet tries to do anything technical and literally has to talk to the oldest person on this broadcast to try and get into the Discord.
No, well, she needs to connect to a voice channel before I can do anything to help. As long as she's doing that.
Okay, got it.
You're the oldest person on the broadcast.
I am absolutely by a good distance the oldest person on this broadcast. You don't want to take this bet with me, man.
Sure.
Hi, Sean. How are you?
I don't know which is the one you drove the most.
You're rapidly approaching 50.
Like within a matter of months.
We go on
by
board
August.
with Sean Yoder. Let me turn your rear view mirror on. That would be more realistic. Continue. Now watch. This is magic. Watch. This is like, you know what? I'm going to turn his rear view mirror on. Somewhere. Oh, one more. Three. You need three with it. There it is.
Also, there it is.
Yes. There we go. There's the rear view.
Yes. Nice helmet done there, Sean. Sean, are you actually older than me? Because I turned 50 in February. Did you say August?
This needs more camera shake. Let me know when it's too much. There we go.
And the mirror's on. Well done.
There we go. Motion
I do
blur
enjoy
and
them when people put
camera shake.
the driving suits. It's like what was one of the ridiculous races? Is the Solstices at Thompson or whatever it was. That the guy's driving suit looked like just a naked dude wearing boxers in the car.
Yeah. There was one that had pit guys that had assless chaps too.
Love that one.
That was great.
Well, that's how you know they're chaps, because they're assless. If they had asses, they'd be pants.
Without pants on. Chaps without pants. There. Like Photoshop layers, there was no pants.
You know, that's, again, a startling level of Lemon's accuracy, because really what Lemon's is guys standing around engine bay staring at them and then butt crack. And that's pretty much it.
There's also beverages and snacks Like, come on, you can't leave the tub of cheese balls out of this. That's essential. As we've talked about before, it's not only a great snack, it also then contains the bolts after the snack is empty.
Or the gasoline, as Ryan mentioned once.
Yep. And there's also Chrissy's mom's cookies, which
yes,
keep our team going.
not just your team. Like Chrissy's mom's cookies have, when society finally collapses on itself, and I'm guessing September timeframe, Chrissy's mom's cookies can still be used as currency.
According to the new interpretation of the Mayan calendar, next week, we're all done.
Checks out.
I mean, we're building up to that pretty well, so yeah.
Well, I mean, this is the finale of this event, so I mean, what better way could we go out, right?
Yes, they were starting to come back, but I remember, and this is not a mockery of 9/11, so don't, save your angry tweets. But after 9/11, you saw a whole lot less of psychics on the TV advertising their services because you'd have thought they saw that coming. But they were starting to kind of
totally was all over that.
Yeah.
No, don't worry.
And who was the other one? Donna somebody, but she used to be on one of the.
I'm still calling Dionne Warwick all the time. I don't know.
Yeah. But I think they were starting to gain some ground again last year, and then this year they're like, yeah, no, we saw none of this. This is.
I guess I miss that kind of thing, not having an actual television connection like cable, just, streaming stuff. And I miss the daytime TV of psychics, job training, JG Wentworth, like cash out your settlement now. It's, and the diabetes.
I love the Family Guy mockery of Wilford Brimley. Last night I punched my wife in the face. My wife passed away 4 years ago. I have no idea.
Again,
Ryan,
Mental tells a story that goes nowhere.
Yes, this awkward silence brought to you by Mental Ward.
Sorry.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna switch over to ask Chrissy the same question I asked Mental.
Oh yes.
First three cars. Like let's talk about your first three cars, Chrissy.
So this is kind of tough because my first one is easy. So it's a 2.0 99 Golf. It was terrible. It broke down the day I bought it. It the thermostat went, it overheated. It was awful. I had to take off like a week of work, and it was great. And it literally is one of those cars that had the check engine on longer than it didn't. So I learned to. I had a G60 coolant in there in the trunk, and I had to put it in every other mile or couple miles. I had it in the trunk. It was great. So I'm gonna call that's my first car. I've struggled with the rest of my cars, so not to get into a messy conversation here, but my ex-husband and I bought 1,000 cars, probably literally I'm gonna say about 50 cars. And some of them were parts cars, some of them were not. So I'm going to call my second car the 94 V6 Corrado GL. No, I'm sorry. This is the SLC. It was a show car. It had fender flares. It was lovely. It didn't do well in traffic. I drove it like sometimes. It was very pretty, but that's about it. And then I had, so I'm going to call my next car is my Scion XB. I think we called it 05.
I gotta ask Ryan a favor if I can. I just got too many incident points for actually pushing someone out of fuel into the pits. Help me out, Ryan.
Well, we need to replay
Totally.
first.
You're a good man.
Yeah, so I'm going to call the
it's been taken
XP
care
my
of. You do
other
what you
car
gotta
that I
do out
drove
there,
up.
Yoder. Keep it up. So do we start? Do we
Pushing
black flag
someone
the
who's
professional
broken.
racer that has a 1.5 minute lead? Or is that too mean to do? They have over 2
there
hours
any
to
button
recover
to,
from
like-
it. Go ahead.
Is there any button to like drop the muffler of the car in front of him, or make it something appropriate? I mean,
Have the starter motor bounce up and
Unfortunately,
down.
I used to do the real flight simulator before I went and flew real RC planes, to figure out how to do it and stuff. And there was a button you could press to simulate a servo failure and stuff. And it was kind of interesting to try and land planes that wouldn't have one aileron that worked, or that would have the ailerons reversed or something like that. It was random failures. It was good times.
terrible.
I enjoyed it.
That
It was like,
that sounds
how
so
long till you
bad.
crash? Yeah.
Actually, my flight instructor used to do that. In the airplane, he would just reach over and cut the throttle and go, "Oh, look, you lost your engine." And
Dead stick, yeah.
What now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dead stick is,
yours
that's
too?
legit.
Yeah.
No, I flew RC planes. I know what it's like to, fly dead stick. It's a little less severe, of course, than a model plane, but, I can imagine it's very stressful. You just can't lose your airspeed because you have no way to pick it back up, so.
Yes.
My flight instructor just cranked on the rudder one time. Like, oh, what are you gonna do?
Does everybody have a flight instructor? What the hell?
We took one up, and the rudder was getting less and less responsive. And what we found out that had happened is the rudder cable, was rotting from the inside and was starting to come undone.
Oh,
and
God.
I was a bit nervous, and my instructor pilot was like, "No, it'll be fine. We'll steer it with the doors." And I looked at him like he was making a joke. And to demonstrate that, as we got into the pattern, he reached, on the Cessna 172, he opened his door and forced it open, and it changed the direction of the plane.
Now that's lemony right there.
It's amazing what explosive decompression can do.
That's a whole different
Well, you're
world.
No, you're at 100 feet over ground. You're not. There's no decompression at that point.
Well, depends on how you define pants.
True. Yeah.
So now we've
none of them are.
yeah.
None of it's as bad as your gear won't go down. Oh man, this
Yeah.
is gonna be tough.
We never had a rapid
Agreed, Pete.
decompression, rather by the definition of an explosive decompression. But we got some hinky stuff, and we knew that we were about to lose decompression. And as we all went on oxygen, they got the plane down to a recoverable level, so it never got that bad. But thank God for flight engineers.
So when you're losing
Steph, of
decompression,
course,
is that the same thing as gaining compression?
Oh, well, no, it's a rapid decompression. So planes are pressurized usually to about 8,000 feet, 10,000 to 8,000 feet. And if you have a big enough hole in the airplane, all the oxygen or all of the air pressure goes out. And depending on your altitude, you have between 1 and 30 seconds of consciousness before you'll pass out.
Okay,
That joke was clear to a higher altitude than mental's at.
That's great. Yeah, real flight. I do enjoy that. Battle.
Oh,
Excellent. Not for the lead, not for position, but hey, looks good.
He's just no. Screw you, Mustang.
Someone's battling the lead. Good for them. Yeah. Not the lead, but the leader.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out who that is.
Yes.
Oh, that's Max Lip for Priority Fail Racing, sticking it to the IndyCar driver. Nice. Well played. He gone.
Chris is having flashbacks to Thompson last year when we were running for the lead, and someone back in 15th place just decided they didn't like us anymore.
What track layout do you guys run at Thompson? Because I've seen some of the Legends road course videos from Thompson where they actually end up on the oval. Oh no, I've asked this before. You don't use the oval part. Is that correct?
And we use
kinda
part of the oval.
Oh, you do?
Yeah, we run whatever the longest configuration Thompson will let us
the
run.
one that uses the
So-
oval and the oval pit road, I think, too, right? Yeah. That's awesome.
Yeah, and
Yeah, that sounds right.
they cone off they cone off part of the oval, but the fastest line in the dry, if there's no traffic, is to run up to the cone line and use the banking until you can't. That's about a second faster than running on the inside.
Nice.
Yep. And the cones usually last probably 3 or 4 laps before they're finally punted into the golf course next door.
They last.
Is it
most
like
of the race,
iRacing? They
honestly,
magically reappear.
Yeah.
The cones.
No,
that's
most
incredible.
That's kind of true. That's kind of true because the car will come into the penalty box and then you'll yank it out from underneath the fender and then it magically reappears.
You guys call that taking a prisoner by any chance?
No, but that's a great.
That's what we. Yeah, that's back in my autocross days. That's what we called it, taking a prisoner. Whenever you actually drag a cone. Yeah, and +1, absolutely. Yes, +1.
Plus 2 seconds. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, exactly 2 seconds. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, amazingly at Thompson, somehow people have not just kind of annihilated all the cones. Back when we used to run the Isuzu Ombre, that would have been the perfect thing for the Ombre to do with this big old steel bumper attached to the frame, but just punt all those cones out of the way and make room for the Honda. But oh well.
It's kind of like when at the start of a baseball game when the leadoff hitter gets into the batter's box and the first thing they do is erase the batter's box so they can stand further back. It's basically like that.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. Note to self for August. Punt the cones out of the way. Got it. And
we'll see how that
unfortunately, because there's no one actually listening to know that if it rains at Thompson, if you stick your left 2 wheels up right next to the cones onto the old oval, there's so much more grip up there than there is on the road course down in the bottom. And when it's wet, it's amazing.
They would learn that if they would go on the track walks. If people go with Chris on the 3-Pedal Mafia track walks, you learn all this information.
Well, we're not allowed to have track walks anymore because of the COVID, but...
The Rona.
So is
we'll
there
talk
going to be
about
a
that
Judge
next year,
Phil?
maybe when
Sorry.
we can, but anyway.
Chat, they're asking if there'll be a Judge Phil appearance tonight. Eric, do you know?
I'll see if I can get Phil in. I know this was his anniversary weekend, so he's doing actual real life things. I'll see if I can. If he's free.
There's a Mrs. Judge Phil.
There is
Anniversary or bandiversary?
That's incredible.
And I hope.
Sorry
I
about
hope
that,
Phil's
Chris.
listening to Barry White somewhere and not like thinking about us. I mean, either way, Richard Nixon, golden glittering phallus is involved. But
Since
still.
you mentioned Barry White and I had a little bit of a smooth groove going, I turned it up for the folks at home. Hopefully for Judge Phil if he's watching.
But if you want, both me, Chris, and Chris, well, all 3 of us really, we can we can do a Judge Phil imitation. And what's even funnier is this really isn't even how Judge Phil talks when he's not being Judge Phil, but it's kind of going to be his persona.
So I made a discovery this week, by the way. I've gotten my kid really into the Muppets, which is great. The Judge Phil voice.
Parenting. Good job.
The Judge Phil voice is Rolf the dog.
Yes. Yes.
The piano player. Of course it
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes, it is.
Oh, excellent.
Yep. Well played.
You
Accurate.
will be unable to unhear that ever.
No, you're absolutely right. That's it.
Although, honestly, I'm a lot more comfortable with his porn novel being read in Ralph the Dog's voice than in his.
Chris, you're getting grief in Twitch chat for giving away Thompson secrets.
That's just Alex Levinson. It's fine.
Yeah. Because again, Alex already knew that answer, and there's like 12 people
Not everybody
watching,
else
so
knew
I'm
that.
not really
though.
worried about it.
You're just letting it out, man.
Yeah, whatever. None of those people are actually going to be there, and if they are, then good for you. Have a nice time.
So I was
you came to
disappointed
the
that
track walk back when we.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry.
Bill is either Rolf the dog or Red Green.
Yeah.
For our
Red
fans.
green. Oh man, yeah.
Green
that's
versus
a good pull,
blue?
too.
Yeah.
No, red green. The old
Oh, the old guy with the
Canadian cartoon. I think it was Canadian, right?
Yeah, what is
Green-
it?
Red Green show.
Even if you're not, the ladies don't find you handsome, they'll at least find you handy.
There you go.
That
guy, right?
Yeah. That wasn't a cartoon, though, was it? Or did they actually launch a cartoon?
No,
off of
it
That was
was
a live
it
show.
was a it was like a live show, and he it was
It's like
It's
a
pretty
weird
funny.
sketch comedy kind of thing.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. I loved it.
It was Tool Time before Tool Time.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
full time but funny.
There you go.
And resourceful and janky all at the same time.
Yes.
And they're a big
Lot of
fan
duct-
of,
lot of
they're a
duct
big fan of
tape.
the Dodge van.
Yeah, it was kind of the Lemon TV show, the proto Lemons television.
It was a great Dodge van. I'll give you that.
It was Lemons without the racing, basically.
Yeah.
It had the problem solving, it had the costuming, it had the bad ideas, it had the facial hair, had the quality cuisine cooked on various things that were warm. Yeah.
Matt Sitko on the Discord chat saying he's the Red Green Show aficionado here. I'm not going to dispute that.
I mean, how can you? There's really no way to
That's quite
dispute that.
Yeah, that's a self-promotion. Like, oh, hey, as if that's your thing. Cool, dude. Nice job.
Well, Matt Sitko, you should build a Lemons car and do a red green theme because I don't think we've actually ever had one.
Do we
Wow.
want to let
Amazing.
Peter
Yeah.
McDade come thank
Wow.
Sean for the push? Is that a good idea?
Sure.
Someone needs to do a awesome van. Who has a
Let's
minivan?
Let's just
I
do
mean,
this in the morning. Hey, Peter McDade, you're in the broadcast booth. You there?
I happen to be here. How's it going?
Hey, going pretty good. I thought you'd like to talk to your pusher there that got you back to the pits,
And got penalties for that, by the way.
which we cleared.
I saw y'all cleared them, so that was actually pretty cool of y'all. Thanks go out to Sean for that one. I really appreciate it.
So, how's your race going so far, Pete?
Well, currently we're watering the grass. Other than that, the race is going pretty good. We selected the wrong car. We didn't have it set up. And 2 out of the 3 of our race drivers are currently using a flight controller, and the other one is using a weird setup that he made out of a controller and some pedals. So he's steering with the controller and racing.
Yes.
Is that why you couldn't hold it straight the entire time I was trying to push you? I was like, hold the wheel, hold this wheel, straight.
I was holding it straight, believe it or not. I think the reason that it was smacking into you was the fact that I was still in gear and not in neutral.
Yeah, I guess
Thanks for that.
to him it looked
Maybe.
like you were swerving. Apparently.
Yeah. Plus, a few of members on our team have had a few to drink, and I've had a few of other things. So
I like
Other
that
than that-
DRP Productions on the chat says, y'all drunk. I don't know if that's a question or a statement, but I agree with it either way. So good to do.
I'm not, but that's a very good,
Yeah.
very good point. Could be a question or a statement.
I'm
And the
so
leader
cold.
is pitting right now. Leader is pitting. Isn't this interesting?
Leader pit road. Leader pit road. Leader pit road.
interesting.
Leader pit road. Sorry,
Don't
that's
speed. Don't
iRacing
speed
used to have a
on that
bug that
pit.
whenever you were doing a race and the leader would pit, that it would make your spotter say it like over and over and over again for like 5 minutes during like the endurance races. So that was always fun.
So it was like spotting
Clear
on an
pit road.
oval, where they're like, clear, or whatever,
Yep.
But
Yes.
Oh yeah.
but
Leader
even
pit
less
road.
useful. Yep.
I was pretty troubled that my spotter always had this almost, not quite, but it sounded almost Australian accent, and I had to go through the different voices because if I'm going to run oval, I need someone to talk to me in proper oval language. Hi man, you all clear? All right, get on it, stand on it, son.
And Mental, you can't get me in the iRacing thing to say in your head, like the drunk night that you had. I was behind you saying, all right, Mental, no, you're clear. Watch the Miata on your 6. Oh, no, hold on. Wait. All right, now you're good.
Well, and even that like you knew you were dealing with a really drunk person. You flash back to your college days and your buddy that's just really, really gone, and you're trying
Or
to talk
like
slow
last
and
race.
nice and calm. Yeah. Hey, Mental, how you doing, buddy?
Yeah, but you did a great job for drunk racing because you weren't like angry, forceful drunk. You were like, all right, like I've got to do a good job. I'm really trying to focus. It's like you're closing one eye, you're closing one eye, you're throwing the anchor out 1 foot. Like you're like, no, I'm going to do the best I can. Seriously, I swear. And so you would actually listen to me instead of being argumentative. So that was fun.
Yes.
So Pete, when do you have to get back in the
VR
car?
when you're drunk is a different world, man.
I think there's an app for that. For VR drunk.
Do you have another VR drunk? Oh no. No. Do you have another state, Pete?
Talking about being not going back.
If you want the right oval spotter, there is a Chad Canals curse pack that you can
Jimmy
download
Johnson
that
cuss
is
pack. Yeah,
just
that's pretty funny.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, that's good
I'm
stuff.
gonna have to do that now. I
For it
feel
to
like
be
that's
proper
like-
style, it's got to be the cuss patch. Yeah.
Yeah. I feel like that's the next kind of thing. You've got trading paints, which is brilliant, and they've
Yes.
interfaced really well with iRacing. And I think the next one is voice. You know, and you could there's all kinds of fundraising opportunities. You could have celebrity voices. You could have your buddy record everything. You know, if you want it, if you're used to ignoring your spotter, have your spouse record all the messages, and you do that. I would actually love to have Sofia Vergara as the voice when I'm driving.
That's funny you said if you're used to ignoring the
spotter.
spotter. Well done.
Yeah.
Pete, do we need to
Well,
let
it's
you
like
get
in
back
ways
to
you
what
can
you're
get
doing,
whatever voice
or
you
you're
kinda
more than
want.
welcome to hang out? I don't want to ruin your race. Do you have to get back in for another stint?
I have no problem hanging out. Once I get back in for another stint, I'll probably jump out though. But the commentary is amazing here. I can't.
All right, great. You're more than welcome. You're more than welcome.
Well, let's do this since we're going down this rabbit hole. Peter McDade, what were your first three cars?
My first three cars. It was a Honda Civic that was broken the day I got it, and I had to rebuild the engine in my parents' driveway and made a giant oil stain that is still there to this day.
Well
It-
done. What generation Civic?
What year?
Yeah.
It was a 1992.
Aha!
And the next car was a 1971 BMW 320i. Not the IS, mind you, so it didn't have a rear sway bar. I learned how to drive manual by driving it back from Pennsylvania.
That's the best way to learn.
Once you're rolling, it doesn't matter. You're fine.
Mm-hmm.
Judge Phil as the
Yeah.
spotter would be fun. I agree. We'll have to get with him and record a spotter pack. Everybody could
Yep.
use it.
100%.
His spotter package would be entirely useless for you being in a racer. He'd be telling you about Richard Nixon's glittering penis.
No, it would
No,
be,
it's
it would be so useful.
371 is heinous and venous.
You know, you're coming up on car number 7, and it's going to be a pass for position. And I'm just very disappointed that it's not a Dodge Dynasty. So, you know, the '82 Dodge Dynasty was really the peak of Chrysler during the Malaise era. And my friend in college had one, and we were in a band together. And yeah,
Yep, that. What was your third car?
So the third car was even better. It was a 1992 325 IS where the lock cylinder on it was broke, so I had to jack the car to get it started.
Every single time?
Every single time, I basically had to put a screwdriver in the ignition and try and figure out how to start it every morning for about a year and a half.
You probably get good at it by the 4-month mark.
Oh, I was great at it by like the 15-day mark. I didn't have to struggle with it at all. It was just a pain in the ass if I ever parked it anywhere weird New Jersey like Newark because I knew it would get stolen.
it reminds me of every 70s GM car I ever had, where each one of them had a very unique kind of wiggle to the key to get the key to turn.
Oh, yeah, just get it past that lock.
This calls to mind on the Lemons Rally in January, where we stayed in Asheville at a hotel that had what do you call it, valet parking. It was valet only. So all these people with these shitbox Lemons Rally cars had to give the valet like super specific instructions on how to start their cars. It was the entertainment value of that alone was like worth the trip.
Didn't know the three.
Pull on your left
Bavarios.
ear. Right,
Yeah.
step on 3 pedals at once, turn the radio on, then you can hit the ignition switch. And if it doesn't work, try the rear wiper, then try it again. Done.
Yeah.
Or hit
Yeah,
the
the-
dashboard.
The 3 Bavarios in the race car have to change the starter on their B-body in the parking lot.
In the valet stand, they did a starter swap. and their small block Chevy and their Roadmaster was just weeping oil all over the place the entire time. The Valet people were like, well, it's January. Like, this is the most exciting thing that's going to happen for 3 months here. So they were totally into it.
And they thought that was as exciting as 2020 was going to get, and they were wrong.
That's right. That's right.
They were so wrong.
It is fun to give valets cars that they have no business having. Like back in the Babe Rally days, we would all show up to the hotel in New Orleans and have to give them all our janky ass heaps, and that was always fun. Well, here's the switch for the fan. If it gets hot, turn this one on. You need to turn these buttons and these orders to do this thing, right? Or even like, you know, Lemon's people just have these cars anyway. Like Chrissy has a 07 Mazda 3 that has almost 250,000 miles on it, but we swapped a 6-speed in it from a different car, but kept the 5-speed shifter. So if you try to put it into what people think is reverse, that's sixth, or if you try to put it into first, that's reverse. So you got to give very specific instructions to the valet, like, no. Here's the actual gear shift. Just be careful.
Yes, that's a great one. My buddy had a 74 Camaro, and for prom he had to. It was that the shifter wouldn't go all the way into park, so you would had to reach up and turn the steering column, because even though it was a floor shifter, you had to.
Doing well there. Nice job.
Yeah, that's the Kanye car, isn't it?
It's a Harbor Freighters. Freighteners. Yep.
Yes.
He's gonna let us finish. That's nice. Thank you.
Who's the girl on that driver's side? I'm not
Isn't
up.
it Taylor Swift?
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna let you finish, but
That totally makes sense. All right. Yeah. Oh.
we need a John Kerry, Taylor Swift mashup. You know, as long as we're missing Phil at the moment, you know, the Taylor Swift Boat Veterans for Truth theme would really be hammering it home.
Yes, that's a great one. Oh. Kanye stepping it out a little bit coming through that corner.
So I guess.
What other questions do people in the chat have? Anyway.
Oh, everyone's still whining about Steph not being in the booth. And folks, we want Steph in the booth. Steph's inability to get into the booth is 100% located in or around Steph's computer.
That's a her problem.
Yeah, we're actually texting trying to figure this out. I promise you, we're not kicking her out. We like Steph.
We'll get Steph for a few minutes later on. Yeah.
Now we did get asked if we could give Tom Lamino a black flag and let it stick and then take it away once he hits the Porsche curves.
Yeah, we can do that.
Just if we could go on audio when he didn't know it, it would be hilarious to hear his reaction when that happened.
Okay.
You gotta have
hold
some
on.
beats
Okay,
in
here's
there.
what's
Get
going to happen. Everybody's going to have to be really quiet. I'll drag him up here, and then I'll black flag him, okay? Do you approve?
Fair. Got it.
Eric, do you approve? So make sure,
Yeah.
you know, okay. All right, here we go. So everybody, let me make sure I got the right car here. Okay. Got him on screen. All right, here we go. Tom, this is race control. We're going to have you bring it to pit road for 30 seconds.
Why? What did we do?
We're just messing with you. How you doing tonight?
We're in the lead. We're doing pretty well, and all of a sudden I get the black flag. Oh, thankfully that's
You're welcome.
weird.
It was a request from chat. It was supposed to be a prank that didn't pan out. So I'm glad you're having a good race.
We really expected
Tom,
you to talk a lot more, Tom.
You must be on push to talk. That's what I figured. I didn't think it far enough ahead.
Yeah, that was fun. I'm finally winning, and you guys are like with me. But I knew that was possible.
Well, we'll let you focus, and maybe we'll talk to you whenever. Yeah, definitely. Whenever you couple deep breaths, you're gonna be okay. Keep digging.
We're gonna let you finish.
Yeah, we'll let you. Yeah. Good luck, Tom. Keep digging.
You're gonna let me finish like Kanye West? Like, I'm gonna let you
That's
finish.
right. That's right.
But we just got to say that,
finish
the
like-
Volkswagen, the Volkswagen is like the worst race car of like all time.
I highly agree. Highly agree that Volkswagen, it was the worst choice I've ever made in my life, and yet here.
Remember, never lift when you're in the Jetta. Get the breakdance thing going later. All right, well, good luck, and hopefully we'll talk to you later when you're not driving. Feel free to get our attention when you're out of the car if you guys do another driver change here. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right, well, I didn't think that went well, but chat thought it did, so I guess that works out.
You could tell he was talking through gritted teeth there. Like,
Oh, yeah.
that was a good one, guys.
Oh, well done. And again,
my favorite Tom moments are when you can tell he's really agitated and pretending not to be, which is every Lemons race ever.
Nice.
Yeah, when they hold the teeth and they kind of talk as respectfully as possible, you know they're trying real hard to keep it together.
and Tom's one of those people. He's very good at he doesn't do a lot of misdirected anger. Like, there are things that upset him, and if you come talk to him, he's not upset at you, but he's just trying not to be angry with you because he's angry with something else.
Yeah, that always makes it so much better to watch or listen to, in my opinion.
Yes. So yeah, let's see how Anton is doing sporting that tetanus livery on the Pro Stock.
Look at that.
Little Radwood stripe on the side of that baby right there.
Yeah, that was the stencil from the first HooptyCon where we had a Radwood event at the Lemons race at Sonoma. So Phil busted out the Jazz stencil, which is pretty great.
Nice 2-color stencil. Well done. Yes. So as the fall into silence, my next 80s TV reference is a short-lived pilot called the Georgia Peaches, aka Follow That Car. Now, it was the joy of this one is it featured Dirk Benedict, aka Face from the A-Team, but it was totally a Dukes of Hazzard knockoff. So it's they were running shine, and of course they got busted, and they had to go to work for the government to try and stop bad guys. And it not only was it Dirk Benedict driving a Trans Am full of more gadgets than a James Bond Aston Martin, but also featuring a then young Tanya Tucker, who spent most of the pilot in short shorts and a tank top.
You need to work on some more Maoist tie-ins if you're going to do the Phil knockoff, but otherwise that was great.
I don't have the same, obsessions with that kind of stuff. So really, once I got my philosophy degree, I just kind of stopped and I went right back to, old, bizarre, unloved TV shows.
Also, somewhere between you and Phil is Norm Macdonald. If we could get Norm Macdonald in the booth, that'd be awesome. If we could get all three of y'all in the booth, no one would ever know who's talking.
Norm Macdonald and Dennis Miller.
Perfect.
There we
I say,
go.
I don't think Norm McDonald's doing much these days.
Norm McDonald has a talk show,
Yeah, the Norm Show. No, it's not even the Norm Show anymore, is it?
literally called Norm McDonald has a talk show.
That's what it is. Yeah. Who's his sidekick?
Really
The
good,
one
actually.
the one he abuses constantly. His sidekick, Adam.
I can't remember, but it's awesome.
It doesn't matter. He's the punching bag for like an hour straight. It's fantastic. And how?
And how?
Welcome, Darth Vader, to
Yes,
the booth,
thank you.
ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, Darth Vader.
It's going well then.
Let's try that again. That sounds full on droid right there. That's wow.
Robot mode.
Like
yeah.
evil robot, like HAL 9000, smoked a little crack and he's really pissed.
Good idea, Phoenix the Fox. I like that idea. So race idea: hour-long race. Each lap we do a random number generator and black flag whatever number comes up. I like that idea.
That'd be
Each lap.
amazing.
It's a good idea.
Yes. And right underneath that, Billy Bobster talking about Dirt Benedict. And now Dirt Benedict has actually done across the board some great shows. He's not a terrible actor, and he's absolutely Starbuck in the original Battlestar Galactica. Yeah, I got no beef with Dirk at all.
It's mental with the deep television poles here. My family, we grew up in the middle of nowhere with 3 channels, like a lot of people. So we watched everything on television, and for some reason, episodes of Perfect Strangers we still reference today.
Well done, nice.
Is that cousin
Larry.
Balky?
That's Belky and Larry, yeah.
That's great.
Show was terrible. Terrible
my wife
show.
would be mad at me if I can't remember his name. Pierce. I can't remember. I
Going
can't think
back
of his
on
name.
the 80s TV shows, the original He-Man getting Alan Oppenheimer to voice a pack for crew chief. Now that would be amazing, having Skeletor call out your turn.
I've been spoiled by Robot Chicken, so now every time I see Skeletor, I expect him to sound like he does in Robot Chicken.
That'd be great. Car passing on your right! Haha!
I need that for a GPS voice now.
Turn left at the next intersection! Haha!
All right, so we are rolling up. It's 4 hours this race.
Yeah, just 4 hours.
4 hours, just 4 hours. Okay, so we're about a. Actually, no. Well, yeah, we're not even. There's no good measurement of 137 into 240, so I got nothing.
We are some distance into the race.
Some distance into the race.
We're 61.37894.523 hike.
Okay, yes, corn dog butthole. Math is hard for a liberal arts major. I don't do math. I don't have to do math.
Numbers are hard. Yeah,
Yes.
pick your moneymaker. Where's your philosophy degree? Yeah.
Darn Skippy. There you go. Gets me paid everywhere.
If that's
That
all it
looks
takes
like-
to get you paid and laid, then you're set.
Looks like Peter's headed back to drive. Thanks for joining us, Peter McDade, also. That was great. Appreciate the BMW E36 that you need to start with a screwdriver. We've all been there, I think.
So
Now
now
the
that I'm
BMW
back out of the car, this
yeah.
is so much easier to talk.
If your E36 only starts with a screwdriver, after about a couple weeks, if you really are committed to this is a beater, why not just put it on a switch, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever gotten to the point with the beater where you're just like, I'm going to expend literally zero effort on this thing? I think that's where it is. And just see how long you can ride it.
Yes. Well, we had Babe Rally cars, and then I would tend to daily drive those for another like year later. Like the 90 Miata we got for $300 that needed a top and various other assorted bits, and like I fixed the floor with just some fiberglass I had left over from a boat project, and like just never had a door panel on the driver's side, so the cup holder was really convenient. You just stuck it in the guts of the door, and that was nice. Things like that. I sold it for $1,200, and after a year and a half of driving it, it was sweet.
My Plymouth Acclaim had only an AM/FM radio, and so I had, this is in like early 2000s, so I had the Discman, the radio transmitter, like the early version of those. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh yes,
yeah.
absolutely.
Nice. Yeah. And when we would make like a right-hand turn, like it would just pull the input out enough that you would like lose reception. So I adjusted to take right-hand turns slower than I normally would, so I wouldn't lose the radio reception. It's just one of those little weird things you live with shitty cars.
I feel like most Plymouth Acclaims, by the time they were 5 years old, had been relegated to that beater stat.
Oh, absolutely. It was the predecessor of the PT Cruiser. The original people that bought them had good intentions because they were there, but once they left their first owners, they were just hand-me-down cars.
And now it's the Dodge Dart. Like last night, I got tailgated like 3 feet away from my bumper at 80 miles an hour by a Dodge Dart with one headlight on the School Expressway through Philadelphia, and I'm in traffic in an E400 Mercedes, and yet here's this Dodge Dart, and that's the kind of car that's going to go to the right and come up like halfway next to you, and there's no room, and then come back and go behind you. Repeat.
Oh yeah, if I have people do that to the CLS, I just let them go because I get away from my car. I just don't want you near my car. Yeah, whatever. You're faster than I am. Go away. Get away from my car.
And the CLS, as soon as there's like a hole in the road, then you just engage warp speed and you never see them again. So
yes,
which is kind of fun.
Yes,
it's funny how you guys have graduated to having not shitty cars. I still have a 16-year-old Ford Focus. I'm like, yeah, you want to hit me? Go ahead and hit me at this point. Like,
that
like Max just did there.
Clear your mirrors before you're heading onto the track. This is why you need VR. This is
It's Eric in the Miata saying, "You want to hit me? Go ahead." Clang.
Yep. That's right. That's right. I'll take that total money for $600. Thank you very much.
That is that I feel like that was just the Miata was trying to get on track, and Max, you had a 50-50 shot. Is he going to go to the outside or the inside? And Logic told him he was going to come to the inside, and that Miata just cut in. That's a painful one to see.
He lost. So Eric, you were talking about your claim and the radio transmitter. I still think it's funny that on our NSX, I still have to use a cassette adapter to put into the tape player on our 05 NSX to be able to play anything other than the radio. Or I have to go back to the CD changer in the trunk, and I don't even have a CD anymore. Like they're in the basement somewhere. I don't even know. So.
My Saturn that I graduated to had a tape deck, and I bought a Ghetto Boys tape at Salvation Army for 50 cents, and it got stuck in the tape deck. So I listened to the Ghetto Boys like at full blast forever in that thing.
That's an obscure
could be worse.
Yeah, no, it was a great album.
If Phil were here, he'd talk about the story of didn't he and some cousin road trip across the country in a Toyota pickup, and they had 2 cassettes that they got at a thrift store, and etc.
Oh man, I don't remember that story entirely. I know it existed. It was a Hilux, and it was Toyota pickup. Sorry, they didn't sell the Hilux here, but yeah.
Oh, they did. They absolutely did, because I have one parked in my garage.
Mental has one. Yeah,
really.
The last
next
year,
to the AMG,
the last year was done.
It's a Toyota with a Hilux badge on its fender. Now, maybe the prior gentleman who owned it, who apparently cared for the booze, stuck a Hilux badge on it, but I would tend to doubt it.
Yeah. that guy did nothing to make that car. So it was unofficially known as the truck, but they did call it the Hilux right up until '78. Then it just became known as the truck, and then they I forget when they did the Taco, but yeah.
The Taco didn't start till '96.
Yes.
So for a long time they had the very imaginative name of truck. So,
which is what everyone, like Mazda, Datsun, everyone just called it truck.
yeah. And nowhere else aside from Las Vegas does any pre-70s 8 Toyota pickup still even exist. Let alone
And I saw another one today. Almost, it was blue, but kind of the same. It looks like it had lived the same life as mine.
I just keep hearing y'all say truck, and all I can think of now is truck, boat, truck.
Hell yeah!
Everyone
I got truck, boat, truck. That's some bitch deal. 140.
Love. Don't touch the trim.
Nope. My turn to drive. Let me drive. Hell no.
Come on, Daddy.
That is last night we had Lisa on there. She actually also got our Squidbillies reference. She's what's the mama's name? The Rusty's mom.
I just remember early
She also has
Rusty
a big
and
gun.
Dan Halen. I love Dan Halen. Oh, it's bad.
That is true. Dan Halen's a good one.
All right, so apparently pause in conversation. We need to fill something in. No one's asked me my first 3 cars, so I'm just going to fill it in now. I'm just tired of
Chris, I'm sorry. Go for
Let me
it.
apologize for not doing that. And seriously, because it was.
You have to apologize. I'm not offended. First car when I was 15, which was 1995, was a 1960 MGA. And that's because my mom decided when she was young she wanted one of those. And so when randomly one was available for sale, not too far from us, she decided I should have that. The story behind that car, though, it was at a BMW dealership near us. And apparently the story that I was told, which I believe from everything I've seen, was that Joey Kramer, the drummer for Aerosmith, traded in my 1960 MG and a 1974 Jag XKE V12, which they also had there, and they didn't know what the hell to do with these damn things. He traded those 2 things in on the then new 95 E36 M3, which was the new hotness at the time. And Aerosmith is a Boston band. It all makes sense. They were local. So anyway, I still have that car. It's all way on the back burner waiting for us to stop doing race car projects and boat projects and things like that, so I can finally finish the things that I started 20 years ago and finally sell it. But that was first car, including cold. Once it started to salt on the roads, then I stopped driving it. And then we decided to get my second car, which we got from a friend who had helped us with the MGA, who was in the MG club that we were at the time. So my second car was a 1969 MGB GT. And I still miss that car. The MGB GT was a wonderful, wonderful car. Mine had overdrive. It was rusted to shit. But, and I was a teenager. Of course, we had five people in it at some point because you can.
The GT's a good-looking car.
It really is.
And the one I had kind of a hot cam in it. And even though the thing was so beat, the motor was hot, and I fixed the overdrive, it actually had the 5th gear. It was a great car. And then finally, one day I was driving back from Cape Cod, and the tread separated on the left rear tire. I was at about 85 miles an hour, and just flung off and wrapped around the rear axle and tore the brake line off. So I managed to stop it and pull over to the left and in the center of the highway in the median, and found that the spare tire that it had, because I was 17, I didn't really know what the hell I was doing at the time. The spare tire had no air in it. So I said, all right, well, I guess I'm driving on this. So I drove home on a tire with no tread and with a brake line that was torn just by downshifting, because the e-brake also didn't work because,
British.
30-year-old rusty British car and the 17-year-old, and I'd bought the car for $1,000. So okay. Anyway, made it home and eventually fixed it. It was still
Very
a great
nice.
car. I still miss the MGB GT. That's a classic you could still daily drive to this day if you didn't really care about air conditioning, or you got one of those vintage air things in it. That'd be fun. A great car.
I would see a lot of the hatchback MGs in Oklahoma. Oddly enough, I think that was the import car du jour for a while.
I'm in Oklahoma right now. I have not seen any MGBs.
You're in the mountain part of Oklahoma.
This is the mountain part? Okay. Okay, I'll
Well,
buy that.
it's-
Yeah, no, that's valid.
It's like 10 feet higher, right? So that's mountain.
If I'm not mistaken, you're going to be close to Tulsa, correct?
I'm in Tulsa, yes.
In Tulsa, yeah. So yeah, and I recognize that it's chuckle-worthy, but Tulsa, you start getting into the hills a little bit, and just a little beyond Tulsa is actually some really nice. You get into the
Ozarks start there.
as they come over, and it is actually a lovely part of the state. But yeah, get down around Durant where you can see until next Tuesday. Yeah.
Eric, is this a temporary just stop in Tulsa? I know why you're there, but is this a temporary thing or is it a more permanent thing?
No, I'm here for the week, basically. So my girlfriend, who lives in Tulsa, as people may or may not know, came up and stayed with me during the COVID stuff for about 3 months. So back down in Tulsa to help her get her house back together since she's been away from it 3 months. So
Yeah.
it's also 98 degrees here. And like 90% humidity. So Oklahoma's good in the summer like that.
That's excellent. Well done.
That's a great band. Great band.
Mental, how's it where you are now? Because usually you've got all the heat, but the humidity you're okay with.
Right, exactly. We've had actually a bit of a cold snap, so it's been hovering in the 80s, but it did get up to about 100 today. So while I was out for my run, it was about 100, but I think it was like 2% humidity.
Hey, can we focus in on
Go ahead.
Sorry, I think we focus on a car 888. It's Dave Carpenter, our teammate Uncle Dave, driving the Dirtmobile. It appears as though he's kind of, based on the times I'm seeing here, he's battling for second pretty well, or he may have even passed the second place car. I'm not sure, but he seems to be doing something there, and good for Uncle Dave.
He's in fourth, and he is running laps faster than the leader right now.
Dang.
Well, we've talked about this. So Uncle Dave has actually been doing iRacing for years. And prior to that, he was a nationally ranked, and I believe has won some championships as an RC racer. And he has the ability to kind of think in that third and fourth dimension, relay his
the hand-eye
inputs.
coordination thing. And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Not to mention,
Makes
just a
total
great
sense.
guy.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, yeah,
I forgot that you've told me about the RC racing thing too. Actually, I used to be a sponsored RC racer myself, so I think that's really cool. I totally get it.
Yeah, we had him on
I
the
used to
show
be good at
once,
iRacing too,
and
so it
talked
makes
about-
sense.
Yeah, we had him on the podcast once for talking about RC, and that was one of our most listened to episodes ever. And I don't know, it's because Dave pushed it out to all the RC racing folks who have nothing better to do, but everyone listened to it. And not only is Dave just an interesting guy and super humble, super quiet and calm, but look at the Cressida that he's made. It is by far the most successful 3-pedal Mafia car ever that is just runs under the radar. No one even knows. It just keeps going and going and going.
Go race, that thing's in the top 10. It's wild.
Yeah.
It had
And they don't do
no
a dang
fast
thing to
parts.
it.
Yeah. It's got all the safety work done on it, and they've done some reliability upgrades, but they've added nothing to make the car faster. They just hold it together. And Dave and his nephew Aaron, which is why we call him Uncle Dave, fingers out for Aaron. They come from a race of giants because they're all like 6'4".
And 2 something plus.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're wonderful people, and the car's great. But look at the rest of the cars in our team that should be giant killers, like Betty, the RX-7 with the 3.8, that's with all the tires in the world. The Civic is monstrous until it's not, etc. And yet the Cressida is the one that is by far the most successful. Good on them.
Yeah.
Nice job, Dave.
Who's he outrunning there? Is that the leader on his bumper?
Yeah.
I believe it is. Yeah.
So this will be an interesting battle. And Dave, also being a circle track guy, knows a few things about setup, and we have all cribbed notes from him on how to set up these pro stocks. And he's also, I believe, the founder of the free Camaro movement when Lemon stepped away from allowing these. He hated this thing and was vocal about it.
We'll see how the third season plays out. It's going to be throttled back a little bit. We're not quite sure what the next season of Lemon's iRacing is going to bring, but it'll start in July, and we're going to start piecing that together after this, I think.
Yeah. So our friend Alex,
goodness and greatness and all things lemony, and this can't die. It's too good.
No, it's too much fun. Miata13B, aka Alex, you guys should follow him on Instagram. He's great. But is mentioning that Aaron and Dave were his first official friends in the Lemons community, and he says, funnily enough, and actually no, that sounds exactly like Aaron and Dave. Hey, you're new. Hi, I'm Dave. This is Aaron. What can we help you with?
Yeah, those teams make such a world of difference for people. Like, I don't know if you guys know the Bad Decisions Racing guys in the Midwest, Mike Krenzer with the old Plymouth and the minivan, the Dustbuster minivan. Those guys have adopted dozens of new people and kind of just shown them how it goes. And that stuff, I mean, that's what Lemons is best at, is building this community of people who just have to have fun and showing everybody else, the easiest way to have fun, get over all the aggravations and just get to the point where it's fun.
And we do our best with that. I mean, sometimes we're jerks, but, usually we try to be as good as we can. I mean, like Garage Heroes in Training, we tried to take them under our wing, for example, because Bill was dumb enough to reach out to us on the podcast. I don't know how the hell he found it, but he reached out to us and said, "What do I do?" and sent us a basically 40-page single-spaced email of questions. And we said, all right, well, this guy needs help. Let's try to help him out, because we had nothing else to do then. So, but that's been great, hugely rewarding to see them go from completely inept to slightly less inept. So yeah, good for them.
Yeah, Bill emailed me after he got notes from you guys, so I got a second email of that kind of length and breadth. So that was, I was like, oh, this guy's really into this, and that was so awesome to see. Yeah.
Yeah, and what we love,
it's so much better than the people that show up like at the track and go, I don't know where do I find that? I don't have that. No. Bill's got 40 pages of notes, and he's gonna check them all, and he's like Santa with his list.
And what's great about Bill, what I love about Bill, is he's really turned this into a legitimate family affair. He's got his sister-in-law, he's got his best friend, he's got his wife, his
children's friends, his neighbor, the dude at his local cell phone store. Not kidding, is on his team now. Yeah.
And he has found a way to bring his family together and doing. There's a lot of sometimes tension when you get into this. If you're into it and your spouse isn't, why are you going away yet another weekend? And Bill has managed to sidestep all of that by just bringing the whole family with him all the time.
Having that kind of thing is great in theory, but it also causes other problems. Like Chris and I are doing the same thing, but there's no checks and balances in our household. It's like, all right, honey, should we build this fancy new race car? Yes, we should. Okay, great. Do you want to go to California and race this race? Yes, we should. Oh, do you want to go buy that supercar? Yes, I would. So,
yeah, and that's a good transition to the Blizzards, Chris Blizzard and his extended family. They come, him and his wife come with their 2 kids and hang out, and they make good friends, and they hang out with Anton in the tetanus pit, and they're all just this huge family. They're always having fun, they're always hanging out, and like they become part of our family then, by extension, and that stuff's super rewarding for us, seeing the same people at all these races, which again is why we're super excited to be going back to a racetrack. I'm going to Gingerman in 2 weeks to see all the people I know, for the last 9 months. It's just great seeing what's basically extended family again.
Yes, I always love the tetanus pits. Yeah, I love the tetanus pits in Texas because it does become like its own nation within a nation.
There's like 60 people.
Yeah.
And the hard part, though, is it's coming back to this. Is yes, that's all of our favorite part. Is seeing all of your close friends that you see how many times a year at the races that you're excited to see, you're excited to talk to, you genuinely want to hear about their life and talk to them. But now, like, you can't the same way. Like, we can't put 10 people in a hot tub like we're used to. We can't have, you know, the ridiculous potlucks that are so great. So how do we maintain our own safety and sanity despite our enthusiasm to see our friends? It's tough to see how it works out.
We're doing it right now.
That's
true. What this is all about. That's why this is amazing.
Yeah, no, totally.
Like, this is incredible.
Yeah. To Chris's point, you know, I think the first few races, the first race we do in each region here is going to be tough while we figure all these things out. And, you know, I don't want to say we're biding time, but to some extent, we're waiting for the world to be normal again so we can go back to having those great social moments and lemons. But, I mean, it's still there. You know, there's still the ability to pit next to somebody and be able to shout insults at them. You know, that's part of lemons. So, hot tub of hand sanitizer, great suggestion also.
That is actually, because, you know, we do have one of our team members who tries to fill it with a foam every time, a dishwashing foam. I think this is going to be a generation, or as lemons adjust to this new thing, I really think you're going to see an explosion of pit vehicles that are social. Like at New Hampshire a couple of years ago, there was that traveling stage, the actual light up disco stage that would cruise through the pits. That's a great one. And I think you'll get these I want to see mobile pit vehicles that allow you to socialize and still keep your distance. So just a drive-by, like the drive-by birthday party you're seeing now. You drive by the pits, you know, kind of hey, how's it going? Wow, that's a really crappy car. I can't believe that thing. Good luck. See you tomorrow.
So basically, pit vehicles, all pit vehicles shall be Pope mobiles from this day forward.
That's a good one.
Yeah. I still miss water skiing behind the boat in the evening. That was the most fun we ever had.
All right, you have to explain these things because the general audience may be unfamiliar with your typical antics.
True. No, you're right, and I lose track of that. So, way back in the day, 3 Pound Mafia decided, we wanted to have an interesting car, and we decided no one had ever run a boat at Lemons, and not just like paint it like a boat. No, we went on Craigslist, we found a boat, and I talked the guy down to $75 for the boat with no engine, plus a trailer. So we bought the 1973 Sea Sprite 16-foot tri-hull. And then proceeded to sell the trailer underneath it for $75. We cut a giant hole in the bottom of the boat, and we placed the boat over the top of a 94 Chevy S10 truck. And then we raced it. And it was surprisingly not tragic. Like, we had that thing as high as a finish of 20th overall as a boat on a truck. And in the evenings, it was great fun to tie some water ski ropes onto the water ski tow hooks on the back of the boat. And everyone had rollerblades and skateboards and things. And so we would drive around playing I'm on a boat and water ski through the paddock. And if we had to stop, we of course would tie the boat to something. And occasionally we would forget to untie it and drag it as we drove away. But we had a great time water skiing behind the boat, in between the boat dominating. And the boat eventually had a Class C win. The boat had an IOE and a half. And we had so much fun until the truck under the boat actually fell apart. Like the floor of the cab of the truck is what eventually really failed. And there was no way to really kind of separate it nicely. So that was, the boat. Sadly, we poured one out. But we had a great time. That boat probably was in at least a dozen races. And
I loved the C&P parade in the boat. That was always a great time. Rolling down through Camden, South Carolina, blasting. We're on a boat. That was a fantastic time.
And pulling water skiers. And then we also would bring one time we brought our jet ski. So it was an electric scooter we chopped up and put skateboard trucks in the front and dropped a stand-up jet ski over with a twist grip. So you would just stand on the jet ski and you'd have to lean to turn. and it was the most hella dangerous thing ever, but it fit really
And
nicely.
that
with
wasn't the most dangerous aspect. The most dangerous aspect of the death ski was the brakes.
Yeah, no, there was no brakes at all. The brakes was you put your foot down. That's it.
On
Did
the
anyone else
turning
just have
rear
an
wheel.
Old Spice moment? I just had an Old Spice moment. I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat.
Oh yeah,
That's what I got.
You actually, if you search the Lemon's boat, you'll find.
Oh, it's in the chat. I posted a picture of when it was in its not Jaws regalia. I think it's one of the early regalias. The blue and white and black. Because
we started with I'm on a boat. We started with them on the boat, and then we did pirates. So we rigged a square mast up to it at Summit Point, and which is great because when you're in the carousel at Summit Point, you could look and see the shadow of your own mast to your left, which was fun. And then we had a fly bridge on it, so it was a New England Yacht Club. So we served lobsters and
there it is. It's in the.
Yep. There we go. That was an early one. That still had the fishing net in the back and everything.
Yeah.
And then we had a Jaws theme, so it was the fly bridge, and we painted it the right colors, and we had the yellow barrels on the hood, and I think that's when it really looked the best. Had the fishing rods out the back. That was at Monticello, and so yeah, that's one of my favorite boat moments is doing the pit laps at Monticello. We were the lead car of the Lemons field, but the pace car was the Ferrari P45 prototype thing that, there's one in the
movie
world,
director
right?
guy had, yeah.
The Glickenhaus thing?
Yeah.
It was James Glickenhaus's car, yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, that's normal.
Oh, he loved
So
it.
it was our... Yeah, oh, absolutely. So it was our S10 boat Jaws thing, following the Ferrari P45 around Monticello, because, yep, that's a normal weekend. And then we moved into we had a good Gilligan's Island theme.
The shark when you did the Jaws because you painted the Honda like a shark.
Yeah, and then Chrissy made a costume of her being swallowed by the shark, which is excellent. I think Jaws was the pinnacle of the boat because we had the fly bridge, and notably the fly bridge when it was really on, and we had the panels on the fly bridge. It limited our top speed to about 85. Like really, once we hit there, that's all we had.
And we could talk about the boat all night. I do want to address a couple of things in the chat, the Mixer chat. Phoenix the Fox is saying that he wants to come for a race, but there's not too many tracks near his city. And Alex Miata13B has mentioned, look, make a vacation out of it, and he is absolutely right. I travel for almost every race, and you do you go ahead and take that Friday off, leave work on Thursday, get to where you got to go, rent a car or land where your team is, and go in there. You'll end up having a great time. Jeff has this wonderful analogy about going on a safari that relates to a great race weekend. But the other thing is Dave Carpenter has managed to work his way up to third and is still outrunning the leader by a good couple of car lengths.
Good on Dave. And Mental, I absolutely agree with you. There's always a place to go, and even if if you don't want to drive, that's fine. You'll find someone who'd be happy to have you as a free pit mate, and they'll make sure you get a wristband, and they'll feed you, and that's great. Do it, and no matter where you are, you'll find somebody. Just post up in the Lemons forum or OK Stupid, or any of the various social media post thing, and you'll find someone to run with, or just show up and have an open mind and a good attitude and offer to help and explain why you're there, and you'll make friends, no doubt.
Yes, you'll someone will give you a beer, someone will feed you. Yeah, and better if you get on the forums beforehand, because then otherwise there's a great picture of the boat. The infamous deer who did not receive an invitation to be on a boat, so he thought he would crash.
Yeah, no, this is not photoshopped. I was driving at this time. The Alfa Romeo to my right was leading the race. The boat is leading Class C at this point when the deer on the right decided to try to jump the Alfa. It bounced off the Alfa, sailed right over my head in the boat, and cleared the boat. and then we don't know what happened to it, but it apparently left the rest of the raceway. But that was an excitable text, or it's not text, but a voice transmission on the radio from me to the team going, "There's a deer just flew over the boat."
Let me ask you a very serious question. Do you have a pony? And if you did, would you ride upon your pony on your boat?
Well, yeah, duh, right?
There's a larger question there, and I really think we have to dig into the relationship between the Long Ranger and Tonto. And when Tonto finally said, kiss my ass.
Kiss my ass.
That was
wonderful.
Yoder, that just took me way too long to figure that out. That was a great pull. God damn.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Eric was sitting there going, why would he have...
Oh, I know this. I know this. What is this? Holy shit. Yeah, wow.
Oh, it's just a wonderful song.
It is. Yeah.
That's actually it.
Lyle Lovett.
Lyle Lovett does not get the credit for a lot of the just proper songwriting he's done.
He's amazing.
So our teammate is mentioning the stories of Summit Point, and this was I don't want to say early days of
it was a nice stint, dude.
When Lemons was really hitting their stride, and Summit Point was always on Father's Day weekend, and it was always the same weekend as Hyperfest. And you could not find two more diametrically opposed crowds than Lemons Racers and the Hyperfest. What was the Nopi Nationals? The Underglow.
Hyperfest in general.
Yeah, just
but mental, the other thing to know is it was right about this time of year, which means this is the longest days of the year. So it is light out until late, and because of that, everyone just has energy until late. So it was just epically stupid, and eventually just became Caligula at night, and everyone woke up in the morning, didn't know where they were, how they got there, and especially that we didn't have to start racing until noon because of Jesus. So things just happened Saturday night, and we shall not speak of them to this day for many reasons, but holy crap.
Joe hasn't been listening at all, I'm sure, but he felt a tingle down his spine as you were starting down that path, and thank you for checking yourself on it.
Yeah, it's one of those things where if you were there and you experienced it, then you get it. And if you were not, then I'm sorry. And you
can never
don't really need to know.
You can never do that again. And now so somebody's mentioned they hung out at the New Jersey race, and New Jersey race is also it's not a terrible race. I would argue that it's really the only good thing in New Jersey, besides our teammate Jeff, is the New Jersey Lemons race.
That's about right.
Hey, my weekend, you're giving away secrets there, buddy. So just why don't you go ahead and delete that comment?
Do we know who is my weekend? I mean, obviously they were there. Do we know who that actually is?
Yes, we do. Flat Earth.
Ah, okay, cool.
All right. Oh,
that's a great theme.
Why you got to be pushing around Chris Blizzard like that, Mr. Becker? That ain't cool. Little love tap on the bumper of the Pro Stock, and now he's dealing with the Miata. And I believe that Miata, is that Mattori driving that Miata right now? I know it's his team. Yeah,
so I see in the chat that the Kanye car is about to run out of gas. How far away are they from making it to the pits? I mean, if they're that close, this might be fun to watch. As fun to watch as it can be for a car to just slowly pull over to the side and sit and wait and be sad.
Car number 9, I believe.
And I absolutely just want to assure Kanye car, I'm a legend.
He's just getting out of the Mouchelon.
You might want to back out of that throttle there, Brandon. So Patrick is mentioning that the museum at NJMP and they've got the airfield across the street. I think one of the last races we did there, it was the same weekend that we did Springtime. Was they had an air show going on. So you're in the middle of a race, and then here's an F-18 doing a demo over the airfield at 1,200 feet. And
Yeah, well, there's an airport.
Did he run out of gas? He did.
Yeah, he did. Mental, there is an airport next to NJMP, and
Yes.
like they basically wrap the track around it because both of them are noise complaint problem. So they wrap the track around both of them. I have never seen that there was a museum at NJMP, but I've definitely heard the races, and certainly we saw that at Air Show weekend as we were doing Springtime for Hitler theme. That was a bit of a juxtaposition that we found hilarious, and apparently so did Jay. So.
So good. Hey, we've got an hour left. What do you want to cover in another hour? Well, actually, talking about the airport, like that's actually a really good idea for building a racetrack. And I wonder why people don't do that more often. For noise abatement.
Yeah, it's perfect. And so they had the air show going, and so on Friday, while the F-18 demonstration team's doing their practice, one of the mini boom boxes that have been made from discarded car stereo parts comes out, and of course they've got Top Gun on their iPod, or the Kenny Loggins Danger Zone playing on the iPod. And I remember later that evening, the maintenance crew made their way over to the racetrack from the airfield, and our teammate Kurt was regaling them with tales of barbecue and being a Marine and feeding them all liquor while telling them, great war stories.
Yes, and then I also remember hearing a 50cc Yamaha at full throttle all the way as far as I could hear it and back. Repeat.
Yes.
Mental, when you say the F-18 demonstration team, are you talking about the Blue Angels in like a backhanded Air Force comment?
No. They're
Navy.
That is the naval, and actually we've got the Thunderbirds, which if anyone in the Thunderbirds will refer to them as the U.S. Air Force demonstration team, but each platform typically has a touring demonstration team that goes around. It's a single plane, and they go around and just do demonstrations of the capabilities of this aircraft at air shows. And the Navy has a single F-18 that does that.
I gotcha. Okay.
What is the Air Force's derogatory term for those in the Navy? I don't know, but I'm sure they have one.
Oh, you think we're just limited to one? No, there's bubbleheads, clobbers. Then there's the whole series of jokes with all that kind of deal. Being in the control and their absolute disregard for airspace restrictions. We like to call them the big blue sky people because they're like just flying up doing whatever they want. Deck swabbers and bubbleheads is usually my go-to. They like to call us zoomies and wingnuts.
That seems all very tame. I'm sure there's better that we'll hear from you not on broadcast.
Well, you know why? My fellow Air Force guys is throwing up there. They do call themselves seamen, and that's their name, not ours. And they all have their names on the back of their pants, which there's all kinds of joke there. But I don't want to appear homo intolerant, so I'm not going to make that. But they still wear bell bottoms on purpose. I don't know what that's about. And their camouflage is designed to hide in water, say like if they fell off of a boat. Not thinking that one through, are you?
So P1 and P3 are pitting at the same time here. Oh snap! What will this do to their race strategy? How will their pit go? Who will do a better pit stop?
More importantly, who's relieving Uncle Dave? Who's going to be running this last hour? Because it's Uncle Dave, Amanda, and who else is running on that team?
Tom Pyrak.
I don't know, but mentally, you might want to shut off and come back on because you're becoming static mental now.
Damn it! F you, Discord.
It's not robo mental, but static mental.
Usually
Tom
I say
Pyrak, by the way, the other member of the team.
I say static mental for when my boss.
Okay.
Got quiet.
All right, any better?
Hey, there you are.
A little bit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. As good as you're gonna get.
It doesn't sound terrible over here, so that's good news.
Yeah. We'll roll with it.
So we've got a couple of good Navy jokes here. Self-propelled sandbags. I like that one.
Nice.
All right.
So Tiagi Reserves is leading. Doug Ellison driving. They have a 2-minute and 17-second lead over the Cotier Brothers racing team. Jay Becker in the BC Power Team running in third. Priority Fail and Max Lupfer driving right now in fourth. And Uncle Dave Carpenter in the Momrath Cheaties Trolley in the top 5 now. So running in fifth.
So they left Uncle Dave in for that last hour. Good choice.
Fuel here is about a half hour by design, so there'll be probably one more driver change for everybody after this, or one more fuel stop.
I've seen since she's been locked down, if they go with Amanda is an absolute terror on a real life meat world racetrack. She is very talented and very hard to catch. But she has not seen that same level of success so far with iRacing, but she is getting better.
I do believe she
it's all about the
races
seat time, really.
On a laptop with a single screen, so
that's not going to help, right?
Issue in there too.
Yeah, and sometimes she doesn't wear her glasses, so she can't see very well, and it's in a dark room in some New York farmhouse, and her steering wheel's clamped to a folding table that's normally reserved for the 8-year-olds at the family Thanksgiving dinner.
Uphill, both ways, in the snow, barefoot.
And she's got some sort of parrot that flies around her house, and when it's not getting enough attention, loves to yell at her.
So, on that note, I live in an apartment building, and the previous tenant left a bunch of stuff there, including a box of records, of which I pulled a cockatiel training album. It is a record designed to teach your cockatiel how to sing. It's fortunately a little light on swear words, but this is apparently a thing. So,
wow,
bird people are weird.
That sounds like something they would give you as a bribe.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
The Kanye card just spun out there. Looks like they're going to be losing some positions.
I'm going to let him finish, but...
Apparently the bird has been chirping. Amanda's teammate, I guess they're in a Discord, so the bird has been fussing at her while they've been racing.
Stunt Granny saying, I can't bring the record up and not play it. So it was in a dusty old box, and I just don't want to put a dusty record on my record player without cleaning it. So I haven't had a chance to clean the record, but I'm going to listen to it and probably turn it off after about 30 seconds because it'll be terrible.
Yes.
Perhaps I will put it up on my Instagram or something.
There you go.
As the kids do these days.
That I feel like you could record it and then send it to Phil, and he could like start doing some of his remixes. Yeah, for his. I
love that Phil's band involved him playing a radio transmitter through a distortion pedal and then a guitar amp cranked to 12.
And yet, no one is surprised.
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
All right. I wonder if we lost Chris conventionally or if Chris just had to log off and clean up after dinner.
Conventionally, probably.
Yoder, are you driving right now, Sean?
Yes, he is.
Excellent. That would explain why he's quiet.
Sorry, couldn't say anything there.
So we've been asking everybody on the show what their first 3 cars were. So what were your first 3 cars, Sean?
While I'm driving, thank you for that.
Totally.
First car was a 69 Camaro.
Oh, dang.
Hell yeah. America.
And I had a mullet.
I didn't think I could like you anymore. I was wrong.
What were my first 3 cars? Holy crap, man.
You're going to have some time to think about it here in a second.
Oh, no. 69 Camaro. And then I got a Chevette. Because the Camaro got negative mile per gallon. And the Chevette literally would go faster at 3/4 throttle than it would at full throttle. It was amazing.
That's fantastic.
And
straight.
then I got a 71 Pontiac Le Mans with a 350 wide block in it.
Well, let's be fair here. It wasn't called a Le Mans. This is America talk. It was a Le Mans.
Yeah, that was two-door or the
I
four-door.
called it the Le Mans. That was actually a four-door. That was my first family car.
So the Pontiac Le Mans of that generation made famous in the original Smokey and the Bandit because it was driven by Jackie Gleason's character, a.k.a. Buford T. Justice, as he has been in Hot Pursuit.
Not only was it blue, it had blue velour interior and a bench front seat, which was wonderful when you're 18 years old.
Oh, I bet.
Wow. Yes. Now, so you had the velour bench up front?
And the back.
See, well, but and the reason I say up front is because, that's a good one to do the trick, kind of have your hand up on the bench and do the a little bit too fast right turn to slide your lady over a little closer. Hey, baby.
Car was
Come sit next to me.
And the Le Mans had my first actual foray into car audio. I had I think they were 15-inch Lanzars in the trunk. Lanzars. That's right. Lanzar.
Was it powered by a realistic tape deck?
No, it was Pioneer.
Oh, all right. So you get the name brand. I was a Radio Shack guy
I
for
went
years.
crazy, dude. I splashed out.
So at the
in a Le Mans.
In a Le Mans, Eric, you were too busy, but at the Barber race this year, as the rally cars were coming in, just a generalized gearhead. He wanted to record all that stuff up on the top parking tier at Barber. There was a Le Mans-based GTO. Unrestored, and it looked it, but just seeing one of those, it's still in drivable shape. It was genuinely impressive.
Well, the God, what is it called? It's not Ratty Muscle Cars. Maybe it is Ratty Muscle Cars. There's a group that does shows and drags in Alabama, and it's just all shitted up muscle cars. I can't remember what. It's either Shitty Muscle Cars or Ratty Muscle Cars. No, so that's like a thing there. Like, the general aesthetic, the roadkillized everything is a thing now, but like there's this group that takes it super seriously and like does their own shows and stuff. So they're based out of Alabama. So I wouldn't be surprised if he was part of that group.
That I feel like they had an Instagram channel up there or something like that. I understand why that could irritate some people. I am absolutely in the belief that any car hobby that is inclusive by nature. Now, granted, you'll specialize, but if they're just saying this is our thing, come see our thing, is always a good thing. And I don't think it's direct competition. I'm a big fan of Grid Life. Chris makes fun of me for it. I love Grid Life because it is all about rejoining some of the facets of car culture.
Yeah. No, I know Adam and Austin from Grid Life, and they're just. Yeah. They live it. They're good dudes, and they know what they're doing, and they know what the car hobby needs, and it's partially what they're doing. So
yeah, exactly. I make fun of some of the people there. I don't make fun of you necessarily. like fun with cars is fun with cars, and like Adam is a huge EFC Civic
big Civic guy.
I am. Right. So that's cool. I just mostly make fun of some of the attendees there, like the same way we did back at Summit Point.
Absolutely. Yes.
Yeah. Like the four girls sharing a Zima, which is now sharing a White Claw. Same thing. And giggling about how drunk they are. So but really, when the fun of the Summit Point was someone who may or may not be a police officer on an ATV on two wheels, towing someone else who may or may not be a rubber tramp at this point, sitting in a radio flyer wagon, tugging at a handle of vodka, which was then towing someone else on a mechanic's what a creeper,
like a creeper,
who, may or may not have been passed out at that point through the Hyperfest thing. Like that's the fun of Lemons effing with Hyperfest that is now only in my memories.
Fake.
I still
memories.
remember when, as it would get later and they would run out of parking in Hyperfest, a couple of those shiny underglow cars would make the mistake of driving through the Lemons paddock on Saturday night when we are bleary-eyed trying to bang our cars back into some sort of race shape, and we're looking up, and it always reminded me of the opening scene of Chud when they're looking at parts. I could totally strip that car and have parts for the race car. Yes, park it right there. And the poor people on their shiny, imported right-hand drive Silvias would freak out and have to get out of there as quickly as they could. Dave Carpenter running a little wide, defending that 5th position. So the pit stop did not go as well as the Mustang pit stop, apparently.
Taking a look at the incident counts that we've got out there tonight. I thought that'd be interesting to take a look at. So P2,
absolutely.
Philip Courtier in the Courtier Brothers Racing team, they only have one incident over the course of this whole race so far. That's pretty incredible.
Well, they spent all their intellectual effort on the name, so they just didn't have time to tangle it up with other cars.
That's excellent.
We've got a bit of a thing on the E1R about unimaginative team names. We've been quite spoiled over the years. One of our favorite targets. He's a great guy, but we like to make fun of Matt Conley of Matt Conley Racing. So yeah, if your team name is your name, we're not letting that go.
You need to try harder. But we also like the fact that our local friend Matt Ferenchek, also Silent but Deadly Racing, has gone to changing his team name officially to Matt Ferenchek Motorsport, just because he's having fun with that whole thing.
Yeah, I knew there was some inside thing there. I just totally went over my head. So.
Oh yeah, no, he's mocking all of the unimaginative team names, and he sent us a lengthy email saying that he hired a consulting company and paid them hundreds of thousands of dollars to revamp his race image.
Yes. Well, once Matt Conley told us that this is not a joke. He paid a marketing company $20,000 to decide his team name, and they decided to tell him he should have his team name be Matt Connolly Motorsport. He deserved the mockery, no doubt.
And I called my high school guidance counselor and just tore her a new one because I didn't realize I could do that for a living. Oh, hey,
marketing? Yeah.
Yeah, we need a marketing consultant. What would Eric Rude Motorsports send me my check?
Yeah.
Well, Mental, really, if anyone told you your team name should be William Ward Motorsports, everyone would say, "Who the hell's that guy?"
Eric did actually say that. I was in a race one time and he was going, "William Ward. I wonder if he knows Mental."
Yeah. Pretty much, yeah. That's we get a lot of really good team names like Turtle Eclipse of the Heart.
Oh,
definitely
beautiful.
like a top 3. So I mean, yeah, man, it's not that hard to come up with a good team name.
No, there's been some great ones. Honestly, I think Tetanus is one of those. It's just been around forever now, but it explains more than you realize about their team. And the deeper you get into it, you
realize there's an anus in there somewhere.
There's an anus in there somewhere.
Yeah, there's an anus.
Which I'm sure was part of the marketing. Absolutely. Knowing Mary, that came into it. There's been some great ones. And of course, my brain is seizing up on
me as well. Yeah.
We went through a long, like a multi-weekend process to decide to call ourselves Three Pedal Mafia. Like we had a whole whiteboard of like a noun and an adjective and a noun, like trying to figure out like what do we do. And so it was like the dirty wrenching consortium, or etc. Like, so we're just picking various assorted words and putting them all together and seeing which ones were good, which ones were okay. But considering that Chrissy worked for the Girl Scouts at the time and Jeff is in a college, like it couldn't be the butt plug drinking like pedophile
or whatever. Yeah.
something like that. It didn't work that way, right? So we had to find something else. So eventually, this is what we settled on after much rum and discussion. And it's worked out okay. It's fine.
It's better than Nambla Autosports.
I feel like that might be the first team name not welcome at a Lemons paddock or any paddock for that matter.
Yeah, it's probably pushing the bounds. I mean, we had the Pedo Bear car for a few years.
What if it's the North American Marlon Brando lookalikes? Then Nambla's okay, right?
See, now you're starting to get it. It's the meta aspect of this. Phoenix the Fox. Go ahead.
It's all about how you do it. It's all about how you own the theme and do it right.
That's my Nixon themed car designed to appeal directly to Phil. So, long story, but
and that may or may not have led to your current employment. Who knows? Here we are.
I mean, but we were team resignation, which was threefold, right? It's Nixon.
Oh yes,
resign.
Beautiful.
Resignation is also like, oh, we got all this resignation, we're not going to quit, but that also actually means quitting. So it works in many ways. That was my thought process behind it. So
on the YouTube chat, a Taylor has asked if there's any Fieros and Lemons.
Man,
Let us tell you a tale.
I was wearing my Salty Thunder Fiero shirt earlier today, so we had many.
Fieros have actually, I think they've run the full spectrum of Lemons. They started out as a punchline, and now the ones that are running are actually quite good.
Yeah, I mean,
it's a
it
very
takes a long time to sort them out. Yeah, I mean,
it really does.
Yeah.
We lost Class C to a Fiero because we were waiting for it to blow up, and it was the first time one of them didn't blow up.
Which one was that?
New Hampshire. We were at New Hampshire. It was the
salty tier. The one time they didn't blow up and they won C, they beat us by like 2 laps in the boat because it's the one time they didn't blow up. Usually they're just ass up, engine hoist, various other things going on. Yeah. They got lucky.
Indeed.
Yeah. There apparently are still people asking if Fieros are any good. If you have to ask, then no. If you're not already a Untitled Car Show Fiero nut, don't get one. They require commitment on a religious level. Uh-oh. Now mute your YouTube because I feel like we just had Schrader for a second.
What was that?
We do have
that was
Steph.
Schrader. Where she's muting her microphone, and we need her to turn down her computer. There she goes.
That was like Santa Claus.
What? How did this happen?
We thought we'd give you about 5 minutes. How you been?
Life.
Give you a few minutes anyway.
Die. Pretty much.
I didn't catch any of that.
She's complaining about living in Texas.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
We just had Joseph Blackwell there, who's in solid mid pack. Just bounced the Mustang down the guardrail. Thought they saw a pedestrian.
So does my voice actually work? So I was on this yesterday, and like the whole thing was I don't know. Mental has like roles or whatever. I have like Bofa as a note that I put there because Bofa D's nuts. That's it. Yeah, I left this. I like disconnected from this channel. I think that's why it hates me. Good job.
Well, okay then.
Yeah.
We have 35 minutes left.
All right. We just need you to say butt, fart, and dong, please.
All right. Well, as long as we've been going down this path with everybody, what were your first 3 cars, Steph Schrader?
Oh gosh. Lemons cars are real cars.
Real cars. Actual first cars you owned and drove.
Okay, well, the first car I actually owned was the Lemons 944, but Porsche Lump version 1 that met an untimely death in the first hour of its first race that I had it with. Yeah. I didn't even get to race it. It was sad. But first car I got to drive, my parents owned it, was a 2000 Pontiac Grand Am.
Man.
Which Jugga is that? I always get the Lambo Lexus mixed up, Eric.
The Jugga Lambo is the Grand Prix GTP, and the Jugga Lexus is the Bonneville. So we haven't really come up with anything for the Grand Am yet. It's just the Juggalo Mobile.
Okay, because Jeff tries to educate me on it, and I'm not getting it. It's okay.
Huh.
I think the Grand Am is the Juggalumina. That's about right.
That's a stretch. That's a stretch.
What about Juggarola? Like a Juggalo Corolla?
Juggarola? I don't know. Would it be like a Jugga 3 series? Because it's not quite a Lambo or a Lexus. Well, it's on par with a Lexus, I guess. Dang.
No.
I want to believe it has kidneys in the front, sorta. Like melted kidneys.
Jugga Beamer, Eric. Can we get a ruling? You're the Jugga expert.
It'll need some reworking, but I think that's in the ballpark. All right, so we're gonna call time out here. Phoenix the Fox is asking about the Jugga Lambo. All right, so the Grand Prix GT is the supercharged Grand Prix that was. There is a small, very strange world of enthusiasts for this car because it has a lot of power for what it is. And then it's like pseudo GM futurist inside as Tom Lamina, I believe, crashing out of the lead. F's in the chat for Tom Lamina. Neil, he's on the money, by the way, with Grand Am is the Juggalo Civic. That's totally right. That's the Midwest. We don't buy Jap crap stuff. And then you buy the Grand Am with the worst crash test in the last 25 years. That's a good video to look up also after this.
Oh, no, that's terrifying.
But yeah, so the GTP was, had this futuristic heads-up display and, all this stuff. God, what did they have? They have the status center with like a door ajar thing. It's like orange. Looks super futuristic, but like it's just a terrible car. Just a horrible car, but has this weird following. So, in the Midwest, it's this. In Michigan specifically, like it's just this thing. It's Jugga Lambo. This super high performance car that's actually just a crappy front wheel drive thing. There you go.
I still think my $1 million gathering of the Juggalos idea is to raid the junkyard and start making vape pens out of old GM door window switches. What happened to poor Tom? I got back just as he bounced off the guardrail, and it looks like he is fighting this car into the pits.
Oh man, if you use GM window regulators, like they would fail. Like my parents got me a gift card to Sonic the week that my driver's window just like quit working. So I still kind of bring that up as like, you guys are actually kind of cruel here. Sonic being drive in. Wow, I'm tired.
It's like fast food drive-in.
Yeah. So,
Oklahoma company also. There you go.
Yes.
Yeah.
Excellent shakes because they use real ice cream in their shakes and their malts.
Oh, and their chili cheese dogs are amazing too. And the tots. Tots are really good. But why are you in Oklahoma? What the hell did I miss? And why would anyone be in Oklahoma? This place is terrible.
My girlfriend lives in Tulsa, which is not a terrible place. Gonna go ahead and put
Oklahoma. Oklahoma's a wonderful place. I loved Oklahoma.
No.
Well, you're from Texas, so that's just how that's supposed to go.
Yeah, that's just the default answer. I mean, you guys can have the Tesla factory, like Austin. No, Tulsa wants it. Tulsa definitely wants it. Tulsa should have it. It'd be great. All you.
What color was your Grand Am that you drove? Was it red? Please tell me it was red.
So I just looked up the pictures, and that's terrifying because mine did get totaled in a front-end collision. A kid who smelled so much like weed and then bolted before the cops showed up. Just pulled in front of me and hit the brakes. So of course it gets written off as like my fault. And I'm like, but. And yeah, it is exactly like the crash test car. Same wheels, same color, bright red. Oh my gosh. Also a 4-door. That's hilarious. And also terrifying because it got a poor overall valuation.
Yeah, the famous crash test video, the Grand Am, is the crash test dummy obviously getting its smashed flat and then hitting its head on the door, on the B pillar and the door. And then the steering wheel. Like nothing worked on it. Yeah.
No.
Oh man. Thanks, parents.
Yeah. Oh, my brother had an Oldsmobile Alero, which is the same car and maybe worse. So
yeah.
there you go. So it was car 2 then.
Oh, car number 2 was the Failtima. It was a 2002 Nissan Altima that it was.
Oh no! Say no more. You say Altima. No one goes, "Hey, what a great car." Everyone hates Altimas. Everyone.
Correct.
I don't.
Even Altima owners.
I like my 20. I like my 20. Yeah, I actually do. I own one. I have a 2015 with like 20,000 miles on it.
Okay.
It's a great car.
Chris, can I get some backup on this? Just about like we've never had good Altima experiences.
Well, were they CVT cars or non-CVT cars?
I've never driven a 2015 Altima, but I will happily say that the 2019, which is the freshly redesigned 2019 Altima, is a car that Nissan should be embarrassed to sell as a heap of shit that it is. And I drove it back to back with my father's 2014 Accord. And the 2014 Accord is a clearly superior car in almost every way, driving them back to back. It's amazing what an appalling heap of junk the Altima is.
But yes, in every car that we've all the Altimas I've ever driven, they were all the CVTs. And I say that my Yamaha 50cc Vino still a better transmission.
Probably.
I guess I've been lucky, I guess is the word I'm looking for. Yeah. But no, it was a really good deal. When I bought it, it had like 10,000 miles on it, so it was a repo car that set for like a year, so it was a sweet deal.
Oh, repo car. Man, yeah. Hell yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and it's actually certified pre-owned too. It's great.
Oh, nice. I've decided, by the way, that the ultimate Karen mobile is the Nissan Murano Rogue or the Infiniti FX series.
Oh,
I think I'm right.
Absolutely.
Have you seen
if not married, if Karen is single, it's the convertible Murano.
Have you seen
the cross cab?
Yes, cross cabriolet.
Have you seen a Rogue lowered, like in stance? I know normally that is a stupid thing, but that actually looks kind of cool.
I could see that being okay.
Slammed or
Dude,
pretty
it looked like a big with big wheels. Yeah, it looked cool.
It'd be almost like I like the Juke. I'm gonna go ahead and put that out there. I would drive a Juke.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I know a kid.
I want to slam it. The CHR is actually really cool.
Yeah, that's a nice one too. Remember the what was the Pontiac little wagon thing? Matrix? No.
Aztec?
No.
Oh,
What was
the Matrix
other thing?
or the Vibe. Yeah.
Vibe.
No. Which one? Yeah. I can't remember which one it was. One of those, yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know that? No, that's a good one. The Vibe, yeah.
The Vibe and the Matrix are they're twins. They're both Corolla wagons, basically. But God, just worse name.
Larry Horse on YouTube
you could just throw it out there. You know what I'm saying?
Sean, Larry Horse on YouTube is suggests pairing your Moosh Long beer with some Elk Phallus whiskey. Well played.
Yeah. Well, somebody was asking, CVTs got their start in F1. Yeah, my car, my wonderful Lancer, has banned Formula One technology. So stop making fun of it. It's a good car.
So
I
does
am
the
absolutely
1989 Subaru Justy, also banned Formula One technology in that CVT.
Exactly. I am absolutely certain if I am ever in Austin, Texas, and it is the beginning of World War III, and as we look up and see the missiles inbound, I will use my last words on this planet to make fun of that Lolzer.
No.
Can you imagine you're in the garage and let's say, I don't know, Williams F1 blows a transmission, and then the first thing you hear is, does anyone have a Lancer in the parking lot?
Yes. That would be it would blow up. People tried to throw
Williams is the
purples
most
on
likely one to blow up at that point, though. So
That's
Yeah.
Totally valid.
They will blow up more than just the transmission.
Santiago points out that somebody rallies a vibe. They made an all-wheel drive one with a 6-speed, which is pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
It's basically a Corolla all-wheel drive wagon. Which is pretty
it
good.
is.
yeah. I used to sell Toyotas and actually order all the Toyota dealership stuff back in the day. The 6-speed was only the front drive one. The all-wheel drive one, unfortunately, got hampered by the automatic, and not only that, it had a really restrictive exhaust system to get around the rear drivetrain, so it was 7 horsepower less than even the base one. So the all-wheel drive one was 123 horsepower with the automatic. It was totally lame, but we were in Massachusetts, so we sold lots of base all-wheel drive matrixes because
There's one of those rogues I
we
was talking
sold
about.
10 of those to every XRS matrix with the good motor we ever sold.
The lowered Rogue looks like a Renault Clio. Am I imagining that?
Yep. Nope.
Well, anyone that
Santiago
buys a
said
Rogue,
it's actually a 2-wheel drive vibe that the guy. So he's got the 6-speed.
Excellent.
Yep. anyone that buys a Rogue just means they didn't drive anything else. They just said, they were coming out, right. They came out of their like 01 Ford Escape and, drove a new 2016 Nissan Rogue and said, well, this seems nice. And
Said, you know what I really want? A jacked up Nissan Sentra. That's what I want. I want a Nissan Sentra raised up to higher levels with a higher center of gravity. That would be perfect for me.
Right.
Oh no!
And not only is the Sentra completely like an inadequate car, like they just didn't try anything. Like if you want a Rogue, great. Why don't you try a CRV? Why don't you try a CX-5? Why don't you try like almost anything effing else, and you will think it's a better car.
Except for the Ford EcoSport. Just don't.
Yeah. Well, I'm pretty sure we're enrolled on Nissan lots. And she's like, well, I have this much, I want to spend this much a month. And, they're going to give me the 72-month loan that I need. And like, the Rogue is cute. The Rogue is totally cute. Can I speak to the manager? Yeah, that's exactly how the conversation goes. I'm certain.
Oh, well, Nissan's mostly sold. Nissan's selling the way that Mitsubishi used to sell things. We can get you approved. What kind of car? It doesn't matter. We can get you approved. What's my payment? It doesn't matter. We can get you approved.
You want your payments lower? It'll be 108 months on the loan. It's fine.
Yeah. I think Mitsubishi is still doing that, which is really sad because once upon a time they made good cars.
Well, whoever else would buy an Eclipse car, except that they can get through.
I saw one on the road yesterday, and I was like, somebody bought one. That's weird.
That's
Me too, actually. Yeah, I said the same thing. I said, that's sad. Oh.
Why don't you have this Steph on the broadcast? Like, that's the Steph you need. Stephen Wilson. Like, that's someone who knows what they're talking about. I'm sitting here talking about Altimas and how much mine sucked. And
that's relevant to 11.
You have an actual racing driver. Like, make him.
For the first time in this race, I actually just got to draft with someone. It was everything I thought it could be.
Did you get 50? Please tell me you got 50.
I almost hit 130 mile an hour in the solstice. That means the world almost ended.
Yeah, that's a gutsy move.
I'm glad this is a game because I'm pretty sure in real life, like, reality would tear and split in half, and we all would get sucked into the void.
Well, no, there are about to be 2 racing solstice in Lemons, and they're both going to dominate.
Growing up in the middle of nowhere with straight roads everywhere, I can tell you that a lot of cars will go a lot faster than you think they will with enough open road. I can tell you a Mercury Topaz running on 3 cylinders will still do about 100, which is not nothing. But you have to have about 4 miles straight road for that to happen.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
true.
that's-
Like, I live in Montana, and you'd be amazed at what things will do with enough time.
Yeah.
Like, my Integra GSR saw 155, and that seems pretty
Wow.
solid.
That's incredible. Yeah, the Ultima, I think the limiter was at 118, but you could get some momentum and get it up to 126. Not that I know this. Just saying.
So,
Yeah.
Stunt Granny telling us that the 3-cylinder Focus runs out of 6th gear at 122, which actually checks. I've got a couple of friends with those 3-cylinder Focus, and they are. If you need a small entry-level car that doesn't suck, those are good cars.
Interesting. Well, I can tell you the Plymouth Acclaim do 120. So that was not my smartest day of all time. But,
No, none of these are smart. None of these are smart at all.
This is impressive. I like that you're backing this up, Ryan, because how he avoids the Miata is neat.
Hey, I got a quick answer for Fred in the chat. The answer is Missoula, which
I've
is
heard
the good
Missoula's a
part
cool
of
place,
Montana.
actually.
Missoula's a great, but Missoula to Kalispell, that whole area of Montana is wonderful. I would be thrilled to move back if my company decides we can continue to do this and work at remotely thing. Who knows?
Excellent. Yeah.
Oh.
Several of my favorite musicians are from Missoula, Montana. Steve Albini from the band Shellac. He's from Montana, Missoula, and the band Silkworm is also from Missoula. There you go.
Missoula is just as cool as you think it is in so many ways. I love it.
Yeah.
I've lived there twice. I would go back a third time.
Nice.
Is Reggie Watts from Montana? I wouldn't know. I'm not even sure who Reggie Watts is.
Reggie Watts is like the world's best beatboxer. Pretty sure that's Reggie Watts.
Oh,
right?
okay. All right.
Fascinating.
Oh, hey, speaking of land speed records, the fastest I've ever been in a car on a street is about 145 in 1974 Chrysler, New York, which is a hell of a so my friend in high school had it. That was the car he chose to buy with his $700, and it had a 440 in it, which, given to a high school kid, even in a giant car like that, is a horrible idea because it's geared and will actually do 140 with enough straight road.
Did it just
Which is why those big block 4-door Chryslers were the chase cars du jour of most police departments.
Yeah, for sure. So we decided one night while we're cruising the strip near DeKalb, Illinois, that we were going to make a run to Elburn, which is about 9 miles away, and it's like all straight roads. So let's get there in 6 minutes or whatever. So my buddy floors it, and the car starts to wobble a little bit, and I look over and we're doing $140, and then suddenly he lifts off the gas. It's like, which is not a thing you want to hear when you're going 140 miles an hour in a 2.5-ton car, and then just suddenly there's this giant explosion, and I just see black stuff coming over the hood, and the tire completely blown, like not like a normal blowout, like it had just exploded, like tire everywhere, so he's like pulling the wheel, weaving, trying to keep us from dying, and we ended up like diving into the ditch at like 40 and staying there for a long time because the rim had been skipping on the road for about a mile and was white hot. Like, put the wrench on the lugs and immediate burning of hands. Like, it was the wildest thing I've been through. Wow. Yeah, so we had times we walked back like a mile and picked up shreds of tire and yeah, it was a trip.
You, of course, recognize that, you're lucky to be alive kind of situation.
Oh, yeah, totally. It was the typical, small town high school, like 50-50 moment.
God is punishing you by letting you live.
I'm absolutely certain that at multiple points of my existence, God has looked at me and said, "You are too stupid to die."
Yep, pretty much that. Yep. Yep.
Sounds
Mental,
actually
you have all three things going in your favor of God loves drunks, fools, and the United States military. So you got every chance.
Yes. Oh. I did not realize. Okay, so Reggie Watch is thank you for. He's the leader of the James Corden band. Which and I don't watch James Corden's show just because I'm usually in bed long before then. But I love James Corden, and I will catch all of his YouTube, like the stuff on there. So that makes a lot of sense. Ooh. So Stunt Granny's talking about they should have gone full meat crayon the first night of the Texas Lemons Rally. What? There's Eric, you have to know that story because I was on the Texas Lemons Rally. All we were dealing with was frozen rain and a Cadillac that kept throwing its belts.
I don't know nothing about no meat crayon.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I love that phrase. I'm going to go with that some sort of scraping down the road situation, meat crayon.
Oh, this is probably Stunt Granny's probably one of the guys who was in the Jeep.
Oh dear God, those two people. It hurts me to think about them now.
Oh, the Cadillac that was throwing belts. Oh, okay, yeah. All right, so he was in the hearse that was used in The Walking Dead. I forget your name. I'm so sorry, but I know who you're talking about. Yeah, you are, I should say.
Me, Steph, and Donnie were in the mighty Cadillac Cimarron. That is a damn fine machine.
Beautiful. I love that Cimarron, and I hate that I love that Cimarron because that means it is officially a bad car. Like anything that's not a Porsche that I seem to like is a bad car.
I'm desperately trying to. The current owner keeps talking about wanting to cage it and lemons it, and I just go find another Cadillac Cimarron. Not that one. That one is just. It's too right.
It's too mint. Like he wants to ruin classic.
It's not a classic. It's never going to be a classic. It's just a great car, and it is unduplicatable. You can't find a car that was spec'd out that way ever again. And you can go find another Cadillac Cimarron, dig up a 5-speed out of a junkyard Cavalier, throw any number of Iron Dukes in it, and have a great time. But you're not going to be able to
ask
replicate
Anton,
that Cadillac.
how do I make this thing actually work? Because he's the only one that knows.
That's true. And Anton has been massively successful. I think he was more successful racing a Cavalier than Chevy, actually.
Did Chevy ever attempt to?
Not in its traditional sense, no. But they were the NHRA funny car type stuff, and
yeah. They raced
lasted right up until the Berettas. The Pintos.
The Pro Stock car was a Pinto or a Tempo body for several years.
Yeah,
there's a car we haven't seen nearly enough of in Lemons is the Chevy Beretta or Corsica. Like, we need more of those.
We had one Beretta for several years. It was run by a team out of Minnesota, and they put the blower from a Grand Prix GTP on it, and it would absolutely beat the living piss out of BMW E30s. They took it to another series and would just annihilate them with it. They eventually, they were guys in their mid-20s, and as typically happens with teams at that age, they ended up becoming adults and not having real time for it. So that car crushed them, unfortunately. But the one Beretta that we've had has been spectacular, and I think we've had one Corsica that lasted like 6 laps, and then the team was like, "Screw that, we're never coming back." Stunt Granny, if you've never seen a Chevy Beretta, you've also never lived in the Rust Belt. That was like...
Well, I remember seeing them when they were new. Those were right. The
Z26 was the
Z24 was the Cavalier.
That's right.
And then
My bad.
for a while, because Chevy had such success in IMSA with that Beretta, now granted, bared no resemblance to the real Beretta, there was the Beretta GTU, which signified their competition in the IMSA GT under, I want to say 3-liter category, because they have the V6. And it was a gorgeous 80s monstrosity of factory body kits and neon squiggly badging, kind of a deal, and came in some just obnoxious colors. And that was like the Beretta to have.
Well, of course.
Yeah, there's the LTZ also. They did a whole bunch of different like high performance, quote unquote high performance trips on the Beretta.
Was a friend of mine's mother's Corsica LTZ when he decided to neutral drop it and summarily just rip the transmission out of it. It was wonderful.
Sounds great. Yep.
The good thing is you could take that one home to mom and go, I don't know what happened. It just fell apart. And they would probably buy it. They would probably accept it because it was a Corsica and no one expected much out of that.
It was, I don't really know what the punishment was or if there was one. I just remember it was like 5
there it is.
neutral drops in a row.
Oh, baby.
That is a sexy car. Door handles way up on that B pillar. Yeah.
Well,
You're the first person to ever say that. You just did something totally original.
You may also remember that the seat belts were on the door. Like they weren't the track ones like the Ford had in the Escort. They were actually on the door. So if you got in an accident and the door, got deformed, it would just strangle you to death.
Yes. And it was I remember that was GM in their answer to the passive restraint systems, which were trying to make. Yeah. My dad being a Datsun sales manager, we always had a Datsun, and my stepmom had a Maxima. And if the door shut, the motorized thing would come over. And I remember like filling it full of gas one time and leaning in to check the gas gauge. So I turned the key, and then the motorized seatbelt was trying to kill me. I was just leaning in the door as soon as I turned the key on.
We talked about this in Lemon's Thursday Therapy, but after my brother hit a flower truck with our Pontiac Safari wagon, my family
flower truck.
My family wasn't in a position to buy some kind of long-lasting cars, so my parents bought like mid-'80s Ford Escorts to cart 7 of us around in. And like, this is again, they had this weird passive restraint system, with the track on the door that, you open the door and the thing, and then it sticks, and then you got to move it all the way by hand. But like, they were both 2 doors, so we'd be like trying to clamber into past like the front seats to get in the back, and like the thing would be trying to strangle you as you're doing it, and it was like the worst clown show you've ever seen, watching 7 pasty Catholic people trying to pile into these 2 Ford Escorts. It must have been quite a scene anytime we went anywhere. I mean, it was anyway, because we were always punching each other and calling each other idiots, but like, it's so weird.
It was a short-lived TV show. My wife was a big fan of it, but it was the Catholic family in California, and Dad was a machinist, and there was like 6 kids, and just my wife's Hispanic, but she could totally relate to the huge Catholic family and how just everything was a hand-me-down, and the dad that would spend $2 in gas to drive home because he didn't want to spend a quarter and buy a sandwich at work if he forgot his lunch.
Yep. Yeah. I remember, man, I don't want this to turn into I grew up so poor, but I remember my dad for a while, like, instead of using sandwich bags, he would just use like discarded bread wrappers. So you reuse like the cellophane for the bread, and then like like 3 days of that, he's like, oh yeah, everything turns moldy when you do that crap.
I remember cracking open my Speed Racer lunchbox, and quite often that was how like a sandwich was stored or something of that nature. Yep. Or when it wasn't cool to carry a lunchbox anymore, you'd have the brown lunch bags, and mine oddly enough always came from a liquor store. And I had to save them. I had to fold them back up and bring them home because I couldn't just throw them away.
Yeah. My grandma would give me Ninja Turtle cards in Crown Royal bags.
Oh, that's awesome. That's
Proper.
amazing. Nope, winner.
Yep.
Just winner. That's fantastic.
Yep. Yeah, my grandma is
All right.
wild. She rides motorcycles still,
That's amazing.
and I'm 37.
That's
Yeah,
fantastic.
I dare not speculate her age, but yeah, she's an awesome lady.
That's pretty great.
She might even be
it's like,
watching right now too, because it's on my Facebook too. So she might even be watching. So yeah, Grandma Dottie,
Ryan's
you're awesome.
grandma.
Yeah.
Man,
I have a good friend who's a huge Crown Royal enthusiast, and his lovely bride and mother of their 3 children made him a Crown Royal vest. Actually saved all the bags and sewed it into a suit vest.
Yeah, we
Vests
see
are
them-
excellent.
We see them
It's
pretty
soft.
regularly as shifter boots in Lemon's car. That's a
Yep.
pretty common Lemon's mod.
Oh yeah, that's the perfect
They're
application for
SFI.
that.
Crown Royal bags are SFI rated.
Yes.
Good scatter shield.
over time, I don't know. There's got to be another bag or sack, a large sack perhaps, that you could use as a shifter boot that would be, that kind of soft, fleshy material. Yeah.
I will tell you, in like
Sack
the
material.
rental back Malib that are beige, the shifter boot on the automatic shifter is like flesh toned. It's pretty
Yes, it
disturbing.
is.
Oh,
It
yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
So this is an interesting thing. So Jay is trying to run down Mark Cordier there, but he's 2 places behind, which tells me he's a couple laps down, isn't he?
Yeah, he's a
Zucker
lap
in the,
back. Not for position, yeah, but it's still hotness.
It is, or
Shiny
either that or
hotness.
he's trying to draft and get some speed up. But there's only
Oh, yeah,
we
he's definitely
just
getting some
past
draft.
the 5-minute 5-minute warning on this race.
What's
So,
up? What's up,
5
Chris
minutes to go.
Chris number 3? How are you, Chris?
And Chris number 3 shows up in the
I am fine.
broadcast.
Have I missed anything?
No.
Yeah, only
Technically,
about
it's number 4,
4 hours
'cause there's
and 35
Chris and
minutes of
Chris here,
broadcast.
Chris's.
It's just getting started.
Okay, give me
Yeah.
the executive summary.
There were some cars.
An
Juggling
IndyCar, and a
rainbow.
sports car racer, and an IndyCar racer are here. The IndyCar racer is
We
leading
all
the
should have
race.
died in our teens because
True.
of various automotive nonsense.
True. What were your first 3 cars, Chris?
I had a Westfield, which you probably don't know what it is. That was the first car I
Yes.
had.
No, we
Wow.
all know what a Westfield is. Absolutely.
I don't.
So
Let me get
I
a
just
picture
said
of a
that.
Westfield.
I had a Lancia Beta Spider, was the second one.
Oh my god.
And my third car was a Lancia Delta HF 4-wheel drive, which was the precursor to the Integrale. It's basically the Integrale drivetrain. It's a homologation car. After that,
I mean,
my
Chris
cars went
wins.
downhill a
Chris
lot, but
wins
those
this
were
game.
strong.
Done.
Wow.
Wow.
Did they rust out from under
That's
you?
awesome.
Yeah, they all rusted out from under me, yeah. Well, except for the
Lancia
Westfield, that was
come-
fiberglass.
Lancias come with factory rust installed.
Yeah.
They get lighter,
Bird
better
Up, we
fuel
did the,
economy, a whole
NASCARs
quicker
last
over
night.
their entire life. They're amazing.
Actually, do you know, when
But we'll
I
be doing
decided
them
to
again, I
sell
promise
the...
you.
Can I ramble on about nonsense? I realized I just jumped in and now I'm
got-
talking
well,
about...
no,
No,
you
you're
got
good. I was
3
just talking to
minutes-
chat.
You got
Please
3
continue.
minutes of rambling, but then we
You
got
get
to
as much time as you want.
Seconds.
Just-
So
yeah,
I
go-
decided to sell the Lancia Delta because it was a great car, but I'd sell it. And some guy came to look at it. I was living in London at the time, and a guy came to look at it with his wife, and they were having a kid. And so he'd been told he had to buy a sensible car with 4 doors. And we went out for a test drive, and I'm like, man, I don't think this is going to go real. The whole time, the wife was staring at me as if this was somehow my fault. And we got onto the motorway, and we were bumbling down the motorway, and then someone indicated to pull into the fast lane, and he went to flash the lights, and as I knew, but he didn't, when you flashed the lights, the entire car cut out. Like all the electrics just went. And then the car starts up from scratch, so all the the lights going on the dash and everything, but you're going at 70 miles an hour. And when this happened, I thought, well, that's not selling this car at all. And he pulled over to the side, and he's like, I think I know what it is. And I thought, man, I really have sold this car. Yeah, I don't think his wife is very pleased.
All right, so we've got about 2 minutes left, but we've backed up
Sorry,
to see
I was
poor
clearing
Tom
penalties for someone on a no pedal, no wheel setup. I didn't want to
That's
screw
okay.
that up, and I
So
wanted to get the
poor
onboard
Tom
for this.
Marino betrayed by a Miata that had gone off
Twice.
and re-entered the track.
Yep.
Yes. Yet again, and I don't think Tom's going to be able to finish the race on this one.
So ban Miatas. Again, this is the solution to everything, is just to ban the Mazda Miata.
But that's the lemon pit. That's the fastest chicken in the south of France.
Well then, this is why France has to be saved every now and then. If that's their car, come on.
If it's a French chicken, there it needs to be spatchcocked before it's cooked.
I'm not in favor of saving France.
Well, you obviously have the closest. You've been closer to France for longer than us, so I trust your opinion.
They're fine, but they don't need saving, I don't think.
Well, it's
There's
a little
nothing wrong
late
with
for
a
that
little
now,
spatchcock.
isn't it? I think the first two times you maybe should have thought about that.
Is
Have
it
you ever
still
given your chicken a good spatchcocking? Just out of curiosity.
not in public?
Dong.
So, Eric, real quick, when is the next race?
That's a great question. So the next Meat Space Lemons race, we're so glad we can actually say this, is at Gingerman Raceway in 2 weeks. So that's going to be June 28th and 29th, I believe. 27th and 28th. Yeah, there it is. We're going to have some different procedures just because of COVID, but we are going to be at a real racetrack with with Lemon's car. And so it's going to be great. I'll be there.
Is it the Ridge race?
The Ridge will be the second race that we have.
Okay, because I'm going to be there.
At the end of July. We're still looking at Thompson. We hope we can do Thompson. We think Connecticut's regulations are opening enough that we can do it. It may be space limited. We're still figuring that out because that paddock is.
Then Three Pedal Mafia is calling dibs. We deserve to be at the Thompson race.
No, it'll be first paid, first served, but this is still how it is. But after that, the schedule should be normal. And you can find that on 24hoursatlemons.com. The next iRacing event is on Thursday from, I believe, Road America. That'll be Thursday sprints. We are off next Sunday for Father's Day. So call your dad, let him know that you're not iRacing so you can spend time with him.
Thursday at the event, I expect to see a Spetchcock themed car, probably a Jetta. We got the Mouchelon. I want to see a Spetch. Say it again, Sean.
Spatchcock.
Themed Jetta for the race at Road America.
There's a look at Chris's
best way to
car.
cook a turkey too. Like,
Yeah,
you do
that's my
with
old
a
car.
turkey. It takes like 2 hours,
baby.
and it's
Look at that thing.
So,
Look at that. Man,
I bought that car for like £1,800, and it's probably
Just
worth
look
like
at
15 grand now.
would you look at that? I do love the Delta's just on the money. It's exactly what a
my-
hatchback should look like.
At the time I had that car, actually, my brother had a Delta Turbo, which was like the front-wheel drive one, and I have never seen torque steer like on that car. I mean, you would put your foot on the floor, and you had to like brace your elbow against the door, the thing you lean your arm on the door, because it torque steered so much you just couldn't hold it.
Yeah, I had a couple of
GLA
Scirocco's like that.
It was that.
I had 2 Volkswagen Scirocco's that would pull the wheel out of your hand.
Yeah, they were bad too. The GLHS was horrific.
Look at that.
So, is that our winner?
Justin
Did you
Wilson.
cross the
Yep.
finish line? All right.
Oh yeah, checkered flags
Are they
out.
going to do
Wow, I
the
just noticed
crashing
that.
here? Or are they going to go all the way down to the Mouchelon Straight where you can get the speed up? And it
Yeah.
was requested last night that we want to see 2 cars coming at each other at 150 miles an hour. So if you guys can go down, oh look at that, Stefan
Here we
wasting
go,
no
here we go.
time,
Here we
wasting no
go.
time.
Right, sorry, just in time for the start of this.
All right,
My car won't go 150 miles an hour.
let me just point out that you all got your asses kicked by a Steph. Thank you.
That's right.
Yeah.
This is
There
Stefan.
you go.
His name is Stefan.
You might go by.
Pardon the F up, Stefan.
It counts. I'm counting it. The good name of people whose names start with Steph are triumphant. The rest of you are losers. Eat it.
Really, there are 4 Chris's in this booth alone.
Yeah, but we're
That's
all
true.
losers.
We will take over the world. Soon everyone will be named Chris.
Yeah, Yeah, well, get in line far, far behind all of the steps, as you all are. Says the person who doesn't do iRacing at all.
Chopper Reed never made fun of my name.
Well,
Touche.
he's not. Well,
Yeah, I've got it set on follow crashes. Those apparently
Which
aren't
one of
going
your
on right
names
now.
mental? Because you got a lot to pick from here.
None of them. But I hear you. It's an excellent way to weed out telemarketers. Just, can I speak to William? No. Can I leave a message? No. Can you tell me when we'll be back? Nope.
There's actually 5 minutes left in the session, unfortunately.
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
sure why it says that the checker flag came
Tom
out.
Pyrek. Yeah, Tom Pyrek took that the derpy cat.
Oh, no, it's over.
and the
He was
theft.
doing burnouts. I think that's just the 10-minute countdown clock afterwards. I'm sorry. Yes. No, Jared Duclos. There we go. There's Jared. First in Class B.
Yep,
Very
it's a
good.
moon shoe.
Tom Lamino is.
I think that
Not
is
sure
sure
where.
the car. I think he's second in B then.
What is a moon
Tom
shoe?
Lamino is in second. I was just trying to figure out where he's at on the track compared to the leader.
Gotcha.
So the 14
Tom
is
Lamino
coming
had
towards
a
the
shot
line
at the
now.
lead, but
And
just a
yep,
couple
they're on the
of
same. They're
laps.
on the same bottom portion of the track there. So it looks like it's about. I wouldn't speculate how many seconds, but
Yeah.
here he comes to
Well,
the
this
finish
is the finish line
and,
for Moon Shoes.
Yep, there we go. So there's the finish line, and then here's where Tom Lamino is. He's coming now into the same complex.
But Tom running really well, but got betrayed by a Miata coming back on track and had to
That's
go to
right.
the pits.
That's how they get you.
Miata.
And then here's a
Miata.
look at Class C about to finish up. It's Greg Schnittinger. He has a one-lap lead over Sean Yoder, who's
Does
finishing
he
up.
dominate in real life as much as he does in this?
No.
I don't think anybody does. Although Class C is one of those things in real lemons where just surviving will get you there. Looks like some,
It is
some
a different
shenanigans
strategy.
down
Class
at Moose
C.
Schlong. Yeah, that's good echo.
Whoa.
Good climbing as well.
Oh, well done, Tom. Somebody needs to turn off their computer, though, because that's awful.
Steph.
I mean, Tom's going to go for a quadruple sow cow right here. So
All
good
right,
for him.
here we go.
Can he stick
There
the
we go.
Where's everybody piling up, y'all? I'm looking for the wreck, but not there.
It's the at the
First
Moose
chicane.
Schlong Straight
First chicane.
First chicane.
bus stop. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Oh,
Quadruple sow
that
cow.
is
Tom
so-
Pyrek. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, 11 rotations, but he doesn't stick the landing. So sorry, Tom.
That's the
Oh,
rare
11
60.
The landing is so important.
Why would you not you commit to that many somersaults and
Yeah.
not stay in the car till it lands? Why would you hit the escape button in midair?
Yeah,
I would guess he was
amateurish.
That is the rare 3960.
Very nice.
Did you do the math?
I did. Yeah. Bust it out with calculator.
All
He's
here
actually
we
saying,
go.
look at Excel right now.
The poor Jetta flailing its front tires that it's stuck, and Tom's trying to lend a helping hand, and this is
Yeah,
wow.
it looks kind of
No.
almost arousing.
Well,
Surprise butt sex for the Jetta right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know if that was a helping
Well, I
hand
don't
so
think
much as it was creepy guy at the gym coming up going, no, hold it like this. Yeah, you feel how that really works the glutes? Yeah, that's good.
Oh, wow. That's the view from the
right there.
helicopter.
Charming insight into your
Wow.
Wednesdays.
Yeah,
That's
Tom saying, to be fair, he's not normally this graceful. Tom, why didn't you stay in the car? Why did you hit escape? We were hoping for a landing.
Yeah.
We did all
Seems like
be at
They
nines if you'd
probably
gotten the
ejected
landing.
him from the car.
iRacing
Yeah.
ejects a lot of people, once they get so far out of the
Certain
field.
out of
play.
He's luckily he
Oh,
stayed
really?
in the track. Yeah, that's why we got so lucky there.
How bad is it that I feel really, really, really bad right now? We've just raced 4 hours. We kept the car clean. We ran really good as a team. I'm really proud of the Nemesis Lab guys. And I feel really, really bad that I just ran out of fuel heading towards the Porsche curves before I could get in the damn Wreckfest. I'm so pissed.
Way. I don't know if you can. I don't think you can tow whenever you. No,
I'm totally out of fuel. If I get a tow now, I can't leave
motion
the
sickness,
pits.
you may not. We'll do it at slow motion speed so no one can get some motion sickness from this.
Someone
It should be
go and
entertaining.
hit poor Sean there in his Pontiac Solstice, so he at least gets crashed.
Yeah,
Wow,
please.
yeah, washing machine.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
It's
So,
no one
whoa.
anymore near me.
Stuffed you in the dryer and turned it on.
Aw.
Oh,
All right. So let's go back
for
to.
Tom Pyrick there.
he was ejected.
That's important. That's
Ejected.
important.
Oh.
All right, what
All
other
right,
crashes?
so-
Did we get a
Oh,
nose
yeah.
to nose at 100 plus?
No, that's
Ooh. Wow.
Now that's a nice one.
That did not take long to
Here's
find.
where
Let's find the
iRacing's
fly.
letting you
Okay,
down
Kevin
on their,
Hesser.
with their physics engine too. You can't put the car in gear and bump it around on the starter.
The mounted Jetta got mounted right after. Okay, here we go. Okay, here you go, folks. So there goes Tom Pyreck. Time for a little Jetta
How did
dance.
that happen?
That's amazing. Oh,
Epps
Can
and
we
Joe.
see that from inside?
I don't know if you want to. So I'm curious how it bounced up on the rear tires.
It gets pushed into the ground, so it goes
Yeah.
Tigger. Because the
'Cause
back half of the
Cause
Tiggers are made
NASCAR.
out of spring.
You know
So
the
here
wonderful
comes
thing
Tom.
about Tiggers?
Oh, absolutely, because Tiggers are wonderful things.
That's exactly it. That's
Yeah, there goes
exactly it. It's
Tom.
very
Christopher
deep.
Robin, there's another
Ejectocito,
Chris.
cuz.
There's the bounce.
Exactly. There's no Steph Robinson.
It's something about
it's called
being
inertia,
bouncing,
I
trouncing,
think.
and flouncing.
Ooh.
that's amazing.
That was like, Eric, you missed it last night. We had a hockey one-timer. One car bounced another car up in the air, and another car hit it the opposite direction. It was amazing.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah, it was well done.
Let's see what
wow.
else we can find. All right, let's see. Previous incident. Next incident. Oh, here we go. There's a Mustang
Wow,
looking for
next
something to do.
Oh, two
there's
Mustangs.
cars. That's got to be a hell of an onboard shot. Cars flying everywhere.
So,
Ooh, yes.
here we go. Here we go. So we'll get to see the Mustang hit the Jetta,
Ooh.
and then Mustang.
Ooh.
Mustang's got a Mustang.
There's a going on there.
I haven't heard nearly enough Howard Dean. If we can get a Howard Dean.
I
in
haven't
there.
hit it one time. I apologize. Sorry, I was sleeping on that tonight. Apparently, my bad.
Yeah, me too. Man, I was off my
That's
game.
the first time I've hit it in it's literally it just changed from it's about to change from 4 hours and 59 minutes to 5 minutes, and that's or 5 hours, and that's the first time I hit that tonight.
Wow.
Wow, that was incredible.
Do
I
I need
was
to
at the
get a Dino
48.
Incredibly upset that I'm not a part of that right now.
Aw, womp womp.
I know. It's,
F's in the chat for sure.
F's in the chat for Sean. You're running out of gas. That was an
And it looks
amazing
like you
chip
got a-
shot.
Looks like we've got a third one coming down that.
Ooh, that's a
straight.
hard shot.
Third Mustang.
Let's
Why
take a
is
look.
there no Phil? Where the hell?
Yeah. So I was going to say, the last time we were chatting about Howard Dean, I made a terrible mistake because I was actually thinking of John
Wheel
Dean,
speed's
who
better.
was the special counsel for Richard Nixon.
Wow. Yeah.
I thought that was
you would
why
think.
Phil brought him up.
Dude,
but
that's
then on the
violent
story
at
of
full
whooping
speed.
made me wonder whether it's the same person.
It is not. And
Who's Howard
understand,
Dean?
Howard Dean was a Democratic he was seeking the Democratic nomination a couple of years ago, and literally overnight, one motivational speech got turned into a punchline that single-handedly torpedoed his career. He's now, if I'm not mistaken, at least was, or for a long time, was the chairman of the Democratic Party.
Oh, interesting.
That explains so much.
But
Poor Miata
understand
booting the
also,
Mustang.
Phil did not bring up Nixon because of something you said. You could
Fancy
mention
Mustang.
purple shoelaces, and Phil will tie it to Nixon.
Right, that was kind of why I was talking about John Dean.
Well, Nixon's, what is it, shiny glitter dong or something came up earlier. And
Heinous and heinous.
Yeah.
Anus and
Yeah.
Yeah.
I missed the
This is
important
incredible.
parts.
Yeah. Only the finest Dong conversation on this channel.
Okay, let's see how many Lamino can get. Now there's one Miata into a Solstice. Oh, and it boots him as well. There's a Mustang batting cleanup. Can the Mustang make it into the melee in time? He makes the turn.
He's doing his best.
He's there. 1, 2, and can he get that last Miata? Oh, he's trying so hard. Oh, and 3. Well done, Rusty Mustang. Oh, it's the
Rusty
hat
Mustang
trick.
would be a good like porn name.
Yeah. Agreed.
I mean, so would Venus and Heinous. I mean,
That's a little too obvious, isn't it? By the way, that's a good Tully. You ain't getting 3 right.
The Solstice just did a breakdance deal like the Jetta normally does.
dude.
That was impressive.
That's why I went back and played it again. I was like, oh, it's breakdancing. That's awesome.
It's got a 4 pounds of bacon in the trunk, which is throwing its balance off a little bit like a gyroscope.
That'll
Hey,
do
what
it.
did y'all do all
As more-
weekend?
here
We just
comes the
broke
street
digital
stock. Oh,
physics
okay, this is
all
going to be good.
Oh, here we go. Here
This is
comes
gonna be
Chris
good.
Blizzard.
Ooh. Wow, nice shot.
It's like a cow catcher on the front of a train. It's wonderful.
How many
Oh, the
rotations did we get
Abyssal
on
car
that one?
Hits the Miata.
Oh, we'll get there.
He goes into
Whoa.
cloaking.
are you sure
That
it's
was
not
awesome.
just Soggy's internet connection?
Oh,
It could
that's
be.
involved too.
So
That's
the moon,
oh, look at that.
The moon shoe
The,
trying to
the
return
motor
to its
blew
own
when it got
planet.
to the top of its
It
orbit there.
farted.
Yeah,
It did. Did you see that?
amazing.
it really
It was like,
expired in a very
I'm
real
done.
way.
It reached
Yeah.
apogee, died,
See,
and then
if we go
expelled
on
all of its
board,
bodily.
we should get a
I mean, that implies that it was
sound
really
bite of that
happily
happening.
upside down for a few
All
seconds.
right, so
Free Coco!
I'll turn the sound up a little bit. Here we go. Should be good sound,
this
folks.
is
Here we
great. Nothing bad will happen to me. I'm safely on my roof.
Yeah, with the engine running.
Nope. Nope.
go. Ooh, yeah. There's the ka-chow.
Yeah.
Excellent.
That,
Worked out fine now.
I'm going to disappear and then smack a Miata.
Absolutely.
Baniatas. Dang.
That's a good looking
Soggy.
Solstice.
Soggy's trying to make something happen here, and he's really just smashing
Yes.
himself. That's impressive.
So
wow.
we've got-
Okay. Nice pirouette.
Breakdancing Solstice too. Yeah, well
He
done.
keeps trying to make
Oh.
prom happen, and that's about as successful as it gets.
Actually, he did make prom happen, and he showed up in a stunning purple dress with matching boots. It was yeah. Soggy's got some legs on him.
Do you want to go to prom with him?
I did.
He just proved to
Like not
dance.
as his
Poor guy.
yeah, not as his date, but we were at the same prom.
Well,
Yes,
I think
Jetta breakdance time.
Man,
Here we go.
that's
That was sad.
What is it?
That was so sad, but the
in that?
breakdance was great.
Mooshlong on the moon.
keep it going.
Oh my God! I just remember last night when we were talking about Alfonso Ribeiro and the breakdancing and all that.
Yes. Yeah, the
Someone needs
cardboard
to hang a
breakdancing
Jetta
thing.
with Alfonso's breakdance, whatever it was.
Yes.
Please,
That'll be
please.
that'll
His
be the
break-
perfect
his
the next silly
breakdancing
race.
kit.
It's the all Jetta, all lift, no brakes at tiny circle track.
On the back or the roof of the car, or even the hood, it needs to have Alfonso and Tom Jones. It's not unusual, and
Oh, very nice.
we're getting very specific with these requests. I'm sorry, I'm getting very specific with these requests now. But do it.
I just want to see puffalumps, like more puffalump.
And woozles, or just the puffalump?
Just the puffalump. Just
What about the woozle? What's up with the woozle, like leaving out of?
Apples.
All right, I'm going to put a link to a video in the chat here if I can get this to copy, and it is the actual Alfonso Ribeiro.
I'm a little scared of what Larry Horse just wrote in chat.
There we go.
I'm actually
Click on that link. There it is. Alfonso Ribeiro teaches you
Oh, that's nice.
how to breakdance.
Wait, where is it?
I'm going to put it in the right channel.
It's in the broadcast text channel.
Oh, it's so good.
I put it in general too.
Okay, excellent. There you go.
There you go.
Is
It's
it
in general.
text
There you go.
There's our Alfonso Ribeiro
Yes.
theme for the dancing judges.
Text it general. Nice.
I never knew there was a broadcast text channel. What the
It's
heck?
top secret.
It is actually.
Broadcast what channel?
Wait, what you talking about,
First
Lewis?
rule.
Yeah. So,
How much for? Yeah.
yeah, it's fine. Everything's fine.
Which Jetta was that?
Commercial as a kid.
Struggling.
Wow.
Eric, what are you thinking? I mean, you're involved in Meat Space Lemons. What are you thinking about having this sort of crash fest at the end of real races? Because it'd be a lot more fun. And we all invest a lot of money in this safety equipment that we rarely use.
You want to test it out. You want to get your money's worth out of the harnesses.
I mean, I
and
feel
stuff.
like,
Is that
yeah,
the idea?
it'd be good if we could just do, a little bit of jumping off other cars.
So what we'll need is a.
Demolition Derby.
You know, famously, we did a race called the Kentucky Demo Derby at National Corvette Museum, and the insurer, when they saw the paperwork, called us and was like, "Is this the one where you guys wrecked the school buses too?" And it's just the stupid name of this race that we have. So we were like, "No, wait, what? Tell me about the school bus insurance, because we might want that at some point." So probably not, but the idea being like if you go to a dirt track and they do the whatever the Friday night anything
Remember, Donnie-
race.
Donnie was just trying to do that, but the brake caliper on the bus was frozen.
There you go. Well, if like the local dirt track where I grew up, they would have open racing basically. Like the rules were pretty basic, but end of the night you would just go wreck your crap. They'd have a demo derby at the end of the Friday night race. So,
Yeah.
if we could do that and people were willing to do that, maybe we would get insurance for it. I'm speaking way over my head here as the guy who has never had to deal with the insurance company. So I don't know. Probably not, but it'd be great.
You wreck my Porsche. I think I would find you after the race. I would find where you live, and I would take a poop on your doorstep.
I feel like Jay's insurance agent, probably he's like the guy from Airplane. Every time his phone rings and he sees that it's Jay, he's like, "Oh God, I picked the wrong week to quit sniffing glue."
He just picks up the phone and he's like, no. My brother came out and did a few Lemons races, done a few over the years, and he had to get health insurance to do it. And the health insurance that they gave him covered him for a whole bunch of other things, as well as motor racing, one of which was alligator wrestling. So the whole time he was here, we were just looking around for an opportunity to wrestle an alligator because he was, covered.
We need to back up like 2 steps. Your brother is still in the UK, I assume.
Yeah.
So this is like the UK's version of like a total coverage, like Coming to America, like health insurance coverage plan.
Yeah. Well, you have to get health insurance coming to America because, America.
Right. No, I get that.
Sounds like a Monty Python skit. Oh, traveling to America. Well, we'll need to insure you for gator wrestling and drive-by shootings and liquor store robberies.
Eating McDonald's.
Yeah, this is better insurance than anyone in America actually has. Like, coming to America insurance. Just if it was like the extra riders would be better insurance than. I'm pretty sure if I wrestle an alligator, I will immediately be in debt until I die for more than my student loans are worth.
Look, the weirdest thing about this whole thing about my brother being insured for wrestling an alligator was it was the main chat about the holiday. It was like the running joke was that my brother is insured to wrestle an alligator, and we went to a restaurant in Washington, and we sat down in the restaurant, we ate our meal, and as we were getting up to leave, they cleared the serving staff, cleared all the stuff off the table, and all that was left on the table was this tiny, like 1-inch long plastic alligator.
Oh yeah.
It was very odd.
Did he jump on the table and wrestle this alligator?
So I do have a picture of Tony wrestling this alligator, obviously.
Oh yes.
But it was just a little bit, you kind of look around and you think, listening to this.
The truth is, it was the universe telling you to go to Florida.
That's fact. Yeah.
Oh boy! Well, we made it. Jeez, we made it through
if he'd have wrestled a crocodile, would he still be covered?
No, absolutely. It definitely said alligator.
Yeah,
Wow.
okay.
What about a caiman?
This is
Um,
amazing.
He was also covered for what's that thing where you jump around on the back of a bull or something?
Oh, bull riding.
Yeah, that. He was covered for that. Bull riding.
Wow.
There is
Yeah.
some underground American travel agency in the UK that I need to discover. Apparently, because this sounds amazing. Like this, they wouldn't write these insurance policies if they hadn't needed to do that, right?
No, you know, it's like when you see a sign somewhere that says, you know, please do not poke French fries through the bars of this electrical cable, and you realize that like that only exists because of some terrible incident.
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like the insurance it's almost like the opposite of that, isn't it? It's like they've just added terrible incidents to it.
Yeah, that's right. It just accumulates over the years.
The best ones are: do not take Celebrex if you're allergic to Celebrex. Oh, it drives me crazy. Really?
Yes. Or,
Well,
or
it's
you
5
cannot
hours.
take Celebrex if you're allergic to Celebrex or its ingredients. Because apparently that's
Right.
Yeah, that's you pretty much covered.
So let's put a little bow on this evening since it's been 5 hours, and I'm
I just
exhausted.
got here.
I know.
It has been
If
5
you've,
hours
if
and
you've
13
been
minutes,
watching
actually.
for 5 hours. Thank you so much.
Still have 61 viewers after 5 hours. That's great.
It's been wild.
But have any of you called the Parsh curves as they are?
we're trying to wrap this up, Steph. Don't start.
Thank you, my
Don't.
weekend.
Just
Have a good
don't.
night.
That is
It's Parsh.
it's a big
That's
hole.
right.
We're not going down that hole.
Parsh.
I think we've officially ruined Le Mans, which is what we were looking for with the
There we go.
Ruin Classic. Even though a professional racing driver helped drive the Tiagi Reserves to winning, we know Steph Wilson had a good time. Thanks everybody for joining us tonight. Thanks Chris and Chrissy from Three Pedal Mafia, Mental from Three Pedal Mafia, Everyone Racers, Chris Ray for the late arrival. Always glad to have you. Sean Yoder, Steph Schrader, Peter Monin we had in the booth as well earlier. Tom Lamino. Sorry things didn't work out for you. I'll let Ryan take us out. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back Thursday night.
Ban Miatas.
There you go. Yeah, Steph, thanks for stopping by too. No Judge Phil tonight, but we made it through, everybody. So let's all give a big high five and go enjoy a frosty adult beverage. And until we see everyone again, we will we'll be back to do this again, hopefully sooner than later. And
Don't forget to support Bush Long Brewing.
That's
Oh, is it
important.
still
And
recording?
the breakdancing Jetta thing, I think, should happen. Like a 62 Jettas, whichever track, the smallest track we can get 62 Jettas on. So, all right. Well, everybody out there, be safe, and hope everybody has a good week. And we'll see you guys Thursday. Everybody have a great night.
Thanks for hosting
Go
us.
ahead.
Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Thanks for being here. Appreciate that. All right.
Thanks
Until
for,
we
I
see.
guess, adding me.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, everybody out there watching, thank you for tuning in and enjoying. Hope you had a great evening. We've enjoyed having you guys all interact with us this evening, and yeah, it was fun. Until we do it next time. Thanks, guys.